Chris watched the crimson sky tear open above him, accepting quietly that everything was about to end. Below him, Evan apologized to his companions, admitting he simply hadn't been strong enough. Alone with his thoughts, Evan admitted that Chris deserved the title of hero far more than he did. The healer beside him pleaded with him not to say such things. She reminded him that every one of them had given their absolute best. Chris considered that if he'd mastered the sword sooner, he might have crossed 9 stars and reached the 10th, perhaps enough to save them all. Years earlier, his gift for instantly learning any skill had earned him the title of the Great Extra. That path began at 20, when he fled his cruel clan and scraped together a living in the back alleys. The Demon King of Carnage descended upon the Magic Empire, plunging the world into the Age of Destruction. Townspeople gathered under a blood-orange sky to read a posted notice. It called for volunteers to accompany the chosen hero. Chris seized on it immediately, calling it his one true chance. He imagined future glory and the fortune waiting once the war was finally won. Yet the war was lost, and the dominion of light fell to the Demon King. Evan wished aloud that time could be undone, so Chris might have stood as hero instead. Chris refused the idea flatly, saying one lifetime of suffering was more than enough. Their world was ending regardless, and dwelling on the past changed nothing. His eyes burned red as he accepted the end had truly arrived. His last wish was simple: to be reborn into a wealthy family if life came again. With that thought, his consciousness faded into light. Chris realized he had regressed, waking to find himself reborn as a young master of the Magic Empire. He now stood within the Dark Magic Clan, one of 12 great houses supporting the Empire. According to his calculations, he had traveled 15 years back in time. More precisely, he had landed 5 years before the Age of Destruction began. He stood stunned in a lavish room, never expecting demon beasts to be tending gardens like servants. He also realized he already knew exactly who this body's owner was. His new identity was Christian Van Baron Kazar. In a tavern, patrons gossiped, questioning whether someone bearing the noble Van name belonged to a branch family. Another explained that House Kazar was indeed a branch of Baron County, the Dark Magic Clan itself. Despite being a branch family, it held real influence and enormous wealth within the clan. The gossiper added that of the 2 potential heirs, Christian was the worst kind of bastard. He was infamous for constantly stirring up trouble, until even Count Kazar gave up on him entirely. Someone remarked this was old news, asking if he had ever changed his ways. The answer came bluntly, that he was eventually murdered by his own relatives. Chris exploded in frustration, cursing that he only wanted to be born into an ordinary rich family. Instead, fate had dropped him straight into this particular household. He couldn't understand why he had become the very bastard fated to die. Standing before a mirror, he urged himself to think clearly and find a way forward. He had awakened in this body 3 days earlier, sharing an oddly similar name to his own. With Christian marked to die in 2 years, murdered by family obsessed with honor, it was clear this young master had truly been a hopeless failure. Chris decided that staying quiet and harmless might be his best chance to avoid the death that awaited him. He reasoned that since he'd woken up rich, he could simply enjoy the wealth and honor quietly. Then he caught himself, realizing there was no way things could stay that simple. He recalled Ragnarok, the coming end of the world, and the war the Demon King of Carnage had unleashed. That war had been meant to sacrifice humanity itself, and by the time anyone understood the truth, both the Dominion of Light and the Magic Empire had already fallen. Chris realized that if he wanted to survive, he had to stop the apocalypse entirely, though countless fiends within the Empire remained loyal to the Demon King. To stand against that threat, he needed power greater than the Demon King of Carnage himself. He understood there was only one path capable of granting him that kind of strength. He needed to become the Demon Emperor and claim the very top of the Magic Empire. With 5 years left before the Age of Destruction began, he decided it was worth attempting. If he succeeded, the entire empire, not just this mansion, would belong to him. His father stormed in, furious that Christian had left his room without permission. He scolded him harshly for showing his face after the trouble he'd caused. He threatened to personally behead him if he stepped out of line again. Chris noted just how intimidating Count Kazar's presence truly was. Kneeling before him, Chris apologized for every wrongdoing he had committed, knowing he first had to erase his reputation as a failure. His father questioned whether this sudden change was mockery, given his history. Chris wondered privately what exactly his past self had done to cause such distrust. He admitted the blame was partly his own, explaining he had lost part of his memories 3 days earlier. He claimed reflecting on his past had shown him how wrongly he'd lived, insisting his change of heart was genuine. His father dismissed his words, saying excuses meant nothing without proof. Chris asked to be sent to the punishment cave, vowing a month there would prove his change. Christian walks the palace halls, muttering to himself about the humiliation of bowing to save face against a rival clan. Behind him, nobles scoff quietly, wondering aloud when the family's disgrace will finally grow up. One smirks, certain Christian won't last more than 2 days in the cave. From behind a pillar, someone watches the exchange in silence, red eyes narrowing. At the cave's entrance, armored guards announce their arrival to young Master Christian. A death knight suddenly draws its blade, and Christian remarks dryly that using such guards suits the magic empire's reputation. As the knight blocks the entrance, Christian shrugs it off, so long as it keeps others out. A voice calls out to him, "Big brother," and he turns, startled by the unexpected greeting. Standing before him is Thurn, his biological younger brother, the family's celebrated model student. Without warning, Thurn's blade lashes out, aimed straight at Christian. Though caught off guard, Christian remains unshaken, demanding to know his brother's business, certain it isn't a farewell. Thurn accuses him bitterly of being nothing but a disgrace to their family's name. With a cold glare, he warns Christian that if he tarnishes their honor once more, he'll kill him himself. He presses further, asking if Christian understands this is his final warning. Christian recalls once meeting Thurn long ago, during the Age of Destruction, when the boy was already known for his mastery of curse magic. He smirks inwardly, recalling how endearing Thurn had been as a child, though clearly trained hard since. Unimpressed by the threat, Christian simply tells him to move, calling him nothing but a brat next to what the Age of Destruction once threw at him. Thurn freezes, demanding to know what he just said. Christian brushes past without concern, while Thurn seethes, insisting he means every word of his warning. Left fuming at the cave's entrance, Thurn shouts after him, furious at being dismissed so easily. Christian walks the palace halls, muttering to himself about the humiliation of bowing to save face against a rival clan. Behind him, nobles scoff quietly, wondering aloud when the family's disgrace will finally grow up. One smirks, certain Christian won't last more than 2 days in the cave. From behind a pillar, someone watches the exchange in silence, red eyes narrowing. At the cave's entrance, armored guards announce their arrival to young Master Christian. A death knight suddenly draws its blade, and Christian remarks dryly that using such guards suits the magic empire's reputation. As the knight blocks the entrance, Christian shrugs it off, so long as it keeps others out. A voice calls out to him, "Big brother," and he turns, startled by the unexpected greeting. Standing before him is Thurn, his biological younger brother, the family's celebrated model student. Without warning, Thurn's blade lashes out, aimed straight at Christian. Though caught off guard, Christian remains unshaken, demanding to know his brother's business, certain it isn't a farewell. Thurn accuses him bitterly of being nothing but a disgrace to their family's name. With a cold glare, he warns Christian that if he tarnishes their honor once more, he'll kill him himself. He presses further, asking if Christian understands this is his final warning. Christian recalls once meeting Thurn long ago, during the Age of Destruction, when the boy was already known for his mastery of curse magic. He smirks inwardly, recalling how endearing Thurn had been as a child, though clearly trained hard since. Unimpressed by the threat, Christian simply tells him to move, calling him nothing but a brat next to what the Age of Destruction once threw at him. Thurn freezes, demanding to know what he just said. Christian brushes past without concern, while Thurn seethes, insisting he means every word of his warning. Left fuming at the cave's entrance, Thurn shouts after him, furious at being dismissed so easily. A guard's boot slams the cave door shut, sealing Christian inside complete darkness. Sight and sound vanish instantly, leaving nothing but his own racing heartbeat. Only a faint tingling lingers at his fingertips, the last trace of feeling left to him. He reasons the sensation must be deliberate, letting prisoners handle objects so they don't starve to death in the dark. None of it troubles him though, having endured worse during his years as a treasure hunter. Losing his senses is exactly what he wants, a chance to look deeper into himself. Without this isolation, he can't repair his broken body, a process demanding both time and rare fortune. He recalls the brutal medical training that made him the divine doctor in another life. He remembers too the bone compression technique he adapted from circus body modification years ago. Finally, he considers the magic stones of varying properties, all within his reach now. He marvels bitterly that his clan supplied them so easily, when in his past life he and Evan had fought hard just to obtain them. The process begins with the white magic stone, tasked with purifying the toxins inside him. White mana spreads through his body, tediously clearing every trace of poison. The smallest misstep sends waves of agony tearing through him. Yet he only smiles through it, calling the ordeal nothing more than a simple task. A father asks after his son. Informed the boy entered the punishment cave without protest. Alone at his desk, the father worries the ordeal might shatter him completely. Memory surfaces of a boy once celebrated as remarkably gifted with a blade. Now collapsed and cloaked in dark energy, no one understands his sudden decline. A hand plunges into blood-red water, his talent seemingly twisted into arrogance. Restrained and bleeding, someone decides ruin or death is kinder than his current path. Determined, he vows to prove himself through deeds rather than empty words. The father resolves to stop hoping, convinced he's been deceived too often. A servant is questioned about anything unusual witnessed before the young master's confinement. Nervous, the servant hesitates, urged to withhold nothing and report fully. Revealed, he smuggled in magic stones, including one causing dangerous hallucinations. The father coldly refuses to intervene, ordering him left to face death alone. A month passes. He stands calmly before the sealed, crackling cave doors. The father imagines him broken, expecting to find a hollow wreck. Instead, he emerges composed, unexpectedly transformed by the isolation he endured. Eyes blazing, he greets his father with sharp, unfamiliar confidence. Guards flank him as he calmly asks if his change is surprising. He recalls his earlier promise to return utterly changed. The father recognizes that fierce childhood gaze, long absent, now returned. Impressed, the father acknowledges he endured, met with a knowing, confident laugh. The father dismisses his son's progress as minor, still refusing to offer trust. Privately, he reflects that training left no room for boredom during his confinement. He credits the Dreamstone as the true turning point in his transformation. The butler had tried stopping him from bringing the narcotic stone inside, but he stayed stubborn. The hallucinations it caused sharply accelerated his metamorphosis. He boasts of forging 2 cores, calling himself the strongest in theory. Testing his power, he casts a simple light spell, still claiming genius status. He conceals his light core beneath the darkness core, fearing the fiend's reaction. Just when things seemed settled, something unexpected shattered the calm. A strange stone lodges itself near his ear, eyes glowing crimson. He realizes the Dreamstone was given to him deliberately, calling it a mess. Someone intended to break him down, hoping to sacrifice him for their own advancement. Having survived, he approaches his father to request something in return. The father coldly permits him to speak. He asks to use the Black Swamp Knights' training grounds. His father scoffs, insisting someone so worthless has no place among them. The Knights are revealed as one of 3 elite orders defending the Dark Magic clan. He clarifies he only wants to borrow the grounds, believing their discipline could influence him. He states plainly he has no interest in joining their order. His father relents, warning him not to disgrace himself before the Knights. Before leaving, he mentions there's one more request he wants to make. He travels toward the Black Swamp Knights' grounds, arriving at their bustling outpost. Dressed sharply, he steps forward while the knights nearby take notice of his presence. They murmur, recognizing him as the clan's foolish young master, questioning why he came. He reveals a second motive, asking about the library, told a recommendation letter grants access. The library holds Count Khazar's dark magic grimoires, essential for him to learn magic. He questions why a condition was added, insisting he remains a rightful clan member. He's reminded of past attempts selling grimoires cheaply on the black market, humiliated by his own history. He decides earning the deputy commander's recognition must become his top priority now. A knight sneers, warning him this isn't a place someone so lowly can casually enter. Another recognizes him, groaning at the trouble his presence always seems to bring. Undeterred, he smirks internally, sensing this confrontation might be a valuable opportunity. At the training grounds, Christian faced a masked beastman and Thurn, who gave him one last warning to turn back, reminding him he'd barely escaped death in the punishment cave. Thurn pressed further, asking if Christian truly meant to stand behind his declaration. Startled onlookers realized the Count himself had personally granted Christian access to the training grounds. A soldier admitted he respected the Count's decision, though clearly uneasy about it. A dark energy-wielding woman appeared, openly doubting Christian's credibility. Christian tensed as her identity was revealed, Deputy Commander Melon. Recognizing her aura as high-tier dark energy meant to intimidate him, Christian calmly greeted her instead of backing down. Melon was stunned that he withstood her pressure without flinching. Christian declared he would prove his right to train there, prompting her challenge to do exactly that. He proposed proving himself by defeating one of the fiend guards present. He clarified he wasn't joking, this was a serious request. Citing his weakened dark energy from years of reckless living, he asked instead for an unarmed duel. Melon doubted he stood any real chance, worried about the young heir getting injured. Christian smiled, already deciding who his opponent would be. He named Thurn as his chosen rival. The declaration provoked outrage among those watching. Melon urged him to pick someone more fitting, reminding him Thurn held a 2-star rank. That rank was extraordinary for a boy of only 13. Christian reflected that without true talent, age meant nothing. but he was no ordinary bastard himself. Resolved, he confirmed his choice. Facing Thurn was still the right test. Blood splattered across his shirt. Christian taunted Thurn directly, asking if he truly feared his own brother. Gritting his teeth, Thurn accepted the duel through clenched breath. The onlookers roared for Thurn to crush the bastard, while the Count promised special training if Thurn returned him unharmed. Christian calmly asked Melon how victory would be determined, whether the match ended only when one side surrendered. Melon scoffed at his impudence, deciding the fight should instead continue until one combatant was fully incapacitated, hoping Thurn would cripple him outright. A bystander mocked Christian, warning him a brutal beating awaited. Thurn snapped, swearing he'd silence that mouth for good. He lunged forward instantly, moving to strike first. Christian smirked, noting the fight had already begun before Thurn even realized it. Thurn screamed for him to shut up as their fists collided in a blur. Christian admitted that against dark energy he'd stand no chance, but a bare-handed duel changed everything. Grunting through the exchange, he recalled the countless battles fought in his past life. His true strength in light-based power, honed within the punishment cave, had already reached 3-star. The surrounding fighters stared in disbelief at what had just unfolded. Thurn collapsed to his knees, breathing raggedly before the crowd. Christian teased him, asking if he was crying and offering to comfort his wound. Trembling, Thurn demanded to know what trick had been used against him. Christian denied any trickery, savoring the satisfying sight before him. He leaned in, asking if Thurn was simply too weak. Thurn muttered his surrender, though Christian mockingly asked him to repeat it louder. Enraged, Thurn screamed that he would kill him, launching himself forward in a furious charge. Christian dodged with ease, praising the sudden burst of speed as fitting spirit for a real fight. Their fists clashed rapidly, blow after blow crashing together in a relentless exchange. Thurn froze in shock, realizing his dark energy had somehow failed to answer his call. Christian pressed the advantage, moving purely on instinct as the fight reached its peak. A final decisive blow sent Thurn crashing to the ground, blood marking his defeat. Watching from the sidelines, onlookers whispered that Thurn must have let his guard down, worried about hurting the young bastard. Standing over him, Christian asked calmly if this result was proof enough of his qualification. Melon conceded quietly, thanking him for settling the matter. Satisfied, Christian smiled to himself, vowing to devour every skill before him, sword and magic alike. Christian reaches a new milestone in dark magic, though the tainted energy he inherited makes control difficult. Seated on his throne, he considers that combining light magic with his current power will require further growth. A surge of icy energy floods the room as he tests his abilities. His assigned maid, a spectral being named Murim, appears when summoned. He privately notes the irony of a powerful spirit forced into servant duties, blaming his own past mischief for the arrangement. He resolves to find a replacement for her, and requests a simple drink before training. Murim, unfamiliar with human tastes, questions whether the juice should contain blood. He dozes off, muttering nonsense about the strange juice as she watches, startled. A servant boy rushes over, addressing him as young master. A concerned attendant asks if he's overtraining. The man, Cox, insists he always believed in him. Christian coldly dismisses the unsolicited loyalty. Cox apologizes for overstepping and wishes him well. Watching him leave, Christian senses something suspicious about the man. Outside, he notices the guard's demeanor has softened. He considers slowly winning their trust. He battles a bird-like creature in open terrain. Deep in a camp, a similar creature is addressed as Deputy Commander. A hooded figure reports Christian's daily training visits to a woman in command. She broods over his intentions and a mysterious past duel. Young Master Thurn's swordsmanship proves sharp and precise during their clash. Christian dispels his dark energy at the exact right moment, catching Thurn off guard. Onlookers sense his growing power might even surpass Eskid de Baron, heir of the main family. A skeptic dismisses the idea, insisting his reckless lifestyle already drained his dark energy for good. The commander concludes it's now impossible for him to close that gap. Drawn by the noise, she asks what's happening near the tents. A soldier nervously reports that the young master clashed with a squire. Another asks if the defeated squire, Cannon, was truly a 1-star fiend. She questions in disbelief whether the bastard has also reached 1 star. Christian mocks the Black Swamp Knights, saying they don't live up to their reputation, and asks if anyone else will step forward. A hot-headed knight snaps, refusing to be called cowardly. A quiet challenger introduces himself simply as Torin. Christian grins, confident they've walked straight into his trap. Torin recalls being forced to teach knight secrets to a supposed failure. Christian resolves to steal the technique through combat instead. Torin notices his grip and footwork mirror something familiar. Christian recognizes it as the legendary mud swordsmanship, testing it roughly. Their blades collide in a burst of light. Torin falls, defeated. The commander wonders in shock how his ruined core allowed him to reach 1 star. Christian mocks the knight's defeat, blaming the deputy commander for their weak showing. The group bristles, questioning if the reckless bastard has gone too far. He challenges the deputy commander directly to prove her skill. She lunges forward, demanding to see the true skills of the Black Swamp Knights. Their blades clash violently across the battlefield. Christian stands victorious as another opponent lies defeated behind him. She rises, furious, vowing to finish him within a single second.
Christian faced the rival confidently, readying for a dangerous match. The opposing fighter raised their blade, threatening Christian with serious damage. Christian calculated rapidly, anticipating every attack as maintaining steady stance. The young master lunged forward, evading assaults with swift and precise movements. The enemy labored, incapable to land blows against Christian's cautious defense. Onlookers noted Christian's unusual restraint, shocked by his immense skill. The opposing fighter's assaults repeatedly failed, causing mounting frustration and desperation. The young master's calm expression contrasted sharply with the foe's panicked reactions. Christian abruptly unleashed magic, close by his sword with a purple aura. Strength exploded outward, forcing the foe to struggle against the attack. During that moment, that battlefield shook fiercely as the sorcery collided with incredible force. Christian advanced strategically, using gaps the rival could not defend. Each assault landed perfectly, weakening the foe with precise, calculated movements. During that moment, that match ended as Christian stood victorious, breathing steadily and assuredly. In that instant, Melon covered her face, blood dripping, amazed by Christian's tactics. Christian observed cautiously, analyzing every opening during Melon's guarding stance. He realized his scheme worked, using her sorcery restriction perfectly. Melon laughed, despite wounds, shocked by Christian's unexpected strategic headbutt. The young master adjusted, focusing now entirely on ending the match decisively. The rival admitted her defeat, recognizing Christian's immense skill clearly. In that instant, Melon offered a rematch, requesting a favor in exchange cautiously. The young master consented with a subtle smile, accepting her unusual proposal. Both prepared for future encounters, maintaining strain and mutual admiration quietly. The young master revealed his identity as the heir of the Dark Mage clan. During that moment, Melon's eyes widened, stunned by his unexpected noble revelation instantly. The young master explained the succession rules, establishing authority over her closely. The young master challenged Melon to another match after a 1-month interval. At that moment, Melon paused, recognizing the risks but respecting his confident words. In that instant, both left the battlefield readying for future trials and lessons. The young master handed the letter to the elder, containing Melon's recommendation. In that instant, that elder examined the paper, evaluating the demon's training cautiously. Melon praised Christian, acknowledging his genius and notable battle skills. The elder was surprised, realizing Christian's remarkable skills and possible. Christian stood quietly, anticipating the elder's judgment with cautious patience. The young master received the key to the archive, symbolizing granted access. The young master went into the archive holding the key that unlocked countless secrets. His actions surprised Melon as he readied himself to command the Dark Mages. The young master recalled on timing, realizing a month of cautious preparation sufficed. Count Khazar appeared, his aura imposing admiration and familial acknowledgement immediately. The young master regarded his father's approval cautiously, wanting to strengthen family bonds. The young master promised not to disappoint, committing to responsibility and inherited predictions. The young master explored the library, discovering prohibited texts on bloodline sorcery. He studied cautiously, knowing summoning arts and dangerous curse methods fully. The young master prepared meticulously, planning to utilize this insight for strategic edge. Melon abruptly arrived in the library, attempting to attack Christian suddenly. The young master was caught off guard briefly but rapidly defended against her assault. Their confrontation ended with Christian suppressing Melon as securing important insight quietly. Christian cautiously inspected the ancient book, feeling the perilous seal of binding. During that moment, placing his hand upon it, he ignored warnings about insufficient arcane strength. At that moment, confident of his ability, he grinned, insisting he could command the technique. The maid observed quietly, impressed by his intelligence and exceptional skills. At that point, thoughts of admiration and embarrassment crossed her thoughts at his cleverness. During that moment, revealing his intent, Christian explained he chose the book to trap someone. The young master and his companions sprinted across the field, confronting Teru, his adversary. During that moment, posters indicated Cox as next target, raising suspicion about his unusual access. At that moment, cautious assessment convinced him that someone manipulated events toward the punishment ward. At that point, acting like a delinquent, he planned to lure the culprit naturally. The young master's targets responded angrily, confused by Christian's deliberate attempts to provoke them. Observers questioned his strange moves, unaware of the tactics secret behind them. At that moment, chaos erupted in the dining hall as Christian dramatically overturned several plates. The household attendants stared in disbelief as he used the act to test them. In that instant, requiring the food returned, he signaled the scheme to expose the culprit. At that moment, silent reflection made him realize he had naively believed others' changes. At that point, watching someone exit the room, he felt an unexpected twinge of regret. At that moment, nevertheless, he told himself his move served Khazar household's greater interests. The young master spent days spreading rumors about coming back to delinquent behavior deliberately. During that moment, mocking and harassing servants, he created intentional disorder to preserve his reputation. At that moment, reckless spending drew notice, reinforcing his cautiously crafted image as troublemaker. The young master tested with alcohol separation, drinking freely as technically still underage. At that point, that maid observed his behavior in astonishment, admiring his clever manipulation. The young master confirmed command of the seal of binding and continued studying sorcery. Praising his intellect, she acknowledged his genius although the nearby chaos. In that instant, allies were instructed to pretend drunkenness, forming a trap for the culprit. Older brother responded with rage, stunned by Christian's apparent delinquent return. At that point, after cautious assessment, Christian ended his brother bore no responsibility whatsoever. He clarified that someone tried to break him down, so he complied. At that moment, surprise marked his brother's face upon realizing Christian's behavior was deliberate. During that moment, examining the wine, he realized the alcohol itself was entirely fake. In that instant, questioning who the rat could be, he investigated the orchestrating person. The young master predicted the culprit ultimately would take the bait, revealing themselves naturally. During that moment, grabbing the wrong bottle, he demanded replacement, forming scene to provoke notice. At that moment, hesitation arrived on the butler's face, noting Cox was absent elsewhere. At that point, deciding to confront Cox himself, Christian acted drunk to lure the instigator. At that moment, smashing the bottle, he emphasized demands, forcing servants to rapidly react. The butler was chastised for bringing the wrong bottle, claiming entire command. At point, hesitantly complying, the butler followed instructions as Christian maintained calm composure. At that moment, Butler was directed to manage the situation independently, showcasing strategic intimidation. Christian waited quietly as the butler readied himself to leave the scene. In that instant, cautiously observing reactions, he noted disruption and patience made the scheme effective. During that moment, Butler braced himself, recognizing Christian's capacity to humiliate as remaining composed. At that point, provocative behavior continued, leaving servants uncertain whether moves were staged or genuine. In that instant, monitoring every response, he knew the real rat would ultimately appear. Examining a document, Christian instantly noticed a clue verifying his growing suspicions. At that moment, one knowing smile arrived, realizing he correctly identified the manipulative key player. At that moment, noting Butler's potential involvement, he still needed administrative evidence for confirmation. During that moment, approaching with wine, the butler maintained composure, although the preceding chaos steadily. In that instant, gratitude showed. Christian reassured the butler he remained unbothered by mistakes. In that instant, hesitating briefly, the butler mentioned friends wanting a private meeting with Christian. The young master asked clarifying questions about the friends, remaining cautious as showing interest. At that moment, that butler stressed he could meet them freely, granting finished pick. At that point, following the suggestion, Christian noted events unfolding smoothly, readying for approaching encounter.
Christian rested quietly as food was served on the table. Aristocrats praised him loudly as discussing recent changes in personality. One aristocrat raised one glass, proposing a drink to celebrate. Christian gripped the cup with a calculating look on features. The aristocrat drank instantly, unaware of the concealed trick inside. Blood splattered abruptly throughout the table, shocking everyone close by instantly. Christian exposed his covert, employing colored smoke from the cup. Guests dropped back, frightened by mystic display and surprising power. Christian's aura radiated command, asserting dominance over frightened aristocrats and servants. Christian assaulted aggressively, hitting those who dared resist fiercely. Aristocrats screamed in pain as chaos expanded throughout the room. Christian kept composed command, eliminating threats while standing firmly above, bound and injured. Aristocrats pleaded for mercy, terror showing plainly. Christian glared fiercely, gripping one knife, threatening permanent death instantly. That chamber dropped silent as Christian established undisputed dominance decisively. Christian remained quietly as the tied nobles begged desperately for mercy. One aristocrat confessed his orders, clarifying threats departed him helpless. Christian stared intently, compelling them to reveal that commanding mastermind. That aristocrat swore obedience, fearing Christian's threatening glare and sharp blade. Christian agreed to the oath, binding them magically to follow instructions. Both aristocrats screamed loudly as force compelled compliance with frightening intensity. One royal attendant hurriedly reported that a terrible incident occurred. Officials expressed concern over Christian's recent actions and fierce behavior. The attendant clarified how the youthful master killed his servant recently.
Orders were given to bring Christian to that demon court instantly. Christian emerged composed, readying to use his own summary judgment. Officials observed warily, their expressions showing terror of his authority. Christian remained boldly at the court, declaring his complete innocence plainly. Officials questioned that reality, mentioning the aura of a witness. Christian stayed composed, preparing to clarify every misunderstandings with careful reasoning. Christian stepped into that chamber with a confident smile and piercing gaze. The man questioned that attendants, clarifying who was responsible for the incident. Attendants nervously clarified how the youthful master protected and helped her. That girl identified the conspirators who attempted to poison Christian earlier. Christian quietly acknowledged the circumstance and readied for the decisive confrontation. He raised his palm, starting to manipulate mystic energy strategically. The guilty aristocrats confessed, clarifying that Butler Cox had commanded the frame. Christian stayed composed, observing reactions and assessing that extent of deception. Officials protested angrily, insisting that youthful master was unfairly framing them. Christian asked one proxy to interrogate Butler Cox personally on proof. That count hesitated but permitted Christian to command the proceedings directly. Christian shifted swiftly, ready to finish the interrogation and reveal the reality. Christian remained at that court, formally asking Cox as the proxy. The man demanded that defendants swear to answer truthfully to every questions. Cox complied under pressure, ensuring Christian could uncover that complete details. Christian activated one mystic seal, surprising that officials and everyone present. The aristocrats fought as purple mana restrained them with invisible chains. Everyone in the court observed in shock at Christian's enormous force. Christian clarified that modified seal could be employed at lower levels. He exposed that trap was triggered by compelling 2 binding oaths. The aristocrats screamed, understanding they had unknowingly fallen into a shrewd trap. Christian questioned that main conspirator, compelling him to reveal his intentions plainly. That culprit admitted being threatened and manipulated to ruin the youthful master. Christian identified long-term embezzlement as part of that scheme against him. Under Christian's pressure, that conspirator exposed Lord Asht had given orders. Aristocrats panicked as they understood the second son of Dark Mega household orchestrated everything. Some attempted to flee, but Christian's force prevented any immediate escape attempt. Christian hit decisively, punishing the criminal as maintaining command over the court. Blood splattered throughout that floor, departing the culprits incapacitated and terrified. Christian remained strongly, showing that justice had been executed without mercy plainly. Christian confronted that court, clarifying why he acted so decisively. His bloodied palm displayed the severity of recent lethal confrontations. Christian exposed Lord Asht attempted to falsely frame him fully. They emerged at a concealed training earth, far from observers. Christian's parent questioned that implications of supporting the rightful heir, insisted that he must guard the household's force now, stated that he would turn that heir himself boldly. His parent angrily rejected that idea, claiming it appeared impossible. Christian argued branch families could additionally claim legitimate inheritance rights, acknowledged the current mana was insufficient for crucial ceremony participation. He vowed to reach that needed mana within 2 months, begged the parent for assistance in improving his skills. Attendants whispered about Christian's rigorous training, fearing the tremendous potential. Observers questioned how long Christian would endure that intense physical strain. Christian's swift movements hit with precision, showing enormous rising magical power. Christian executed one precise strike, combining black scythe and mud swords. His instructor observed, stunned that Christian grasped both techniques immediately. Christian questioned whether they must practice each step methodically gradually. Demonstrated one faster method, merging black scythe mana into mud swords. His instructor understood Christian bypassed limitations even mighty swordsmen fought against. Christian clarified employing dual technique interfered with curses, solely energy applied. Movements turned flawless, combining both blade techniques with astonishing precision. His instructor was unable to believe the force 1-star student wielded. Intent mana displayed, he mastered techniques beyond expected human potential. Withstood grueling training, collapsing repeatedly under intense physical and mystic strain. His parent requested if Christian was previously exhausted from excessive effort. Christian persisted regardless of exhaustion, determined to reach peak power earlier the duel, confronted a female rival, tense anticipation for the upcoming match. He acknowledged the intimidation but aimed to learn one matter from confrontation. Christian intending to extract maximum skill and knowledge from match experience readied for the match. Facing his rival confidently today, the man assessed Merlin's power, noting that 4-star high-ranking advantage. Christian understood 1-star rank varied, needing cautious strategy to succeed. Imagined himself as a wealthy youthful master throughout the match. His attendant Mary proudly readied the youthful master's outing essentials. Christian spotted Mary decorated items beautifully, adding elegance and cautious detail. reassured Mary, stating serving him was the joy and honor. He requested his parent if the attendant could become human. His parent clarified high-ranking banshees needed contracts, impossible without agreement. Christian listened as his parent clarified cancellation term involved a kiss, blushed, recalling the drunken deal forming in surprising contract. His parent emphatically rejected altering the scheme, leaving Christian frustrated deeply. Christian clarified he required caution, dark mana could hurt crowded people. Mary expressed sorrow, stating the woman had been confined for decades, reluctantly consented, leading Mary closely to avoid harming anyone close by. Christian guided Mary, preventing exposure of the powers in public. The woman admired Christian, thanking him warmly for the kind guidance. They reached at a destination, and Christian spotted Turn awaiting suddenly. Christian rested in the chamber as Turn suddenly appeared unexpectedly. Turn observed cautiously, ensuring Christian refused to act recklessly again. Christian boldly stated the man was simply going to gamble extravagantly. Christian clarified gambling is one legal pastime even demon kings enjoy. Turn insisted he would accompany his sibling to stop deadly mistakes. Christian questioned if Turn's concerns stemmed from protecting household pride secretly. A carriage raced towards that mansion as Christian and Turn neared. That mansion emerged majestic, overwhelming, and astonishingly larger than anticipated. Both brothers moved within, awed by the opulent chamber and surroundings. Christian handed Mary one mask to hide the identity swiftly. Mary followed instructions closely as Christian whispered private guidance, for she obediently readied herself as the brothers readied for entrance warily. Christian placed one mask over his features, readying for gambling event. Both brothers stepped into that gambling chamber, blending discreetly among other participants. Observers whispered, noting Christian emerged unaware, moving directly into that trap. Christian proposed one bet, challenging Turn to gamble for 1 hour. Turn agreed to, smiling as setting rules for his sibling strictly. Christian offered some money, starting that gambling contest boldly and strategically. Christian resolved to go first, placing cards down closely. Calculating that, dealer announced Christian as the winner of the first round. Other players encouraged him to continue playing for larger amounts. Christian intended to let rivals win slightly earlier, increasing stakes significantly. He proceeded methodically, ensuring his rivals felt overly confident throughout rounds. Turn watched closely, noting Christian's tactic resembled typical advanced gambling techniques. Christian mocked Turn as losing little amounts, maintaining one playful demeanor. Turn admitted minor losses, watching the sibling manipulate that gambling table. Observers began spotting Turn as that targeted sucker in the game, successfully baited other players, ensuring they dropped for the trap. The instant reached when he collected winnings, confirming his shrewd gamble strategy. Turn observed in awe, understanding Christian had executed one perfect scam. Christian strode boldly with Mary, seeking the individuals he needed. Mary guided him quietly, showing the targets Christian desired discreetly. Christian acknowledged the efforts, praising her success in finding essential details. Christian neared one mansion, commanding Mary to open its enormous door. Guards were astonished, stopping abruptly as Christian entered without pausing. He boldly removed the mask, showing his identity to that startled. Christian questioned that residents strongly, asking them to bring the leader. Grantel, the guild leader, emerged plainly concerned about Christian's intentions, demanded one private discussion, readying to confront that merchant strategically, accused that guild of cheating, addressing the gambling house directly. That guild leader panicked, claiming ignorance as attempting to explain himself. Identified Turn boldly, pointing out that true culprit among gamblers threatened that guild, demanding compensation for the siblings' stolen money. Guild members begged for mercy, offering payment and pleading desperately for forgiveness. Strongly stated the exact amount required, securing full recompense immediately. Christian demanded money, lowering the needed amount to 200,000. That guild leader worriedly consented, weighing it their entire available fortune. Christian added one more appeal, making that leader nervous and obedient. Exposed that battle equipment purchased with the extorted 200,000. Mary watched the swords in gear, impressed by Christian's cautious preparing. Smiled boldly, aware the bonus blade would be extremely useful later. Christian gripped a gift, clarifying its goal carefully to Mary and companions. Mary expressed curiosity, inspecting that present and understanding it had significance. Christian clarified that gift, showing the thoughtful preparation and strategic generosity plainly, suggested they return home, signaling that end of the errands. Mary smiled happily, following obediently as Christian strode forward boldly. The man joked lightly about blood juice, holding that mood light-hearted and playful. Christian wakes up startled, understanding threat is encircling his mansion urgently. He remembers being departed at that rear, nearly captured as a powerless slave. Granel and allies aid him escape,
preventing a disastrous circumstance instantly. Christian forces the sibling to acknowledge him as respected King Emperor. The sibling struggles, trembling as trying to repeat Christian's demanding command. Christian patiently waits, correcting the sibling until that proper words are spoken. His sibling eventually shouts, showing regard under Christian's careful, commanding presence. Smiles boldly, instructing him to maintain regard and behave correctly. Secretly plans, observing the sibling, calculating strategies to maintain dominance instantly. Contemplates alliances readying to features Ashed, the dark sorcery lord. He reflects on avoiding fights as shaping strategic partnerships within household. Christian's blade clatters on that floor, symbolizing readiness for approaching battles. Christian wields the ancient blade, readying to trial overwhelming enemies efficiently. He unleashes mighty strikes, testing how rivals react to his assaults. Christian focuses intensely, aiming to secure victory as avoiding unnecessary personal hazard. Christian studies that glowing artifact, assessing patterns and understanding its mechanics. He practices repeatedly, swinging that armament to master its unique skills. Sparks fly as mana releases, showing the armament's enormous destructive potential. Christian tests his power, gripping that hammers and enduring intense strain. He swings with precision, pushing himself beyond normal limits without pausing. Resolve grows stronger, readying him for challenges forward strategically. Christian enters the covert training earth, greeted by mentors and experienced allies. He notices an enigmatic figure standing quietly, exuding deadly and intimidating presence. Recognizes that Black Shadow Knight commander, ready for the crucial introduction. That commander explains the role, assisting current head and overseeing covert operations. Christian observes closely, noting political dynamics and that commander's significant influence. He strategizes quietly, weighing future alliances and potential threats from mighty factions. Christian faces one shadowy figure, assessing his rival's motives and enigmatic aura. He weighs bold action against reckless engagement, resolving the next move closely. Christian draws his chained armament, readying to confront threat with controlled confidence. The commander warns Christian, asking the reckless usage of the mighty armament. Remains composed, asserting the man must use it to ensure victory. Observers react nervously, understanding the deadly nature of the holy blade. Christian swings the armament, glowing mana surging from its enormous blade. Sparks fly fiercely, indicating the armament's enormous destructive and magical potential. The commander watches closely, astonished at Christian's skill and command exhibited. Christian reveals his technique, clarifying he can command even the lethal sword. He demonstrates boldly, showing his skill surpasses previous heads of the household. The uncle and that commander exchange impressed glances, acknowledging Christian's remarkable talent. Christian's composed aura intimidates others as he prepares for his next trial. Lone rival warrior appears, stating ominously that today will be Christian's last. Christian remains resolute, gripping his armament strongly, ready to features danger. Christian dashed forward, mana radiating, blades slicing through that approaching darkness. He clashed fiercely with shadows, sparks exploding throughout that ruined battlefield. His gaze narrowed, calculating each movement to exploit the foe's weakness. Two observers observed quietly, impressed by the child's overwhelming mystic power. Christian's strikes collided with that foe, forming bursts of radiant destruction. The man launched forward, deflecting assaults with unmatched speed and precise timing. The observers discussed silently, assessing Christian's technique and mana command methods. Christian adjusted his mana flow, dodging rejection from the holy armament. His movements were fluid, anticipating assaults as holding steady offensive pressure. Christian proceeded, gaze sharp, calculating each swing of the mighty sword. The man demonstrated mastery, combining skill and observation to dominate that fight. The understanding of stances permitted him to counter even unpredictable assaults. The foe tried green mana, compelling Christian to dodge and counter quickly. Sparks flew around him, showing precise timing and reflexive defensive movements. Eventually, Christian succeeded neutralizing the threat as maintaining unbroken fight composure. Christian spotted an item, understanding it should stay safely in storage. The man skillfully grabbed it, demonstrating precise timing and quick movements. Observers observed nervously, unsure how this theft would impact that fight. Christian threw that item with exact force, aiming towards the foe. The projectile collided with green mana, forming an enormous explosive impact. His rival fought, unable to avoid the precise destructive assault effectively. Christian stayed intent, anticipating foe movements while preparing his next strike. Flames erupted as the man retaliated, controlling that battlefield with perfect accuracy. That foe reeled back, giving Christian one clear advantage and momentum. Christian employed tactic, throwing corrosive beads mid-air to manipulate the fight. Observers gasped,
understanding the genius at the rear each carefully calculated maneuver displayed. The explosive impact departed the foe struggling as Christian maintained full control. That rival, exhausted, advanced angrily, intent on overwhelming Christian with brute force. Christian's composure stayed, effortlessly anticipating assaults and exploiting weak points. His adversary roared in frustration. As Christian readied for that decisive counterattack, Christian defended against a savage strike, blocking that assault with precision. The rival pushed forward relentlessly, trying to overwhelm his steady guard. Christian retaliated instantly, turning the tide with his calculated blade movement. Observers cheered, amazed at Christian's skill and relentless, fearless battle tactic. The rival stumbled, astonished by the youthful master's exceptional reflex and insight. Christian grinned, plainly enjoying that thrill of the victorious confrontation. Christian offered his palm in regard, signaling the match's official end. That rival agreed too, showing mutual recognition for their skillful and daring fight. Observers quietly admired that display of honor and mighty tactical execution. An elder pondered on that difficulty of controlling mana throughout intense battles. He weighed solely one genius could handle mana with absolute mastery. The blade rested silently, awaiting its next master's cautious, skillful hands. Christian and his ally gazed towards the horizon, contemplating future possibilities together. They quietly weighed, fulfilling their parents' long-held ambitions and shared dreams. That sun set over the estate, promising one new era of force. Christian worked diligently in that kitchen, readying ingredients meticulously. Abruptly, a powerful green palm smashed vegetables onto the counter. Strawberries emerged perfectly sliced, ready to be arranged on dessert. Christian closely placed strawberries atop one freshly baked creamy cake. That cake shimmered brilliantly under the kitchen's bright golden light. His maid watched quietly, admiring that skill and precise movements. Christian resolved to make cookies, assembling flour, eggs, and chocolate. The man skillfully mixed ingredients, ignoring that chaos around him quietly. One drop of red dropped, accidentally blending with cookie dough fully. Christian delivered cookies to Miss Marian beyond, gripping the gift closely. The woman agreed to politely, observing him with soft, attentive gaze. Christian clarified he desired to present a matter special sincerely today. Miss Marian opened that box, showing various cookies neatly arranged beautifully. The woman smiled gently, appreciating Christian's thoughtfulness and heartfelt effort plainly. Others observed silently, noting the charm and considerate, deliberate gestures. Miss Marian gripped that cookie box, inviting Christian to taste closely. The woman sampled one, gaze widening slightly as flavors expanded delightfully. Christian watched her look, noting satisfaction and thoughtful approval silently. Christian requested politely if the woman desired anything in return today. Miss Marian gazed astonished, pausing briefly to consider that question. She consented, granting Christian's appeal to call her the aunt. Christian expressed desire for her backing throughout that succession conflict. Miss Marian rejected politely, citing that household rule for fairness. He clarified the appeal was pure, seeking solely familial closeness. Christian asked subtle guidance, promising regard and cautious attention always. Miss Marian analyzed him, evaluating honesty and genuine aim sincerely. She smiled slightly, understanding his resolve and heartfelt, thoughtful promise plainly. The woman agreed to, emphasizing mutual regard and encouragement for future interactions. Christian thanked thee eagerly, expressing joy at achieving desired closeness instantly. Both shared one composed, meaningful instant, strengthened by trust and understanding. Miss Marian suggested Christian join that Black Shadow Knights warily today's. She praised his performance throughout that match with Merlin openly. Christian listened intently, weighing the proposal and its future consequences closely. The woman expressed concern that the talent might outshine that current head. Christian's competitors stayed formidable, making the route challenging and demanding constantly. He smiled boldly, assuring that he would never fail suddenly. Christian thanked the promising to stay determined and loyal throughout. Miss Marian acknowledged the boldness, weighing him mature for his age. She agreed to that he could choose the own route boldly. She advised him to be cautious of that first princess warily. Christian vowed to remember her caution as keeping focus on succession. He nodded respectfully, identifying that value of the experience wisely. Miss Marian bid farewell, departing Christian thoughtful and determined instantly. Christian lay on the bed, reflecting on advice and upcoming challenges. He resolved to feature the trials forward with courage and tactic. Christian pondered on his parents' power, noting their legendary mystic abilities. Memories of that major war reminded him of past mighty adversaries. The man clenched the fist, determined to stop history from repeating itself. 1 month afterward, Christian neared his parent in the grand office. His parent questioned him,
astonished by Christian's sudden mighty accomplishments recently. Christian exposed he had reached 2 stars, proving remarkable skill and resolve. Christian stared at that progress, amazed by the rapid growth. He proudly showed that achievement, confident in his own skills. One messenger reached, delivering an urgent letter sealed with red wax. That letter exposed news from the main household, causing tense feelings. Solely Turn was approved for that coming-of-age ceremony, excluding Christian. Christian's past reckless actions, like stealing, caused this disapproval from them. Christian's parent angrily defended the son against that unjust accusations. Christian weighed whether Marquise Langham intended this punishment against him. Christian understood the circumstance needed careful thinking and strategic planning immediately. That coming-of-age ceremony determined who would inherit mystic force dominantly. Candidates were limited, needed to complete trials of challenging deadly magic. Christian intended to grow stronger, proving himself capable of mighty mastery. Christian's parent vowed backing, but insisted Christian should try independently first. Christian agreed to, determined to rely solely on the own power. Parent and son shared understanding, hope rising between them for future. Christian intended closely, hiding his intentions at the rear, a confident, mischievous smile. His parent requested about that upcoming participation in the ceremony. Christian's covert skills caused whispers, asking his legitimacy and hidden talent. Christian boldly stated he would participate in the deadly hunting event. That ceremony needed proving power, skill, and courage in real challenges. His resolve astonished observers, promising one different outcome than they expected. Aristocrats watched Christian's growth, wondering if the man could fulfill cherished wishes. Even defying mystic limits, Christian proceeded, rising stronger beyond all expectations. Observers acknowledged the man might be closest to achieving legendary force. Christian's potential caused debates over household intervention and influencing the opportunities. Elders resolved not to interfere, departing Christian to features obstacles independently. Even limited, the force and resolve made him capable of success. Christian's skill impressed that elder, observing growth and ruthless potential developing. The man called Simon, that chief butler, to report Christian's exceptional progress. Christian's aura inspired regard, signaling a rising influence within the dark household. Simon requested that elder about observing youthful Master Christian's behavior closely. That elder approved observation, but reminded Simon not to overstep limits. Simon mischievously weighed playing a little prank as monitoring the young master. Christian closely inspected each mystic creature, testing his hunting abilities thoroughly. The hunt needed precision, attention, and power against dangerous magical beasts. The man executed each action skillfully, surprising the mentors and observers alike. Christian visited merchants, checking mystic supplies, ensuring none was departed unprepared. He demanded uncommon materials like black wood, showcasing the cunning in preparing. Observers noted Christian's meticulous nature, impressed by the rising intelligence and tactic. Christian readied Mary and assistants, ensuring readiness for tasks and experiments closely. The man tested the skills, guiding them to function efficiently under pressure. That team followed the orders, learning trust and cooperation from the leader. Christian demanded challenging items, challenging subordinates to complete tasks successfully without mistakes. He encouraged Mary, pushing limits of the mystic and tactical capabilities closely. Observers acknowledged Christian's growth, understanding the potential surpassed prior expectations significantly. Christian asked one dagger capable of piercing armor, showing cautious preparation. He departed the merchant swiftly, departing the assistant frustrated and confused. That assistant yelled in despair, understanding Christian's intentions were unpredictable and mischievous. Christian came back to the laboratory, guiding Mary to prepare mystic experiments instantly. He closely chose ingredients, selecting items exactly for a mighty magical concoction. The experiment commenced, showing Christian's rising mastery and assurance over deadly magical arts. Christian watched the chamber, spotting his servants scrambling nervously nearby. He faced his advisors, readying to take decisive action instantly. The youthful master resolved to protect the family's honor without pausing. Beyond, Christian spotted his sibling approaching under the heavy morning rain. That younger sibling greeted him formally, showing regard to his sibling. Christian listened closely as his sibling warned him about dangerous hunts. The older sibling intervened, urging both to attention on immediate tasks. Christian vowed to complete that mission efficiently, delivering successful results. The attendants questioned their parent, unaware of Christian's covert authority again. At that Tyreman barony, guards stopped the entrance, denying access strongly. Christian's look darkened, identifying the obstruction as a personal trial. He ordered the attendants to act instantly, asserting authority over all. Christian glared at that barony, declaring the man would claim essential accommodations.
Attendants scrambled nervously, readying to execute the orders without any hesitation. The youthful master smiled slightly, confident his scheme would succeed entirely. Christian stepped into that grand courtyard, spotting sparkling fountains and architecture. That mansion towered above, exuding elegance under the bright morning sun. Attendants followed him closely, carrying luggage and readying for immediate arrangements. Christian opened that chests, inspecting their contents closely, earlier organizing items. A maid emerged abruptly, expressing excitement about the luxurious chamber's condition. She stated her devotion, promising eternal service to the youthful master. Christian emerged, slightly embarrassed, unsure how to respond to the flattery. He spotted one scowling man approaching, demanding explanation about that sudden intrusion. Christian quietly clarified his purchase of one mansion for proper accommodations. Beyond, dark magic energy enveloped a monstrous feline, readied himself to attack. Christian watched closely, assessing the magical threat approaching the mansion swiftly. He contemplated the deadly beast, noting its incredible power and abilities. Christian grabbed one staff, readying to confront that beast with precision. He directed the maid quietly, ensuring coordinated tactic against the threat. The youthful master confronted the glowing, fierce feline ready for fight. Christian engaged that panther, swinging the staff to block assaults. That panther lunged fiercely, claws scraping fiercely against the stone floor. Christian narrowly avoided a strike, assessing that animal's mystic skills. That rival yelled fiercely, urging the panther to finish the assault. Christian calculated swiftly, preparing a countermeasure to guard his position. The man stayed composed, readying to use precise timing against aggression. That panther clawed through the wall, departing cracks in its route. Christian vanished from sight, reappearing strategically at the rear of the aggressive foe. His assault hit the rival unexpectedly, leaving him momentarily off balance. Christian confronted the panther and foe together, readying his mystic power. That rival screamed furiously, unable to regain command of the panther. Christian kept composure, letting that illusionary spell distract the foe effectively. That panther roared in confusion, unable to respond to Christian's deception. Christian smirked, clarifying that illusion was one simple 2-star trick. The rival seethed angrily, understanding his own sorcery couldn't surpass skill. Christian faced the foe, summoning dark mystic energy around himself quickly. The rival ordered the panther aggressively, attempting to overwhelm Christian with assaults. Christian hit, exactly, hitting the foe before any preparation or transformation occurred. That panther froze in sight, unable to continue battling effectively anymore. Christian smiled boldly, clarifying his instant assault bypassed casting or transformation. The rival staggered, realizing his magic was unable to overcome Christian's superior skill. Chris sits at that table, readying to rest silently. Cards and coins scatter throughout that table under warm light. He contemplates tactic closely, ignoring his assistant's concerned caution. One sudden drink is offered, shaking Chris's cautious plans slightly. The man reacts swiftly, refusing that glass with sharp gestures. Observers watch nervously, unsure if the man will drink alcohol. Chris challenges that new party, inviting them to play warily. Rivals hesitate briefly, weighing that consequences of the mischievous offer. The man laughs quietly, plotting command over everyone present skillfully. Night falls, and Chris leans against that window thoughtfully. The rivals hide, whispering, assuming he cannot watch them quietly. Cards fall near him, signaling that end of the attempts. Chris prepares to leave, signaling Mary to follow him discreetly. The woman hesitates slightly, unsure about that potion concealed within. The man confirms that vial's true goal, avoiding potential unnecessary mistakes. Chris arrives at that mountain range under moonlight quietly. He observes that concealed realm warily, aware of dangers. He senses mighty monsters close by, stepping silently among shadows. Chris focuses, activating that invisibility spell to stay undetected. The man monitors that enchanted guards patrolling closely, avoiding detection. One glowing mystic aura surrounds him as the man progresses forward. That altar appears, gleaming, showing one enigmatic ceremonial importance. Chris inspects that region, analyzing the patterns and symbols. Mary points at that instructions, clarifying the deadly ritual. Chris touches that object, triggering one bright, intense mana surge. Terror and force intertwine, transforming the beast into valuable ebony. He observes closely, learning how terror manipulates that ritual process. Chris struggles, understanding time is too short to succeed. He senses movement at that rear him, wondering who is approaching quietly. Stepping forward, the man prepares for confrontation, ready to act. Chris enters one dark cave, cautious of any lurking dangers. Shadows move strangely, making him pause earlier, stepping closely forward. He observes enigmatic symbols glowing, feeling an ominous mystic aura. Chris witnesses one great eye observing him from a distance. That mystic seals pulsate with mana, alerting him instantly. He prepares his potion, aware this trial will be deadly. Chris watches as one flying red beast descends from above. The foe appears confident, daring him to react swiftly. He calculates movements closely, readying to counter that incoming assault. Chris approaches that ritual circle, feeling the blood sorcery activate. Red sigils glow intensely, marking that region with lethal precision. The man steels himself, aware harsh consequences await any mistakes now. The woods glimmered under sunlight as the party neared cautiously. Christian planted one spear into that earth, signaling readiness for action. The 5 allies remained at the rear him, prepared for the upcoming challenge. Tension rose as the party argued about tactic and armament effectiveness. Christian demonstrated the scheme, showing intelligence beyond what others expected instantly. Leaders resolved to lure Karasov towards the altar, shifting warily forward. Christian watched the surroundings while his companions readied himself to guard the area. Instructions were given plainly, ensuring everyone grasped their assigned positions quietly. Christian smirked, confident the trap and tactic would work perfectly. Allies discussed remaining vigilant as Christian intended quietly, considering every possible scenario. Tasks were divided between guarding that flag and monitoring incoming threats. Christian readied arms, determining how he would respond throughout the upcoming battle. Christian spotted movement in the woods, alerting himself to imminent threat. The beast emerged abruptly, displaying glowing gaze and an intimidating presence nearby. Christian and allies readied themselves, bracing for that first encounter strategically. Christian stared wide-eyed at that beast's sparkling, unusually adorable, unusual appearance. Karasov readied himself as the beast's movements displayed increasing unpredictability quickly. Allies readied himself to follow orders as Christian calculated strategy silently again. The beast lunged aggressively, assaulting abruptly with unexpected speed and lethal force. Karasov evaded rapidly, narrowly avoiding the beast's striking, poisonous, crushing impact. Christian and allies kept formation, bracing for the fight's unpredictable intensity instantly. Allies reacted instantly to poison spreading from the beast's lethal claws quickly. Karasov attempted countermeasures, relying on past preparations against that beast's poison. Christian issued commands, directing everyone to maintain defensive lines under pressure. Beast assaulted once more, forcing Karasov to block and evade its crushing blows. The party fought as continuous assaults stopped recovery from previous wounds dangerously. Christian watched, calculating how to manipulate that beast to their advantage next. Christian eventually executed his scheme, distracting the beast while allies readied coordinated strikes. Karasov's ally reacted, supporting defense as Christian lured the beast skillfully forward. The beast dropped into Christian's trap, permitting the group to stabilize cautiously. Christian smirked boldly, observing how the beast underestimated his readiness instantly. Karasov fought briefly while Christian readied himself to engage the creature strategically carefully. The allies observed closely, trusting Christian's scheme despite imminent danger surrounding them. Christian launched himself at the beast, hitting exactly with swift, calculated movements. Mana surged around him as dark sorcery enhanced the assault instantly. The beast recoiled fiercely from Christian's assault, showing increasing aggressive, furious reactions swiftly. Christian grappled with the beast, compelling it to react to surprising pressure. Karasov called out, attempting to coordinate that party's defensive formation swiftly. That beast's resistance intensified, causing everyone to brace for significant deadly impact. Christian kept command, hitting strategically while avoiding the monster's deadly, poisonous claws. The beast roared loudly, expressing its fury and desperation throughout ongoing fight. Christian's allies followed instructions exactly, gripping lines and defending against deadly attacks. The party spotted new threats approaching, compelling them to stay vigilant immediately. Christian readied his arms, preparing next move as monitoring battlefield cautiously. Together, they readied for coordinated tactic, bracing against both beast and hazards. Christian and his ally discovered one glowing gray mystic item. Abruptly, an enigmatic figure emerged, causing tension among the group. The party readied for confrontation as dark mana swirled ominously. Christian acknowledged that assistance received, showing cautious regard towards ally. He inspected 3 distinct mystic orbs, evaluating the unique potential. Christian and his ally strategized, readying to combine powers closely. Darkness expanded rapidly, threatening to consume the surroundings with threat. The ally faced approaching foes while Christian stayed alert and calculating. A sudden assault compelled Christian to react, narrowly avoiding lethal blows. Red mana expanded fiercely, shaping a powerful magical barrier around them.
Christian assessed the unusual phenomenon, identifying the danger it represented. The foe watched from a distance, readying to intervene strategically. The youthful master released concentrated sorcery, directing it towards distant creatures. Christian understood that threat would escalate if they delayed intervention. Mana dispersed throughout the landscape, departing devastation and uncertainty in aftermath. Christian glared at that foe, refusing to allow being spied upon. That demon sneered, recalling past battles and deadly mystic encounters. Christian assessed the opponent, realizing he was unable to face him. Christian readied mystic assaults, using his knowledge to save companions. The party was stunned as Christian suddenly took full control. His allies fought, trying to follow that sudden tactical command. That demon questioned Christian's intentions. Observing his actions closely and warily, Christian ignored the demon's taunts, concentrating mana into one protective barrier. The demon readied its own force, readying an enormous retaliation attack. Christian hit decisively, compelling the demon to react and block instantly. Blood splattered as that demon suffered damage, yet stayed dangerously alive. That demon demanded submission, threatening total destruction unless Christian complied swiftly. Christian launched one final, concentrated strike, aiming to neutralize immediate threat. Mana flared fiercely, scattering the demon's forces throughout the surrounding battlefield. Christian remained determined, bloodied but resolute, ready for what followed next. Christian unleashed one golden slash, hitting that demon with precision. The demon staggered, stunned by surprising force coming from Christian suddenly. Christian's gaze glowed with resolve, readying another rapid magical attack. Christian shifted rapidly, dodging the demon's counterattack with agile movements. Mana burst fiercely around him as his blade clashed against defense. The demon's look exposed disbelief, understanding the attack's overwhelming intensity. Christian withstood pain, breathing heavily but refusing to lose the attention. He remained amidst chaos, preparing the next decisive maneuver closely. That demon glared, unable to predict Christian's rapid and strategic actions. Another warrior watched the fight, assessing Christian's powerful magical technique. He clarified the blade's meaning, describing its legendary Dead Sea Force. That party understood this strike could cut through enormous obstacles effortlessly. Christian released mana into that water, forming a brilliant radiant flash. Light shimmered throughout the ocean, showing enormous potential of the sword. The allies observed in awe, understanding how deadly Christian's weapon truly was. Christian Van Barony gradually woke up within that grand chamber. He understood his form felt normal regardless of lying unconscious long. Checking the black robe, he confirmed his mystic powers stayed intact. By then, Christian had spotted strange mystic energy appearing nearby. He, intent on the mana, observing demons shaping rapidly around him, understood these chaotic beings could turn deadly if uncontrolled quickly. Count Tyraman stepped into, approaching Christian closely as maintaining respectful distance. He clarified that a person tampered with the sorcery circle recently. That entrance to Gehenna had been disturbed, summoning one partial demon. Christian listened as that count emphasized the potential lives at hazard. He acknowledged the threat and stayed composed, understanding responsibility clearly. Count apologized for rumors, showing humility and regard towards Christian. Christian assured him that helping that household was the duty, discussed household unity, and plans to handle future deadly events. Chamber felt composed once more, as trust and loyalty were reaffirmed. Count Tyraman clarified the desire to resolve conflicts peacefully swiftly. The man emphasized that foes should not fight like earlier. The goal was harmony through competition, as households should unite. Christian listened as understanding that manipulation employed by other branches, that red and blue talismans were employed to command members. The man clarified he had no aim of employing them wrongly, discussed assembling forces individually to strengthen the overall unity. Count Tyraman requested if that younger member was paying attention. They inspected an artifact discovered in that cave for future use, jokingly encouraged that youthful cousin to take extra resources. Count Tyraman laughed and vowed one gift to reward devotion. Summoning stone capable of storing one mighty demon emerged. Christian thanked that count for the gift and backing sincerely. Youthful member was directed to rest as Christian smiled. Christian quietly asked the concealed demon to reveal itself finally. A red-haired figure neared Christian, gripping proof of previous events. He clarified that he identified the demon earlier. Christian intervened. Christian watched him closely, understanding the stranger knew about prior actions. Rock Shard Senior Elder exposed that demon had been sealed improperly. That demon escaped containment and assaulted the close-by summoned allies. Christian assessed the threat quietly, readying to respond decisively and swiftly. That red-haired man praised Christian for exterminating the demon efficiently. Christian confirmed that clone had been destroyed and every foes eliminated. He added that the demon had disappeared entirely without departing traces, clarified that disappearance resulted from evaporation skill rather than summoning. That elder asked Christian explain how the skill was executed exactly. Rejected to reveal the full technique, holding his advantage intact. Weighed Christian shrewd, appreciating the strategic discretion immensely. Christian reminded him that reverse summoning was challenging to distinguish consistently. That elder pondered, understanding Christian had expertly misled Count Tyraman intentionally. Faced the chief butler, gripping him accountable strongly, cautioned about consequences if that patriarch discovered of the incident. Butler reluctantly agreed to responsibility, agreeing to keep that covert. Christian reminded him of that favor the man now owed quietly. That butler acknowledged the deal and vowed not to forget. Christian gazed boldly forward, anticipating the forthcoming journey to the main household. Christian watched the mystic containers floating, sensing their mana was completely prepared. That assistance ensured every preparations for the return ritual had been completed. Christian shifted closely, making sure each magical detail was perfectly in place. He reminded one younger household member to maintain proper etiquette as assisting. Christian clarified that regard and ritual procedure would ensure that ceremony's safety. That assistant nodded, understanding the importance of maintaining strict mystic discipline consistently. Christian cautioned his cousin about potential opposition from Lord Loin throughout that ceremony. He assessed both that main and branch household influence to predict outcomes. Strategic thinking ensured Christian could act in advance without showing the plans unnecessarily. The sacred black ceremony started, radiating enormous force and overwhelming magical pressure. Christian intent evaluating the power and capabilities of the ritual environment closely. The man issued protective warnings to the household, ensuring everyone avoided catastrophic mistakes. Christian's preparations and strategic foresight permitted the household to safely navigate deadly events. He ordered regard without confrontation, subtly teaching proper conduct to that younger members. The ceremony progressed smoothly as Christian kept command, blending cautious planning with leadership. Christian faced the cousin, reminding him of that promise made earlier faithfully. The man spotted how much that cousin had grown physically and mentally. Christian resolved to leave for training, aware he had crucial work ahead. That cousin insisted on sparring, following Christian finished training, refusing to back down. Christian cautioned that session would be more challenging than previous attempts. They readied warily, understanding the importance of both skill and discipline entirely. Christian vowed closely to postpone the sacred black ceremony until preparations were complete. The man evaluated that timing and risks involved, ensuring no mistakes would occur. The youthful assistant watched, understanding Christian balanced careful planning with efficient execution perfectly. Christian summoned the enigmatic spheres of mana, demonstrating command over forbidden magic powers. He kept precise focus, ensuring the power failed to spiral out of control. The mystic mana solidified, showing Christian's mastery of both technique and ritual skill. Christian connected his mana with the artifact, unlocking its concealed, exceptional potential immediately. That glowing artifact released mighty light, signaling readiness for upcoming sacred black ceremony events. He readied mentally, aware the ritual's challenges would require both cunning and power. Christian concentrated, controlling the mighty artifact as mana surged around his body fiercely. Lightning and golden light intertwined, showing his mastery over deadly mystic forces exactly. The man stabilized that mana, ensuring no collateral damage occurred from the intense ritual. A woman stepped into that chamber gracefully, commanding attention with her confident and deliberate steps. Christian watched closely, identifying her as Lady Idran with crucial business for him. She handed over crucial instructions, emphasizing that tasks needed discretion and immediate action. Christian approaches the great wooden door 15 days following his scheme. He knocks strongly, readying to feature his brother inside confidently today. Christian steps in, gaze wide as he notices that surprising sight. The sibling stands tall, exuding an intimidating aura beyond past memory. Christian struggles to endure pressure, recalling it was much weaker earlier. The sibling offers terms, challenging him with control and controlled composure. Christian refuses, drawing his blade swiftly, anger burning in his gaze. His sibling warns, showing superior power and unmatched skill in battle. Christian assaults aggressively, but that blow meets unshakable resistance instantly. The fight escalates. Christian is thrown throughout the chamber fiercely high. Everyone watches quietly as chaos unfolds, tension covering that air. Christian realizes the recklessness caused unnecessary damage and potential grave consequences. Christian enters Turn's chamber, trying to resolve issues between that brothers. His sibling smiles slightly, reminding him he asked that fight earlier. Christian eventually understands. Reflection and cautious reflected begin to guide his decisions. Christian sits silently, asking why his sibling resents seeing him grow. The man remembers past moments when achievements were ridiculed and dismissed harshly. Christian recalls being intentionally injured, preventing participation in that sacred ceremony. Turn explains that actions were essential, intending to make Christian stronger. He emphasizes that losing the match would stop access to dark sorcery. Christian listens closely, understanding the match's purpose was teaching and guidance. Turn describes how sorcery suits each person, focusing on Christian's gray magic. The man explains dark sorcery is highest attribute of every magic types. Christian's understanding grows, learning that mastering sorcery requires experience and discipline. Turn explains sparring teaches insight into skills and mystic compatibility for learning. The man warns that ignoring advice could create confusion in future spellcasting. Christian nods, reflecting on his sibling's aim to aid him improve. Turn offers one precious black wood gift, symbolizing trust and brotherhood. Christian marvels at that gift, feeling its weight and importance plainly. The man eventually understands that lessons were acts of love, not hostility. Christian kneels beside that bed, asking his sibling about mother's past. The man wonders how much suffering was caused by the sibling's actions. Turn listens silently, acknowledging Christian's concerns without showing full intentions yet. Christian arrives at that grand cathedral, exhausted from the long journey. He struggles with stiffness and fatigue as traveling throughout that distance. Christian notices that landscape beyond, readying for the responsibilities awaiting him. One youthful ally expresses excitement over spending time directly with Christian today. Christian maintains composure, clarifying household protocol limits allies to one person. That ally reacts cheerfully, thrilled at the chance to accompany him. Christian notices that Chief Butler, astonished to see him alongside his attendant. That butler explains the man reached under orders, maintaining formal etiquette professionally. Christian prepares mentally, following that butler's lead as they approach. Christian is escorted to meet that lord within the castle's grand chamber. The man notices that aura of two authoritative figures waiting to greet him. Christian approaches warily, acknowledging the lords with regard and composure kept. That lords greet Christian, expressing that it has been one long time. Christian quietly observes them, evaluating their intentions as remaining composed and composed. The man prepares himself for that discussion. Understanding the importance of this meeting, Christian stands tense, facing one dark, ominous aura that radiates overwhelming pressure. Enormous, single eye appears above him, amplifying that oppressive force encircling him. That shadowy figure presses down with an almost unbearable force, testing Christian's limits as the man struggles to maintain the stance. Christian walks boldly into a grand chamber, approaching that Duke Baron with measured steps. That Duke regards Christian with a piercing gaze, acknowledging the youthful man's sudden emergence in the household. Christian's aura is praised by others, yet the Duke hints that expectations stay high and that the journey has solely begun. That Duke's scrutiny continues, caution Christian that his growth is uncertain, regardless of his talent and efforts. Christian reflects on that metaphor of a fragile sprout, understanding that he is yet little in potential. The man accepts that caution, acknowledging that he must prove himself to meet the expectations placed upon him. Christian considers that future, contemplating whether the growth will thrive or falter under challenges forward. He vows quietly to not disappoint those who watch him, readying for that trials to come. That Duke permits him to leave, signaling the start of the journey and the heavy responsibility the man now carries. Christian reflects on the expectations and burdens of his role, staring at the enormous force encircling him. He realizes that that future holds uncertainty, but additionally hope, symbolized by a sprout starting to grow. Christian's resolve solidifies as he embraces that challenges forward, determined to rise and fulfill the potential. The grand chamber is covered with light as Christian Van Baron Khazar enters, drawing the gaze of every noble present. Guests murmur about his aura, noting his hitting appearance and elegant attire as he walks boldly. Christian's composed demeanor captures attention, signaling the importance and that prestige of his household lineage. The man pauses, sensing that admiration and curiosity around him, aware of the subtle judgments of those observing. Christian reflects internally, acknowledging that expectations tied to the status and the need to maintain his image. A youthful female aristocrat blushes as she reacts to his aura, highlighting his charm and influence over the crowd. Attendants approach with glasses of wine, and Christian notices that alcohol asking its suitability. He requests ginger ale instead, showing composure and regard for propriety as maintaining the polite demeanor. Another aristocrat protests, frustrated by that substitution, emphasizing the contrast between Christian's restraint and the impulsiveness. Doors swing open dramatically, announcing more guests entering that chamber, forming tension and expectation. Christian observes each new arrival closely, noting their rank and importance in that household hierarchy. He continues moving boldly, remaining composed amid that ceremony's formalities and attention. Christian's aura draws admiration and subtle envy as onlookers whisper about the skills and charm. The man notes that weight of expectations and prepares himself for the scrutiny of higher-ranking aristocrats. His look hardens slightly, signaling resolve to meet that standards imposed upon him and prove his worth. Christian notices Lady Urian, who appears delicate yet commanding, causing him to assess the aura closely. He observes the movements and demeanor, reflecting on that influence she may have within the chamber. Christian internally prepares for potential challenges from Lady Urian, though the man does not feel immediate unease. Christian walks through that chamber, gripping a drink, thinking about his upcoming participation in the sacred black ceremony. The man is neared by Prue, one summoner serving Lord Loin, who introduces himself formally. Christian evaluates that introduction quietly, measuring the significance of Prue's aura without haste. Christian hears whispers from aristocrats concerned about the eligibility for that ceremony. He boldly challenges that skepticism, demanding proof if his skills are doubted. That tension rises as he asserts his control, signaling that he is readied for scrutiny and confrontation. Christian proposes demonstrating the skills, defying expectations by offering to perform 1 feat without arms. Prue and onlookers express surprise and apprehension, understanding Christian's assurance may exceed theirs. Christian's trial sets the stage for a demonstration of his exceptional skills. Christian was encircled by dark spirits, struggling to regain the balance. The spirits fiercely assaulted, hitting him from all directions without pause. Christian controlled that mana, seated midair, astonishing everyone with his command. Spectators watched in shock as Christian summoned spirits and gripped full command. That spirits obeyed the gestures, changing allegiance instantly under his command. Everyone questioned how swiftly he mastered the spirit's chaotic, deadly abilities. Christian strode boldly, mana crackling behind him, drawing attention from all. Another aristocrat expressed frustration, challenging him to a duel without pausing. Christian's look became grave, clearly ready to face any incoming challenge. Kneeling, one subordinate pleaded as Christian ignored him, stepping forward quietly. He vowed confrontation afterward throughout the sacred black ceremony without delay. The gaze glowed red, signaling anger and impending retaliation against rivals. The sacred black ceremony started. Christian and his allies readied closely. Nervous aristocrats whispered concerns, fearing that consequences of recent previous disturbances. Christian's sibling reached reluctantly, stepping forward regardless of his elder's clear warning. Christian descended gracefully, cloak flowing as light shone around the figure. He scanned the chamber, checking if every participant had assembled quietly. One little assistant emerged, introducing himself as in charge of building. Christian and allies followed that assistant through an enigmatic shimmering portal. Light refracted strangely, forming illusions of stairs and vast open space. Everyone exchanged puzzled looks, unsure whether that illusion was mystic or real. The party warily strode forward, observing the artificial structure stretching infinitely. Each step echoed unnaturally, raising questions about that stability of surroundings. Christian maintained attention, advancing as his companions hesitated, glancing nervously behind. They abruptly slipped downward, that earth giving way under their combined weight. Panic ensued as individuals fought to maintain balance, nearly dropping uncontrollably. The assistant stayed composed, encouraging them to continue regardless of the dangerous descent. That party slid rapidly through the slope, obstacles and wind whipping past. Christian kept command, guiding everyone safely regardless of the chaotic downward motion. Eventually, they reached one stable platform, catching their breath and regrouping warily. Christian descended rapidly, watching that party struggle through the shifting illusion space. The man watched the exhaustion, noting their bodies were losing stamina unusually fast. Smiling slightly, Christian understood that others couldn't match his mana or speed. One aristocrat became frustrated, failing to keep up. As Chris remained composed, Christian activated one spell, radiating golden mana that enhanced his mystic resistance. The aura illuminated that space, showing the illusion's weak points around him. The little assistant stopped, identifying Christian and bowing as guiding the nobles carefully. Everyone gazed around, gaze wide at that impossible, shifting patterns in the space. Chris's allies followed, eventually understanding the magnitude of his force firsthand. The party stepped into a sacred chamber, bathed in pure mystic light glowing brightly. Christian's look stayed composed, signaling authority as the manager addressed them respectfully. That manager welcomed the lords, officially granting them access to the holy site. Rue, that clan manager, welcomed the lords with dark sorcery. He demonstrated forbidden force, channeling mana through glowing, intricate mystic symbols. Lords watched quietly, readying to receive the dangerous dark magic offered. Christian extended his palm, recognizing first come, first served opportunity without pausing. Sorcery connected that lords, shaping a circle that tested their qualifications. Blue mana surged, indicating the starting of the rigorous mystic evaluation. Participants were directed to avoid contact, maintaining distance throughout the trial. Christian shifted strategically, calculating threats as absorbing ambient mystic energy safely. Rue monitored every actions, observing that participants' capabilities and tactical decisions. Christian dashed forward, departing streaks of blue light trailing throughout marble floors. That spectators reacted, astonished by speed and precision showed throughout contest. Some bets were placed, as onlookers whispered about inevitable competition outcomes. Christian ran through dark hallways illuminated by flickering candlelight and shadows. A monstrous mystic beast emerged, breathing fire, threatening his survival instantly. He readied his skills, readying to confront that fearsome beast bravely. Christian clashed fiercely with mighty foes, mystic energy exploding around him. Flames and dark lightning collided fiercely, shaking that surroundings with force. He pressed forward relentlessly, responding each assault with calculated precision and skill. Christian pondered internally, acknowledging that hazard yet embracing responsibility for survival. A glowing mystic circle emerged, indicating deadly forbidden rituals were underway nearby. Blood stained that earth, marking the cost of each decisive mystic strike. He reached an enormous sealed door, approaching with cautious resolve and goal. Observers noted the speed, impressed by that efficiency of his approach. Christian paused briefly, weighing the safest route through the lethal maze. The man assessed that previous challenges, understanding one participant secretly manipulated stronger obstacles. Christian grinned, understanding that tactics at the rear enhanced mystic trials presented earlier. He readied closely, preparing his next move against both traps and enemies. Christian unleashed a devastating close-range technique, breaking the rival's mystic defenses instantly. Dark mana surged fiercely, demonstrating his mastery of forbidden form-altering magical techniques. His rival staggered, unable to counter the overwhelming destructive mystic force efficiently. Christian fought against the relentless dark sorcery, mana striking violently around him. His rival's assaults compelled him to dodge, barely avoiding devastating magical blows. Christian retaliated swiftly, hitting back with precision while maintaining full concentration. He grabbed his foe mid-motion, surprising them with sudden, surprising mighty force. Christian's movements flowed smoothly, his red gaze glowing with lethal resolve. That rival staggered backward, unable to recover from the crushing mystic pressure. Christian ran through collapsing corridors, that sound of chaos echoing loudly at the rear him. The allies followed, panting and struggling to maintain pace with his speed. Fire and debris dropped around them, signaling that destruction caused throughout escape. Christian readied for war, raising an enormous flaming armament in his hands. He pledged to retrieve the Dark Maga earlier the upcoming alliance fight. Shadows shifted as the man shifted forward, determined to complete the critical mission. Christian extended his palms, summoning that legendary sacred black mana. The elderly aristocrat, aware power, feared what could happen next. Demonic aura manifested, offering ultimate force to dominate over every Chris concentrated deeply, absorbing that enormous dark mana into himself. The arm cracked with black lightning as force surged uncontrollably. Shadows twisted around him, proving mastery over overwhelming demonic forces. Everyone else fell except Christian endured the lethal magical trial. Observers feared, wondering if forbidden mystic tools had influenced that results. Chris stayed standing quietly, showing absolute dominance over that catastrophic event. He assessed that missing rivals, noting absorption of sacred black mana. Corpses were crushed fully, departing no remains at the rear for inspection. Christian calculated that foe's limits, identifying the absolute destructive capability. He moved forward, gaze glowing red with unstoppable murderous resolve. Footfalls echoed through the chamber, signaling aim to eliminate every threats. Christian quietly pledged that even resurrected foes would meet death. Loin and Christian were adopted by the uncle Marquis Langham. Their parent died throughout fight, leaving the family weak and powerless. Loin lacked that sacred black, making him an inferior descendant. Wan Ghost emerged, waiting patiently for its destined master shortly. Christian ordered that spirit, compelling it to gather obediently below. Attendants trembled at that ghost, obeying commands without resistance instantly. The youthful maid prayed silently, hoping Christian would return safely shortly. Christian floated in space, asking if this force was temporary. He understood that hazard of exceeding limits could destroy his core. Christian activated that dragon heart, pouring enormous mana into his vessel. He withstood that unbearable pain, the core struggling against overstrain. That crystal heart shimmered, resonating with the dark mana powerfully. Christian felt that force stabilized, though exhaustion threatened to collapse entirely. One blue streak emerged, offering assistance from an unknown source close by. He hesitated briefly earlier accepting the aid, regaining stability swiftly. Christian gazed at Mefina, that mighty entity hovering in space. That entity, clarified sacred black, could now be entirely obtained. Christian hesitated, asking why such overwhelming force was abruptly offered. Mefina extended her palm, permitting Christian to take every sacred black. He felt enormous mana flowing, empowering his form and magical core. Christian readied himself to endure the deadly consequences of using dark power. Only a week afterward, Christian stayed missing, as servants awaited word anxiously. Marquise Langham discussed closing that holy site, fearing potential disastrous consequences. Observers questioned whether Christian would survive, as the odds appeared impossible. Christian understood overusing the vessel could collapse his core entirely. He activated Dragon Heart warily, stabilizing forces risking total annihilation. Blue mana emerged close by, offering help from an unknown mysterious source. Christian agreed to the aid, regaining command and preparing for further battles. Mefina directed him, granting permission to absorb every sacred black safely. Christian regained power, as others discussed, giving him one more day. Crimson mana crashes downward, shattering the earth as Chris stands beneath the falling power. Pain surges through Chris's chest as the fierce sorcery strikes directly into his form. Above him, an enigmatic entity urges Chris to hurry and accept that offered palm. Resolve fills Chris's gaze as he realizes the chance hidden within the dangerous situation. Brilliant cosmic mana surrounds the unusual figure as overwhelming power gathers around Chris. Shock spreads throughout Chris's features as the unknown force begins merging fiercely with him. A sudden flash erupts as the enigmatic force descends and floods into Chris's form. Terror briefly crosses Chris's mind as the deadly energy expands beyond his control. Dark horns emerge from Chris as demonic mana spreads fiercely throughout the battlefield. Demonic force surrounds Chris as forbidden sorcery forces his mortal form beyond limits. Observers watch in shock as Chris rises within one blazing storm of crimson mana. Ancient sorcery circles rotate rapidly as forbidden demonic techniques activate through Chris's transformation. Unusual cosmic forces twist together as mighty energy channels violently through Chris's new form. Realization strikes Chris as he understands the unimaginable force awakening within his form. Assurance returns to Chris as demonic power surges, promising victory against overwhelming enemies. Chris floats within crimson mana storms, raising his arm as demonic wings expand at that rear him. Composed assurance fills Chris as demonic horns grow, signaling complete command over overwhelming power. The cosmic figure watches quietly as Chris stabilizes the deadly energy surrounding his body. Purple lightning circles Chris's head as he quietly studies the enigmatic being before him. That distant figure remains suspended in space as Chris continues observing without terror. With casual defiance, Chris gestures mockingly, dismissing that entity that previously threatened him. The cosmic being laughs as Chris moves rapidly through glowing space covered with unstable mana. Abruptly, Chris appears within a great chamber where a purple sphere slowly rotates. Chris steadies himself, understanding he has came back following surviving the dangerous transformation. Messengers rush into a grand chamber announcing Christian's surprising return to the aristocrat council. Aristocrats exchange stunned glances as the Marquise quietly demands immediate explanation about the situation. Tension fills that chamber as everyone prepares to hear the shocking report. Attendants carry Chris through palace corridors as attendants watch his exhausted condition carefully. An elven healer examines Chris and senses dark sorcery shifting strangely within him. Concern spreads among aristocrats following hearing Chris might never correctly use magic again. Chris lies silently on a bed as aristocrats believe he foolishly absorbed dangerous sacred darkness. Disappointment spreads among observers who conclude Chris ruined everything through reckless ambition and selfish decisions. Within the council chamber, an furious noble demands Chris be punished before the Marquis. The Marquis quietly ends the meeting as tension fills the grand chamber entirely. Following everyone leaves, that Marquis silently asks Macfield whether the healer's report is accurate. Macfield explains closely that the healer confirmed Chris's mystic core suffered grave damage. Silence spreads throughout the chamber as the Marquis processes the troubling information slowly. Macfield stands nervously as sensing that rising pressure from the Marquis's quiet gaze. The Marquis abruptly calls Loin forward, compelling him to step forward anxiously. Cold words reveal Loin was meant to turn heir and sacrifice himself afterward. That Marquis declares Christian's survival changed everything, and the previous scheme has failed. Dark control fills the chamber as the Marquis orders Christian shifted to the retainer's front. Within the grand chamber, Christian stands earlier elders while a glowing dark artifact rests ominously. Meanwhile, the youthful aristocrat recalls his past mistakes, regretting failure to eliminate deadly brothers. Shortly, Christian quietly faces the clan elder, demanding to understand the goal behind summons. Afterward, Christian awakens on a bed, silently reflecting on the ruthless politics encircling him. Abruptly, another aristocrat rushes within, anxiously asking whether Christian can stand or walk. Throughout the chamber, the clan elder coldly explains Christian's inadequate dark lineage within household. At the center chamber, a mystical bowl displays swirling cosmic mana measuring Christian's dark sorcery. Regardless of threat, Christian questions punishment awaiting him if he fails absorbing needed magical purity. That elder sternly announces that failure means Christian must attempt mastering forbidden dark sorcery technique. Christian casually raises one palm, quietly showing confidence despite elders expecting humiliating failure. Arrogant smiles appear as he claims barely identifying sorcery encircling him within chamber. Observing quietly, clan members sense Christian's unusual composure, regardless of overwhelming pressure during ritual. Ancient stone abruptly ignites with fierce mana, revealing hidden dark power awakening within Christian. Explosive purple mana spreads wildly, shocking observers as forbidden sorcery fiercely surges outward. Moments afterward, Christian collapses onto the floor, his exhausted form overwhelmed following testing vessel. Christian quietly supports the argument about power determining succession as leaning forward confidently before elders. Multiple aristocrats watch silently from the balcony, startled by Christian's bold stance inside hall. Moments afterward, Christian walks towards the red carpet where another youthful noble awaits. Smiling slightly, Christian warns the rival about controlling dark force closely during magical collision. Dark purple mana abruptly shoots forward throughout the carpet as the rival launches attack. Instead of retreating, Christian quietly raises his palm and prepares to intercept incoming sorcery. Fierce dark aura erupts around Christian as swirling mana gathers rapidly above his palm. A towering column of shadowy sorcery rises upward as spectators watch that frightening surge. Moments afterward, Christian releases the assembled force, sending a crushing wave forward effortlessly. Purple mana spirals fiercely through the chamber as Christian controls the expanding vortex. That rival stares with disbelief as Christian compresses enormous dark force into a sphere. Observers realize the youthful lord manipulates sorcery with overwhelming mastery and terrifying command. That rival's features twists with rage as the man refuses accepting Christian's overwhelming superiority. Meanwhile, Christian concentrates quietly, shaping that dark sphere into a fierce swirling vortex. Stunned aristocrats eventually recognize the terrifying truth that Christian's magic exceeds expectations completely. A gigantic purple dragon shaped from dark sorcery abruptly erupts forward. Roaring violently toward Christian, the monstrous mana beast opens its jaws widely, readying to devour Christian entirely. Regardless of the overwhelming assault, Christian quietly watches the charging dragon without retreating. Explosive dark mana collides fiercely as the dragon crashes towards Christian's position. Christian's form strains under the pressure as uncontrolled sorcery surges wildly around him. Blood escapes the mouth as that enormous force eventually overwhelms his physical endurance. Christian silently raises his palm, assessing the situation while lingering dark energy dissolves slowly. Drops of blood fall onto the carpet as he acknowledges the rival's mighty attack. From above the chamber, aristocrats react with disbelief, following sensing Christian's overwhelming magical purity. Standing proudly, Christian quietly announces he now qualifies for the status of youthful lord. Close by elders watch quietly while tension spreads across the luxurious chamber. That clan leader stares forward coldly, contemplating Christian's surprising rise within the dark clan. Christian lightly tapped that table, quietly acknowledging the clan elder's strict evaluation regarding qualifications. That stern elder clarified that side branch members rarely qualified for sacred inheritance trials. Since of clan tradition, Christian must first prove worth earlier receiving recognition. Within the magnificent chamber, Christian quietly questioned how exactly he should prove his ability. Without pausing, the elder stated Christian must reach 3-star magical rank within 3 months. Assurance covered Christian's look, believing his talent made the requirement surprisingly manageable. Afterward that evening, Ashid met privately with that elder within the quiet mansion. Disappointment colored that elder's tone as blaming himself for previously overestimating Christian's potential. Ashid's injured term exposed damaged mystic core, increasing concern about future dangers. Composed reassurance followed as that elder reminded Ashid about strict mystic absorption limitations. 2 enchanted containers illustrated purity levels, clarifying difficulty reaching high mystic concentration. Achieving 80% purity previously demanded exceptional talent among most aristocrat magicians. Morning reached as Christian casually inspected food, emerging relaxed regardless of upcoming magical challenge close. By attendants hurried anxiously as enigmatic blue energy unexpectedly stirred around Christian's body. Concealed resolve shone within Christian's crimson eyes, silently preparing for the clan's brutal trial. Rainia rushed towards Chris anxiously, fearing he might have suffered injuries throughout the deadly trial. Concerned allies encircled Chris as carefully examining him to ensure no harm remained. Embarrassment expanded throughout Rainia's features as she awkwardly denied worrying about Chris earlier. Chris silently smiled as recalling memories from his previous life covered with suffering. Unlike that savage past, warm allies now encircled him with genuine concern and kindness. Realization gradually reached Chris that the current life offered peace he never experienced earlier close by. The maid abruptly fought while lifting heavy water containers inside the mansion. Chris neared quietly and expressed gratitude for her patience, waiting throughout difficult circumstances. Astonished by the surprising appreciation, the maid blushed as quietly processing Chris's sincerity. Overwhelming emotions hit that maid as the heart reacted intensely to Chris's sudden kindness. Puzzled thoughts covered her mind as she tried understanding the strange feelings growing inside. Meanwhile, Chris watched quietly, showing little reaction towards her emotional confusion. Chris quietly offered a simple reward by inviting that maid to walk together beyond. Stunned excitement overwhelmed her look as she eagerly agreed to the surprising invitation. Moving through the garden route together, Chris pondered quietly about reaching 3-star rank soon. Chris rested silently within the garden, reflecting on recent events surrounding his sudden challenge. Suddenly, his aunt emerged at the rear him, noticing Chris spending leisure time outside today. Chris greeted her politely, though she appeared skeptical about the sudden composed behavior. Chris swiftly clarified that relaxing briefly failed to mean abandoning the responsibility ahead. His aunt directed him to follow, mentioning that a person crucial wanted to meet him. They strode through the mansion corridors as Chris listened closely to her explanation. Throughout their conversation, his aunt cautioned that the upcoming teacher employed extremely harsh methods. She exposed that none of Chris's brothers successfully withstood the enigmatic instructor's training. Yet she reminded Chris this uncommon chance could change his future if handled properly. Shortly they reached at a grand corridor when a little unfamiliar child appeared ahead. Chris and his aunt spotted the unusual child standing alone within the massive hallway. Observing closely, Chris questioned whether that lost child somehow connected to their destination. Within the grand chamber, Christian notices an unusual white-haired child standing alone silently nearby. Golden sunlight fills the chamber as the unfamiliar child quietly observes everyone without terror. Approaching closely, Christian questions the child's origin as sensing strange magical energy surrounding him. Aristocrats close by react with surprise as Christian studies the enigmatic boy's strange magical aura. Abruptly, overwhelming light erupts, showing that child as the reincarnation vessel of the Lord. Identifying divine control, Christian lowers his posture respectfully as observing the boy carefully. Through cautious observation, Christian estimates that child currently possesses nearly 90% dark affinity. Within the palace corridor, Christian quietly praises the boy's bravery regardless of deadly magical circumstances. Nevertheless, Christian warns that overwhelming dark sorcery talent may attract harsh dangers later. Elsewhere, a hooded priest observes glowing divine sorcery as discussing the Lord's challenging destiny. The ritual circle releases enormous mana as the Lord begins suppressing uncontrolled dark power. Extending control closely, the Lord returns part of Christian's dark sorcery toward the void. Afterward, Christian quietly asks whether modern dark sorcery truly weakened, compared with earlier eras. Close-by attendants silently explain ancient dark sorcery once rivaled the mysterious power beyond heavens. Hearing this explanation, Christian realizes dark sorcery declined regardless of prosperity under the household head. Christian quietly explains that modern dark sorcery weakened since absolute 8-star masters disappeared long ago. Abruptly, realization strikes that white-haired lord as he recalls ancient history encircling the Blood Shadow. Throughout that devastating war, Nordian previously died as powerful demons clashed violently across battlefields facing Christian. The youthful lord listens closely as reconsidering forgotten truths about dark magic. Meanwhile, one masked attendant respectfully confirms those ideas connect directly to darkness origin. Curiosity rises when that attendant reveals one enigmatic chess piece capable of unimaginable evolution. Within one crimson illusion, Christian imagines limitless potential as standing upon a battlefield shaped like chessboard. Silence briefly follows earlier and furious attendant rebukes Christian for speaking disrespectfully towards the Lord. Instantly dark mana erupts as unseen force activates beneath Christian's feet within the courtyard.
Without caution, a swirling void opens and fiercely pulls Christian downward through twisting mystic space. Moments afterward, he crashes into an unfamiliar woods, puzzled by the sudden dimensional displacement. Gazing around warily, Christian wonders why the encircling landscape feels completely unfamiliar. Above him, enigmatic letters appear, announcing that first trial for dark sorcery transmission. Abruptly, the word survive echoes as monstrous wolves emerge from shadows, encircling Christian. Understanding immediate threat, Christian silently admits his situation has become extremely troublesome. Within the glowing sphere, Christian faces an enormous beast as mystic training simulation begins. Far away within the mansion, the Lord and Marion silently watch Christian through projection. Hearing that mission details, the Lord quietly remarks that another deadly task has begun. Abruptly, the enormous beast crashes towards Christian, shaking the wood's floor with violent force. Elsewhere, that Lord sighs slightly, apologizing as acknowledging Christian must endure harsh training. Raising one glowing finger, that Lord explains true understanding appears solely when facing death. Departing the viewing chamber, the Lord silently expresses hope that Christian survives the ordeal. Shortly afterward, Marion presents a closely readied box filled with colorful sweets. Delighted look spreads throughout the Lord's features as he immediately eats the dessert. Relaxing beside that window, the Lord casually admits sweets always attract him whenever dark sorcery appears. Night gradually falls as the Lord prepares to watch the training projection once more. Composed anticipation fills the chamber as they begin observing Christian's deadly forest battle. Deep within the woods, Christian confronts the enormous beast while cautiously maintaining distance. Abruptly, another monstrous wolf emerges, showing the fight contains multiple dangerous enemies. Understanding surprising threat, Christian urgently shouts while preparing to defend against the attack. Christian realizes the battlefield is deadly since a single mistake could instantly cause death. Nevertheless, he reminds himself that circumstance remains a training task designed to test limits. Gazing towards the sky, Christian suspects the household head is secretly observing the trial. Within the mansion chamber, the youthful Lord silently listens while Marion stands beside him. Marion explains Christian must discover one method defeating a demon beast stronger than him. Back within the woods battlefield, Christian boldly prepares himself before charging toward the beast. An enormous horned beast lunges fiercely towards Christian, tearing through the woods with violent speed. Christian steadies himself quietly, analyzing the beast's movements while preparing to counter the attack. Dark mana gathers around Christian's palm, showing his hidden power and controlled determination. Within the mansion balcony, youthful Kane observes the fight while clan head watches silently. The clan head quietly analyzes Christian's actions, noting the strange technique regardless of Christian's youth. Below them, Christian strongly stands atop the beast's back as restraining its fierce struggle. Sunlight shines at that rear Christian as the clan head questions how the man captured the raging beast. Christian quietly explains the beast's powerful body yet weak agility and low magic resistance. Employing that weakness, Christian rapidly strikes the beast's head, compelling it down with precision. Throughout the brief opening, Christian drives dark sorcery into the beast's heart with precision. From the balcony, the clan head recognizes the uncommon technique shaping within Christian's assault. That dark mana spreads fiercely as Christian completes the technique known as Dark Severance. Kane silently remembers that forbidden technique once taught by the clan head long ago. Below, the wounded beast thrashes wildly, shaking the earth as Christian keeps balance strongly. Christian notices another beast charging close by, understanding the fight is far from finished. Christian leaps aside swiftly, as the raging beast charges once more, narrowly avoiding its crushing assault. Green mystic mana bursts fiercely from the creature's body, showing unstable power surging upward. Christian steadies himself, focusing sharply as assessing the beast's magical core and weakness. A glowing mystic core forms within the beast, showing dangerous energy gathering rapidly. Christian channels dark sorcery closely, shaping precise threads of force around the core. That threads tighten instantly, binding the core as the beast struggles desperately to resist. From the balcony, the clan head watches closely as identifying the application of Dark Severance. Marion quietly denies teaching Christian that advanced technique, surprising everyone observing that fight. That clan head silently concludes such mastery cannot come simply from normal teaching. That beast collapses beneath the wood's canopy as the mystic disturbance fades gradually. Afterward, within the clan chamber, Christian releases lingering dark energy while standing confidently. Christian proudly praises the clan head's teaching as controlling the dark sorcery encircling him. Christian explains that observation permitted him to awaken an application of dark sorcery alone. Kane sternly warns him that arrogance is forbidden earlier, starting the formal dark sorcery transmission. Afterwards, Kane dismisses that others, as Marion silently observes Christian with thoughtful suspicion. Earlier starting the dark sorcery transmission, Kane calmly questions Christian about the meaning of darkness. Christian stands within that courtyard, attempting to explain dark sorcery as domination over darkness. Kane instantly challenges that answer, asking Christian once more what true darkness really represents. Kane commands Christian to watch closely as enigmatic dark energy begins gathering around him. An unusual gate of darkness opens abruptly, releasing endless shadows spreading throughout the space. That darkness forms spiraling paths, guiding Christian deeper towards an unseen abyss. Christian senses overwhelming darkness encircling him as Kane demonstrates that true essence of dark sorcery. Mana surges fiercely as Kane shapes the darkness into an enormous weapon. The force crashes downward, compelling Christian backward as the dark energy dominates everything nearby. Christian stares upward in shock, understanding that overwhelming force cannot easily be resisted. Kane quietly explains the concept of a blade that cuts solely its chosen target. The key black blade appears within the darkness, forged entirely from concentrated dark sorcery. The dark blade dissolves gradually as Kane extends his palm toward Christian. Kane grants Christian 1 month to refine that black blade technique the man demonstrated. Christian falls backward from exhaustion as fragments of dark mana scatter throughout that courtyard. Christian walks away from that courtyard pillars, the cloak shifting lightly as sunlight fills space. He continues down the quiet pathway alone, departing the training earth at the rear thoughtfully. Abruptly, Christian pauses mid-step, sweat emerging as an unusual feeling catches attention unexpectedly. Throughout that training courtyard, Christian abruptly sprinted forward beneath towering marble arches, breathing heavily. Moments afterward, exhaustion overwhelmed Christian, compelling him collapsing onto the grass as gasping painfully. Slow resolve followed afterward as Christian ripped open the shirt, showing scars covering chest. Following steady breathing came back, Christian silently sat cross-legged while preparing himself for further training. Intent crimson gaze narrowed closely as dark magical energy gathered slowly around Christian's raised hand. Fierce force erupted abruptly afterward, swirling dark magic twisting sharply around his outstretched palm. Cautious observation followed instantly as Christian inspected the unstable dark mana circulating around fingers. Unusual cosmic visions then emerged as ancient primordial darkness surged violently within Christian's mind. Within that enigmatic void, an unknown aura appeared watching silently beyond the spreading darkness. Elsewhere within that mansion, Marion strode through corridors carrying a glowing lantern beside Kane. Quiet concern emerged plainly throughout Kane's face while discussing Christian's exhausting training progress recently. Marion listened quietly earlier, clarifying growth requires patience, despite Christian rushing dangerously toward power. Further reasoning proceeded quietly as Kane insisted rapid advancement stayed impossible with current magic purity. Shortly afterward, both figures moved beyond, noticing Christian watching silently from the courtyard nearby. Subtle recognition followed instantly as Kane understood the clan's mighty household head finally arrived. Standing quietly within the courtyard, Christian exposed dark sorcery swirling faintly around his hand. Near the entrance, Marion and Kane abruptly spotted the unusual power surrounding Christian's body. Confident satisfaction emerged afterward as Christian acknowledged their arrival without hiding newly shaped force. Kane inspected Christian closely as recalling previous lessons about forming the legendary Black Sword. Memories resurfaced showing Christian experimenting with unstable dark mana throughout intense training earlier. Subtle tension emerged throughout Kane's features. After realizing Christian truly manifested the Black Sword, gripping the armament steadily, Christian watched the blade of condensed darkness flickering intensely. Understanding dawned gradually as Marion understood such force normally required many years mastering magic. Nevertheless, Christian formed the unstable blade within solely a month through relentless training. From the courtyard entrance, Marion observed Christian thoughtfully as sensing rebellious sorcery potential. Grave caution followed instantly as Marion explained future training would become far harsher. Meanwhile, Kane silently watched Christian, identifying the boy's extraordinary potential surpassing expectations. Bright assurance covered Christian's look while sunlight reflected proudly across his calm face. Shortly afterward, Marion and Kane came back towards the mansion, leaving Christian standing alone outside. Resolve strengthened within Christian as he clenched both fists, readying for future training forward. Within that mansion's storage chamber, Christian excitedly grabbed an expensive liquor bottle. Glittering shelves covered with uncommon drinks amazed Christian as he admired that luxurious collection. Shortly, excitement overcame restraint, and Christian proudly lifted that bottle as imagining celebration tonight. Closely hiding near the doorway, Christian attempted drinking silently earlier. Anyone noticed suspicious behavior. Abruptly, a sharp tone called his name, causing Christian to freeze instantly.
Standing earlier him, Princess Yuria watched the scene quietly while questioning his shameless drinking. Christian analyzed her crimson gaze closely, realizing the girl possessed unusually strong dark magic. Confusion covered Yuria's look when Christian suddenly asked whether she recognized him. Surprise expanded swiftly throughout her face while a guard behind her watched carefully. Misunderstanding escalated instantly when Yuria angrily assaulted Christian, thinking him disrespectful. That sudden strike knocked Christian backward throughout the floor as the guard restrained Yuria. Regaining composure swiftly, the guard urged the princess to ignore a person he weighed worthless. Christian stayed seated on the floor as watching the princess leaving confidently. Close by attendants then neared hurriedly, shocked that Christian had angered the visiting princess. Realization hit Christian abruptly following learning she was Yuria, his infamous former fiancée. Within the grand chamber, Marisa silently followed Christian beneath tall windows illuminating silent corridors. Sharp blue gaze exposed Marisa's thoughts as she closely studied everything surrounding Christian. Far beyond the estate grounds, scattered insects shifted throughout grass while peaceful sunlight filled gardens. Multiple aristocrats assembled nearby, whispering about Marisa and questioning why Duke Khazar invited her. Seated alone on the grass, youthful Marisa silently listened while adults discussed her unfortunate birth. Lowering her gaze gradually, Marisa grasped rumors claiming the Duke intended abandoning her soon. Abruptly, Christian emerged close by, smiling gently while noticing Marisa sitting alone within bright gardens. Surprise covered Marisa's gaze as Christian quietly introduced himself while kneeling before her. Following hearing his name, Marisa gradually understood Christian belonged to the powerful Khazar family. Quietly seated beside her, Christian dismissed that adult's words and encouraged Marisa patiently. Hearing his reassurance, Marisa assembled courage and vowed becoming mighty enough someday. Amusement crossed Christian's features following hearing Marisa boldly declare future power and determination. Grave resolve covered Marisa's expression while she declared her dream becoming strongest demon someday. Smiling slightly, Christian resolved helping Marisa could backing future plans within that dark clan. Extending his palm forward, Christian formally requested Marisa to guide him through dark sorcery. Marisa stared at Christian's extended palm, hesitation lingering as sunlight pondered throughout her eyes. Following a brief pause, Marisa gradually agreed to his hand, quietly agreeing to cooperate. Years passed afterward, and that children's promise gradually faded into distant memories. Now older, Marisa awakened from sleep as reflecting upon events shaping the current life. Memories scattered throughout her desk exposed tragedies and betrayals encircling both noble families. Resolve covered her gaze as Marisa resolved the Nafeve girl from past vanished forever. Afterward, Marisa reached within a noble office where the Marquis formally welcomed her arrival. Gracefully greeting him, Marisa clarified she came regarding one deadly artifact recently discovered. Mystic mana radiated from a glowing chest, confirming that artifact's sudden appearance. Suspicion emerged throughout the Marquis's features while questioning the Dark Clan's true intentions. Composed confidence remained within Marisa's expression as she rejected accusations without pausing. Closely weighing her words, the Marquis questioned whether fair competition might resolve the dispute. Marisa proposed sending exploration teams, restricting battle to stop unnecessary deaths between families. At the rear the crimson skyline of Four Kings Castle exposed rising unrest across territories. Eventually, the Marquis tapped his desk thoughtfully, quietly accepting Marisa's deadly proposal. Marisa quietly agreed to that negotiation terms, though suspicion lingered within her cautious thoughts. Closely observing the Marquis, Marisa sensed strange cooperation that appeared strangely convenient. Smiling slightly, that Marquis introduced an additional term tied to the artifact deal. Marisa listened as he cautioned that concealed tactics or interference would break the deal. Maintaining composure, Marisa acknowledged that accusation, aware dark mages were infamous for traps. Without pausing, she agreed to the condition, confident the Dark Clan would honor fair competition. Satisfied with the response, that Marquis stated that Marisa herself would lead the expedition. Standing within that vast office, Marisa confirmed the scheme and readied for departure. Afterward, the Marquis rose from his seat as quietly weighing the dangerous situation. Approaching that chessboard close by, the Marquis lifted one piece symbolizing the unfolding conflict. Placing that piece decisively, the man silently spoke the names Marisa and Jupian. Cold resolve covered his look as he declared the board stage prepared. 9 months afterward, seasonal winds changed around the aristocrat city as Christian continued harsh training. Throughout that time, various lives within the empire silently shifted as unseen events unfolded. Far away, individuals suffering within the empire's competition eventually received surprising opportunities for survival.
Meanwhile, Christian withstood painful injuries, constantly pushing his form beyond limits to strengthen force. Afterward that night, a hooded figure secretly strode through dark streets carrying deadly magical items. Concealed assassins silently neared the figure, revealing mysterious forces already moving behind the scenes. Within the academy chamber, Christian quietly stepped forward after realizing the awaited moment arrived. Ancient mechanisms above the chamber gradually shifted as several nobles carefully observed Christian's actions. Without pausing, Christian released controlled dark sorcery, demonstrating impressive power despite suspicious surroundings. Dark mana swirled fiercely around Christian's palm, attracting attention from nobles observing the ritual. Regardless of the deadly aura, Christian stayed calm while calculating his next move carefully. Observers quietly evaluated his power, identifying the unusual talent hidden within the young noble. Shortly, a senior aristocrat acknowledged Christian's achievement and assigned a deadly second mission. The mission needed retrieving uncommon poison within the neutral zone, proving Christian's capability. Multiple second princes prepared accompanying the expedition, ensuring Christian refused to face the challenge alone. Bright sunlight filtered through autumn leaves as Christian strode silently along the academy garden path. Throughout that instant, Christian recalled the mission connected to the enigmatic figure named Loin. Memories suggested that finding that devil's amulet earlier could entirely change future history. Meanwhile, a mischievous little beast playfully grabbed Christian's sleeve as demanding constant attention. Regardless of annoyance, Christian watched the beast carefully while recalling information about the devil's amulet. Historical records describe that relic as an artifact formed between dark sorcery and poison. Far away, another memory emerged, showing how that poisonous mage secretly killed Norden. Shortly afterward, witnesses stayed silent since both participants conveniently disappeared from historical records. Crucial rumors afterward claimed that incident greatly accelerated Kaiser's terrifying rise. Christian gradually understood that Kaiser likely acquired the devil's amulet throughout that forgotten event. If that assumption proved correct, history would change since Christian previously intervened earlier. Such interference meant that annihilated Dark Mage unit could suffer heavier casualties instead. Deep concern emerged as Christian grasped the consequences of altering crucial historical events. Closely assessing the threat, he concluded greater strength remained necessary before facing future crises. Abruptly, Marisa emerged close by, confronting Christian while questioning his suspicious attempt to leave. Marisa abruptly questioned Christian's destination as spotting his unusual movement across the courtyard path. Christian quietly responded as observing Marisa closely, aware she disliked his unpredictable actions. Suspicion emerged within Christian's sharp gaze as tension silently shaped between both nobles. Without caution, a blade abruptly flew through the air directly towards Christian's position. Christian's crimson gaze instantly followed the armament, closely analyzing its direction and speed. The spinning blade hit close by stone and exploded fiercely, scattering fragments around Christian. Regardless of the sudden assault, Christian stayed calm while removing the embedded weapon effortlessly. Identifying their mutual hostility, Christian resolved departing quietly would avoid unnecessary confrontation. He waved casually earlier departing, preparing to prepare supplies for that upcoming expedition. Concealed close by, the attacker watched Christian closely while dark suspicions slowly formed. Cautious analysis exposed Christian intentionally permitted the blade to pass beside him. Understanding Christian's awareness and composure, the observer concluded the youthful aristocrat was dangerously intelligent. Christian arrives at that bustling outsider marketplace, observing lively streets covered with merchants and travelers. Following wandering briefly, Christian casually drinks from a bottle as close by. Vendors watch curiously. Abruptly, the drink spills over his clothes, drawing attention from multiple startled customers close by. Moments afterward, Christian joins a table where multiple men gamble as carefully studying them. Shortly, he leaves the table carrying roasted meat, enjoying uncommon freedom as walking calmly. Meanwhile, Christian silently notices suspicious figures close by and decides to remove the lingering attention. Without caution, one hooded girl abruptly grabs Christian's mouth, pulling him into a shadowed alley. Confusion flashes throughout Christian's features as the mysterious girl presses him against the wall. Earlier, he reacts further. The girl signals silence as closely listening for approaching footsteps. Beyond the alley, multiple men lie unconscious, showing the girl's allies eliminated pursuing enemies. Christian studies the hooded stranger, asking her intentions as spotting her cautious expression. Quietly, the girl reveals Sawang Castle as clarifying she seeks to prevent unrest forming. Shortly, that alley falls quiet once more as distant footsteps fade beyond the narrow passage. Christian reflects quietly, understanding dark mages from Sawang Castle disappeared without leaving traces.
Nevertheless, an elderly map suggests their disappearance hides a deadly conspiracy growing within shadows. A sinister skull apparition appears within crimson darkness, spreading terror as dark mages gather close by. Shortly, Christian listens closely as a covert alliance among mage houses quietly reveals itself. Following this revelation, Christian realizes mighty forces secretly command great parts of territory. Meanwhile, that hooded girl quietly explains Marquise Langham secretly cooperates with Venom Mage House. According to her details, their deadly objective is assassinating Mariga, that dark mega princess. Hearing this shocking scheme, Christian abruptly understands multiple concealed targets exist within conspiracy. Closely, that girl describes catastrophic consequences if multiple mage houses collapse simultaneously. Since of this threat, she requests Christian secretly investigate that suspicious expedition. Meanwhile, Christian considers the explanation as understanding her intelligence network appears extremely reliable. Regardless of understanding the circumstance, Christian quietly demands proof before offering assistance. Reluctantly, the hooded girl hesitates, plainly struggling earlier, resolving whether revealing something valuable. Eventually, she removes a concealed object from within her cloak and offers it. That enigmatic item glows brightly within Christian's palm, surprising him instantly. Following receiving the object, Christian silently turns away and begins departing the alley. At the rear him, the hooded girl watches quietly as fresh blood slowly spreads across stones. That hooded girl walks away silently, worrying Christian might discover her true concealed identity someday. Dark flames surge at that rear, her thoughts, reminding her the deadly mission threatens everything. Meanwhile, memories reveal one chained red-haired prisoner whose fate depends fully on Christian. Elsewhere, Christian enters one bright chamber as casually observing surroundings with cautious attention. Shortly, he examines the enigmatic VIP card closely, realizing its value immediately. That card grants entry into the dark auction house where uncommon relics trade secretly. Recalling past hardships, Christian remembers even heroes once fought obtaining such privileged cards. Inspecting that inscription, he reads the unfamiliar name, Ria de Wolfman, printed closely. Regardless of this clue, Christian remains uncertain whether that hooded girl deserves trust. Standing beyond beneath bright sky, Christian decides cautious preparation becomes absolutely essential. The man visits one messenger station and begins writing instructions onto a readied letter. Shortly, one trained carrier pigeon receives that sealed message destined for distant allies. That bird launches skyward as Christian quietly watches its swift departure above streets. Satisfied with preparations, Christian smiles, boldly following completing that first step. Afterward, within a luxurious chamber, Christian raises a glass while preparing to meet someone. Christian steadily climbs that grand staircase, approaching the luxurious Merchant Guild building with composed resolve. A stern guard blocks Christian's route, assuming the youthful aristocrat clearly does not belong. Without pausing, Christian raises a shining VIP card, quietly displaying authority beyond expectations. Shock spreads among attendants as they instantly realize Christian carries an extremely uncommon VIP card. Attendants swiftly bow respectfully, apologizing as allowing Christian to enter the luxurious merchant hall. Within that bright lobby, a manager nervously approaches Christian, uncertain about the aristocrat visitor's identity. Christian boldly introduces himself as Ria de Hoffman as quietly holding the glittering VIP card. The nervous manager senses a matter strange, but hesitates to trial the confident young noble. Christian instantly orders that manager to escort him directly towards the branch manager's office. Shortly, Christian relaxes comfortably within an extravagant reception chamber covered with golden chandeliers and ornaments. That manager hurries away swiftly, promising to summon the branch manager instantly for Christian. As waiting quietly, Christian studies that interior and recognizes signs belonging to Rudolph merchants. Ancient symbols and treasures reveal Rudolph merchants secretly command vast economic networks worldwide. Christian reflects how the concealed wealth even supports underground markets throughout countless cities. At that instant, the enigmatic branch manager eventually arrives, intrigued by Christian's bold arrival. Fluent, the branch manager greets Christian politely as analyzing the enigmatic visitor carefully. Christian quietly requests that the person named Ruina be brought instantly to this chamber. Surprise crosses Fluent's look as the man wonders how this stranger knows such confidential details. Christian smirks quietly, showing the target previously sits quietly within the luxurious room. Fluent observes closely, understanding the unusual noble must possess unusual insight or abilities. Suspicion grows as Fluent considers whether the visitor discovered the reality through a mystic artifact. Fluent abruptly orders that visitor to stop deceiving others and reveal true intentions instantly. Bright mystic mana erupts briefly as that disguise artifact dissolves from Ruina's appearance. Ruina's true form appears instantly, her look stunned following realizing the deception failed.
Christian silently recalls memories from one previous life involving Rowena and the merchant activities. Those memories include numerous conflicts over stolen gold and unresolved debts between them. Rowena studies Christian closely, identifying that disguise artifact had been exposed with precision. Rowena becomes frustrated, asking how Christian managed exposing the uncommon mystic disguise artifact. Christian casually explains that artifact emerged poorly employed, making its disguise effect noticeably unstable. Rowena then warns Christian he stepped into one private merchant meeting and should leave instantly. Christian quietly threatens spreading rumors about alliance merchants secretly trading within the sorcery empire. Rowena lowers her gaze quietly, understanding the youthful noble already controls dangerous information. Following one instant of silence, Rowena reluctantly asks Christian what he truly wants. Christian reveals precious jewelry and artifacts, displaying that wealth he intends employing closely. Afterward, the man secretly distributes gold and valuables to hired men waiting beyond guarded buildings. Christian explains these resources will solely prepare them for little conflicts approaching shortly. He imagines feasible conspiracies involving Marquis Langham and deadly political schemes emerging silently. Multiple men secretly gather around one burning barrel, readying themselves for covert operations. Christian leaves that assembling afterward, moving alone through the silent streets at night, within the training chamber. Christian informs two youthful men about an upcoming expedition soon. Nevertheless, Christian casually refuses training, claiming such effort would be pointless for him. He waves casually as departing the chamber, ignoring the annoyed reactions behind him. One trainee angrily protests, yet another quietly advises departing Christian alone tonight. They conclude Christian deserves no chance unless the man proves himself through results. Meanwhile, Christian scratches the head casually, hiding his deeper intentions at that rear foolish behavior. Morning sunlight covered the quiet chamber as Christian calmly examined the elegant crafting workspace. Throughout the table, Rowena observed quietly as Christian carefully inspected the prepared materials. Shortly, Christian opened one wooden chest, showing a refined item designed for disguising identity. Near the doorway, Rowena silently readied himself to leave while Christian remained thoughtful beside the table. A sharp smile crossed Christian's features as he exposed he previously understood Rowena's hidden identity. Shock flashed through Rowena's gaze following Christian quietly warned that a devastating war approached. Christian expanded a great map throughout the table, explaining movements of powerful factions preparing conflict. Rowena listened closely as assessing the map, realizing the strategy behind Christian's predictions. Regardless of doubts, she spotted the proof within documents, suggesting Christian's analysis might be correct. Standing boldly near the window, Christian quietly requested Rowena why she doubted his warning. Close by flames burned steadily as Christian clarified he only needed support, not interference. With steady assurance, Christian proposed sponsorship, promising to stop that future war himself. Christian showed another map, outlining economic strategies capable of influencing mighty nations indirectly. Extending his palm forward, Christian requested Rowena whether she would backing his ambitious plan. Rowena stared quietly into Christian's glowing red gaze, understanding the young master possessed terrifying vision. Christian strongly grasped Rowena's palm, sealing their deal while sunlight shimmered across the quiet room. Rowena agreed to the deal warily, cautioned she would abandon Christian immediately if trust shattered. Afterward, Christian released her palm casually, teasing Rowena earlier sending her away from that workshop. Afterward, Christian intent alone, closely grinding herbs inside a mortar while sunlight streamed through windows. Raising the pestle gradually, Christian withstood the bitter smell as concentrating on preparing medicine. Recalling lethal poison insects spreading through demon territories, Christian resolved creating an antidote became necessary. Far away, that divine physician household residence remained proudly beneath bright skies and towering wooden gates. Within that courtyard, Tinga commanded her disciple to strengthen the fire-heating medicinal ingredients. She quietly reminded him uncommon medicines solely succeeded when burned carefully using powerful flames. Memories surfaced describing that savage T-War battlefield covered with fallen soldiers and blazing destruction. Youthful Tinga battled there following the blood-drinking Demon King slaughtered her entire family. Although respected healers among Alliance families, that divine physician household secretly served the Demon King. Eventually, Tinga herself faced that blood-drinking Demon King yet failed escaping the overwhelming blade. Back in the present, boiling medicine simmered silently as Christian proceeded preparing complex antidote mixtures. Meanwhile, Tinga sensed a matter strange approaching, her composed expression slowly tightening with suspicion. Tinga quietly watched Christian working. Understanding, he recreated divine physician pills using only brief instructions. Watching the boiling medicine closely, Tinga questioned why such an unusual youthful man appeared now. Meanwhile, Christian quietly criticized the Divine Physician clan's declining power as continuing the medicine preparation. Lying weakly on that bed, Tinga coughed blood as compelling herself to endure pain. Regardless of suffering, she pondered on countless victims yet trapped within the cruel demon world. Closed by Christian silently declared that the Divine Physician family lineage had already completely ended. Tinga gradually wiped the blood from her lips as compelling a faint but composed smile. Reaching towards a little stack, Tinga presented the final surviving book of their covert arts. She clarified solely this fragment stayed after the devastating war destroyed their clan archives. Gripping Christian's sleeve weakly, Tinga begged him to aid that suffering individuals instead. With determined gaze, Tinga stated she could eventually rest peacefully if he accepted. Christian gazed down quietly, weighing the unexpected request placed before him. Kneeling earlier him, Tinga requested permission to serve him as the master from now. Golden petals drifted gently as Tinga agreed to the humiliating yet hopeful choice calmly. Standing near the window, Christian silently understood he had turned the Divine Physician's successor. Christian silently pondered on mastering the Divine Physician's secrets as sitting beside the weakened Tinga aft. Terward the man wandered through devastated battlefields, fulfilling Tinga's final appeal by healing wounded soldiers everywhere. Over time, individuals throughout war zones started calling Christian the legendary saint on the battlefield. High above that city, birds glided throughout bright skies as a grand cathedral towered below. Within the aristocrat residence, an attendant delivered a sealed letter sent by Christian recently. That black-haired count quietly opened the letter, curious about the message his son readied. Reading closely, the count quietly analyzed Christian's writing while standing near ornate palace windows. Moments afterward, he faced his attendant, signaling that preparations must begin immediately. A confident smile emerged as the count stated he would shortly prepare everything necessary for his son. Under bright wood skies, academy students hear strict instructions needing exploration teams of 2 members. Christian quietly raises his palm, declaring his aim to explore the dangerous forest alone. Astonished classmates watch quietly as Christian insists solitary exploration suits his plans better. Within the wood's root, Christian warns teammates that powerful magical beasts frequently appear here. The man quietly advises others, not expecting rescue if reckless exploration leads them into threat. Christian reveals antidote medicine against extreme poison miasma, demonstrating preparation earlier exploring deeper woods. A close-by student becomes annoyed following witnessing Christian casually swallowing uncertain medicine boldly. Abruptly, green mystic wind surges through trees as mysterious pressure spreads across surroundings. Moments afterward, Rowena arrives quietly, remarking Christian shifted slower than expected reaching area. Rowena questions whether Christian correctly read rules forbidding traps or ambushing classmates throughout exploration. Christian quietly reminds her foes normally behave warily rather than politely during dangerous missions. Both stand features to face, silent tension rising as neither shows aim retreating. Rowena abruptly orders dark sorcery team members carrying communicators to begin exploration instantly. Christian volunteers first, stepping forward boldly as others watch silently among forest shadows. Watching Christian leave, Rowena silently suspects the actions resemble future villain behavior. Christian rapidly assaults a lurking beast, striking before the creature finishes emerging from bushes. With practiced precision, he cuts through the beast effortlessly, crimson blood spraying throughout wood's earth. Standing quietly afterward, Christian reflects that monsters of this level pose little trial. As moving deeper into the woods, Christian considers Rowena Longavis' suspicious plans quietly. Observing surroundings closely, the man notices no obvious signs of assassins hiding close by. Abruptly, he senses movement at the rear him and turns, identifying Marisa approaching quickly. Christian and Marisa briefly features each other quietly, tension hanging between them. Christian casually explains the man accidentally wandered into one deadly poison miasma route. Marisa silently warns him to stay cautious while the forest wind rustles nearby trees. One sudden realization strikes Christian as the man recalls concealed schemes targeting Marisa's safety. Imagining one mighty poison mage hitting her, Christian wonders who would sacrifice her. Turning towards Marisa, Christian quietly prepares to ask a strange personal question. Christian bluntly reveals Marisa's status as a secondary daughter within her aristocrat household. Puzzled by the unusual question, Marisa frowns as sensing his suspicious curiosity. Christian apologizes briefly earlier, silently readying another calculated step within the forest. Marisa's gaze burns with anger as green poison sorcery swirls fiercely around her hand. Christian watches silently, understanding her reaction appears far too intense for ordinary family conflict. From above that clearing, Marisa abruptly launches forward, determined to eliminate Christian instantly. Christian remains composed regardless of threat.
noticing suspicious shadows suggesting hidden enemies observing nearby. Marisa hesitates briefly following hearing Christian mention reinforcements possibly approaching this woods region. Christian points towards a damaged tree, showing proof proving Marisa attacked first. Marisa raises multiple glowing poison vials, cold resolve covering her expression. She justifies the assault, claiming insulting her household and broken engagement warrant retaliation. Without pausing, Marisa unleashes fierce poison magic directly toward Christian's position. A mighty blast erupts as poison sorcery crashes fiercely against Christian's defensive movement. Regardless of the assault, Christian steadies himself as Marisa calmly observes his struggle. She explains even one drop of poison will expand it through the form instantly. Marisa swiftly advances through swirling poison mist, attempting to finish Christian's earlier escape. Abruptly, Christian thrusts his palm forward, releasing surprising energy that disrupts her attack. Marisa falls backward in shock as Christian's crimson gaze reveals unwavering resolve. Christian leans closer, closely inspecting Marisa's gaze while checking symptoms of dangerous poison spreading slowly. Marisa studies Christian quietly. Understanding his composed behavior suggests knowledge about unusual antidotes previously. Abruptly, Marisa raises a blade defensively, suspecting Christian's unusual explanation about enigmatic antidote source. Christian boldly reveals a little vial, claiming inspiration from that famous Dr. Clan's antidote research. Without caution, Christian rapidly strikes Marisa's neck, instantly knocking her unconscious throughout tense moment. Her form collapses lightly as Christian supports her closely, preventing injury during sudden unconscious fall. Christian observes Marisa's sleeping look, quietly stating that he will shortly return afterward, following gently placing her down. Christian kneels close by as gathering magical power carefully. Blue mana swirls above his palm as complex mystic patterns gradually form glowing circles. Meanwhile, two close-by explorers notice the mystic signal, instantly recognizing it as Lady Marisa's call. One man approaches warily, staring at the floating signal as confusion spreads throughout expression. Abruptly, that message changes direction, instructing explorers to search the cliff region instead. Christian leaps through the woods rapidly, departing fading trails of sorcery across tall trees. Throughout his movement, Christian remembers ancient relics formed employing demon or constellation powers. Legends describe objects dropping from that heavens long ago, awaiting individuals capable of controlling them. Ancient records describe that relic discovered this time as the enigmatic tomlet of Willlight. Historical notes explain Lena once ignored the relic since its dark skills appeared uncertain. Afterward research permitted Mad Sage Husak to activate it. Though the elderly master died afterward, Christian abruptly stops on a woods branch following sensing unusual energy hidden somewhere nearby. Without pausing, he leaps down swiftly, scanning the ground and surrounding trees carefully. Dropping leaves scatter as his palm reaches forward, sensing faint traces of magical disturbance. Moments afterward, Christian notices glowing footprints along the route, suggesting movement without visible form. Understanding relics cannot walk, Christian concludes another individual must have reached earlier. Blue mana surrounds his form as Christian prepares himself as sensing approaching foes nearby. Concealed cultists silently watch the forest while waiting impatiently for their planned ambush. Cautious analysis reveals their party includes multiple dangerous poison demon cult members. Among them stands a enigmatic hooded figure whose force surpasses normal cultists. Zone-masked aristocrat complains impatiently about waiting and expresses hatred towards Marisa. That cultists discuss the objective, clarifying the conflict centers around succession within their organization. Eventually, that aristocrat confirms their deal to deliver the relic once their mission finishes. A enigmatic red relic box rests within cracked earth while cultists secretly guard the area. That masked cult leader quietly instructs his followers to expand it out and search surroundings. Following they leave, the leader believes solely insignificant rivals remain near the hidden relic. Concealed among branches, Christian silently observes the circumstance while considering a silent approach. Soft blue mana spreads as Christian summons little spirit beasts through subtle sorcery. The creatures gather above close-by branches as the masked aristocrat unknowingly stands beneath them. Abruptly, the aristocrat startles when the summoned creatures leap down suddenly. The beasts throw foul waste everywhere, shocking the aristocrat and encircling region instantly. Furious and humiliated, the aristocrat chases them deeper into the woods alone. Seeing the chance, Christian silently drops down from above towards the relic container. He activates that Willlight pendant, shaping a glowing purple blade of condensed sorcery. With precise movement, Christian opens that box and retrieves the true relic within. Following securing that artifact, he closely replaces the container with a fake decoy. Satisfied with that switch, Christian buries the fake relic where foes expect treasure. Gripping the genuine relic, Christian quietly prepares to watch the cultists' inevitable reaction.
Christian swiftly replaces that relic with a fake box, ensuring foes discover the decoy. Following burying the fake relic, he quietly declares the covert mission successfully completed. Opening the genuine box, Christian abruptly senses a matter unusual and pauses cautiously.
In the quiet woods, Marisa abruptly awakens tied against a tree, puzzled and weakened. Realization spreads swiftly as Marisa remembers Christian poisoning the earlier with calculated precision. Anger overwhelms Marisa as she curses Christian, understanding the betrayal and ruthless ambition plainly. Bound tightly with rope, Marisa trembles helplessly, wondering how Christian could deceive the so easily. A sudden tone echoes through the woods as an enigmatic brown-haired girl approaches cautiously. The newcomer studies Marisa closely, suspecting she belongs to the explorers searching close by woods. Elsewhere in the woods, multiple cloaked explorers quietly spread out while investigating surrounding areas. One guard lifts one glass vial containing antidote remnants, inspecting it suspiciously under dim sunlight. Christian watches quietly beside a red-haired aristocrat, asking why the antidote was taken earlier. Meanwhile, another scout reports no discoveries as searching deeper among tall woods trees close by. Explorers reorganize their search closely, suspecting Christian vanished somewhere within dangerous wilderness. Christian listens quietly as others discuss him, showing little emotion towards their concerns. Abruptly, Christian senses movement at the rear him and turns sharply towards approaching cloaked figure. That stranger retrieves a red chest containing precious poison relic secured earlier. Poisonous mist. Expanded. Mission stated successful. Explorers prepare departing woods quickly while sending urgent message toward Lanka Gorge. Through the narrow canyon route, the royal expedition advances boldly following securing the dangerous artifact. Christian walks among them quietly, his crimson gaze showing deep suspicion toward everyone nearby. Quiet tension follows his thoughts as he considers departing swiftly. Assuming Marisa previously died, suddenly Christian orders multiple squads to stay behind and continue searching the forest carefully. Regardless of confusion from soldiers, he insists retrieving Christian's form would guard their noble family reputation. Abruptly, the earth trembles fiercely as powerful vibrations echo across the canyon walls. Enormous rocks collapse from that cliff above, sending debris crashing down towards startled explorers. Chaos spreads instantly as soldiers struggle escaping as dust clouds fill that narrow valley. Understanding the trap, Christian swiftly warns everyone that foes are launching a surprise attack. Moments afterward, unusual blue poison mana erupts, spreading violently across the battlefield. Two guards collapse instantly as that toxic sorcery consumes their bodies and weakens them. Standing above the canyon, a cloaked figure observes quietly as poison floods the region. That enigmatic attacker declares the technique called Blue Flower, Marisa's ultimate poisonous creation. Aware suspicion will target Marisa. The assassin quietly accepts responsibility for the lethal attack. Without pausing, that cloaked warrior launches forward, clashing fiercely against the surviving royal soldiers. Blue poison mist spreads around Christian as the man realizes that attacker is the poison mage. Pain spreads through his form as poison mana disrupts his senses and weakens concentration. The cloaked assassin becomes stunned following finding Christian survived the deadly blue flower poison. Suspicion grows within Christian as he wonders whether that antidote medicine guarded him earlier. Seeing the resistance, that assassin decides eliminating Christian personally is now absolutely essential. Green toxic blades flash forward as that attacker launches one fast and lethal strike. Christian raises his blade instantly, blocking the incoming assault regardless of his body weakening from poison. The assassin leaps backward. Understanding Christian's swordsmanship exceeds expectations regardless of his term. Determined to finish swiftly, that assassin prepares another swift assault aimed directly at him. Abruptly, Marisa arrives with another explorer, shouting as rushing forward towards the battlefield. Her sharp gaze analyzed the masked foe. Understanding the attack was designed deliberately, Marisa demands that attacker reveal identity and affiliation at the rear, the deadly ambush. Instead of answering, that assassin quietly raises poison claws readied for another strike. Marisa notices concealed figures appearing nearby, confirming the attacker failed to come alone. She warns everyone that the foe intended closely, targeting the expedition's strongest magicians. Christian watches the chaotic battlefield nervously. Understanding their expedition may previously features complete destruction. An enigmatic tone abruptly echoes across the canyon as a lone figure appears above. Both Christian and Marisa look upward in shock as identifying the surprising newcomer. Christian quietly watches the circumstance, observing allies while standing confidently beneath the forest trees. Close-by teammates react differently as the little girl refuses Christian's teasing confidence completely. A hooded foe appears forward, mocking their chances and asking the weak team's survival. Meanwhile, one dark ritual diagram glows green, showing demonic forces summoned through forbidden sorcery. 3 cultists kneel earlier the ritual circle, combining force to command the terrifying creature. Christian instantly understands the trap and quietly analyzes the faux conspiracy unfolding nearby. Abruptly, Christian reveals a glowing artifact presenting the enigmatic ring earlier confused companions. The party gathers closely as understanding the artifact increases magical strength by 1 level. Suddenly, the foe assaults violently, releasing dark power that frightens the inexperienced teammates. Afterward, Christian quietly examines a jeweled necklace as preparing another clever strategy carefully. A messenger delivers Christian's instructions, showing he secretly readied plans earlier the confrontation. Following clarifying briefly, Christian leaves abruptly, promising the group they will meet again later. Far above the rocky cliff, Christian stands alone as quietly observing his puzzled companions below. The little girl angrily questions Christian's unusual behavior, understanding he intentionally separated himself earlier. Christian secretly studies a glowing artifact, feeling certain another concealed scheme must succeed shortly. A masked cultist mocks the party boldly, thinking Christian's team lacks strength to survive. Green mana erupts around the cultist as forbidden sorcery spreads fiercely across the forest clearing. Christian watches quietly as his allies tense, realizing the battle will begin immediately. The long-haired swordsman abruptly lunges forward, hitting fiercely as ignoring the cultist's rank. Christian observes coldly, thinking arrogant fighters eventually collapse under their own reckless assurance. Shortly, Christian signals movement, guiding that princess and allies to advance closely together. Dark sorcery gathers around Christian's palm as the little girl clutches her glowing artifact. That girl leaps forward excitedly, determined to chase the escaping foes instantly. At the rear of them, the masked cultist watches quietly, anger rising while their pursuit continues. The cultist launches a lethal assault, unleashing sharp green projectiles spinning fiercely through air. The swordsman reacts swiftly, twisting his form as narrowly avoiding the incoming magical blades. Steel flashes abruptly as the swordsman counters, compelling the cultist backward throughout combat. Green mana collides fiercely against the swordsman's blade, sending sparks throughout the battlefield. Although impressed briefly, that cultist prepares another strike as retreating through the woods. With explosive force, that cultist escapes upward, scattering glowing green sorcery throughout the sky. That swordsman grimaces as one green blade grazes his arm, blood spilling throughout sleeves. That masked cultist sneers coldly, unleashing swirling green sorcery that floods the battlefield. Watching closely, the swordsman realizes the foe's overwhelming mystic power surpasses ordinary opponents. Resolve flashes throughout the swordsman's gaze as he gathers energy and prepares a decisive strike. Green force wraps his arm as he lunges forward, delivering a sudden slash towards that cultist. The blow lands fiercely, releasing dark mana that explodes outward throughout the forest ground. The swordsman grins boldly, showing the artifact strengthens curse force through his own blood. Green mana surges stronger as that cursed artifact feeds on his blood and sorcery. He charges once more, swinging fiercely as mocking the cultist's earlier arrogance throughout battle. That blade tears through the cultist's chest, spraying crimson as the masked foe collapses. Another masked follower cries out, stunned by that sudden defeat of the captain. Recovering swiftly, the remaining cultist raises dark sorcery as warning allies not lose focus. Christian steps forward quietly, purple sorcery swirling around his blade with confident command. Far away, that woods grows quiet as the fight's echoes fade into silence. Christian casually proposes one brief pause, teasing allies as if this were a game. Christian walks silently through the woods route, unaware a hooded figure secretly follows behind. That masked watcher narrows glowing gaze beneath the hood, observing Christian with silent hostility. Christian turns slightly and smiles quietly, understanding the concealed pursuer had been nearby. Christian faced the hooded figure warily, assessing the dark energy surrounding his core precisely. The stranger stayed silent, solely showing a glowing red eye beneath his gray hood. Christian tossed a little stone aside, signaling his impatience as maintaining cautious observation. Christian activated a concentrated mystic strike, sending a sharp beam straight at that cloaked foe. The hooded figure evaded fluidly, responding with rapid assaults that tested Christian's reflexes continuously. Sparks erupted as their clash intensified, each movement precise and lethal without pausing shown. Christian moved back, noting the foe's stance and correcting posture earlier, preparing another calculated attack. That masked rival grimaced slightly, acknowledging Christian's skill yet refusing to yield his status. Christian intent silently, gripping his artifact tightly as observing potential openings within the forest. Meanwhile, an unseen aristocrat monitored events, preparing strategies involving Christian and the Venom clan closely. That circumstance became chaotic, as allied forces failed, complicating the mission's original intent significantly. Christian's resolve strengthened regardless of complications, assessing enemies and allies for vulnerabilities thoroughly and cautiously. The observing aristocrat weighed consequences, understanding killing Christian might expose their family to immediate suspicion. Christian's sibling emerged silently behind, watching silently while evaluating threats before making any sudden movement. A tense instant passed, and cautious calculation resolved actions, prioritizing survival over reckless, impulsive decisions instantly. Christian descended rapidly through the snowy cliffside, readying for a precise mystic counterattack closely. He smirked slightly, feeling satisfaction as his rival fought to maintain balance in battle. The hooded foe recovered rapidly, rushing forward with mana-infused attacks aimed at Christian precisely. Christian swiftly spotted a clone shaping, analyzing the demonic energy behind its creation attentively. He evaded strategically, hitting as observing gaps between the enemy's movements to exploit effectively. The clone dispersed under pressure, showing the rival's true location as Christian prepared another assault. Christian swung his blade expertly, compelling the foe to parry and redirect defensive focus immediately. That masked attacker attempted an illusion-based sneak assault, but Christian anticipated the trick perfectly. Christian retaliated rapidly, demonstrating notable reaction speed while staying fully aware of surrounding hazards. The foe hit with overwhelming mana, forcing Christian to evade while analyzing illusions carefully for weaknesses. Christian understood multiple illusions existed simultaneously, needing rapid judgment to distinguish real threats accurately. He intent intensely, tracking the true foe's red gaze as attacks continued relentlessly through rain. Christian braced, channeling maximum mana for a mighty counterstrike aimed directly at the rival's center. The hooded foe's strike collided, forming shockwaves that tore through the woods, leaving a temporary silence. Christian remained warily, observing the aftermath as ensuring no hidden threats remained before advancing carefully. Christian unleashed a devastating assault, summoning an enormous mana blade that streaked through the forest. The hooded rival fought against the concentrated strike, barely maintaining balance amidst chaotic mystic force. Christian pressed forward boldly, following up with rapid assaults as observing every reaction carefully. The foe reeled fiercely, thrown back by the mighty strike as debris scattered around them. Christian surveyed that aftermath, ensuring his assault had neutralized the immediate threat earlier, advancing warily. He spotted subtle clues in the environment, indicating the rival might have anticipated the assault strategically. Christian assessed the circumstance, understanding the enemy understood his plan, forcing him to reconsider next actions. He resolved patience was essential, readying mentally for the next opportunity to strike effectively without error. The foe acknowledged Christian's superior positioning, hesitating slightly as observing his rival's precise movements closely. Christian extended a palm to assist the fallen foe, maintaining composure as conveying unexpected mercy subtly. That hooded fighter reacted with surprise. Understanding Christian's strategic choice preserved his sibling's reputation efficiently. Christian smiled faintly, demonstrating command over both fight outcomes and interpersonal consequences with calculated precision. Abruptly, mana clashed fiercely between them, creating illusions and shocks that tested both combatants' awareness fully. Christian watched closely, identifying which assaults were real and which were deceptive copies generated magically. With clarity, he hit decisively at the genuine foe, showing the remaining illusions and ending the conflict. Christian and his allies confronted mighty enemies as the sky burned crimson above. A little blue-haired character witnessed the overwhelming confrontation, stunned by the deadly situation unfolding. The mission finished successfully as Christian's tactic caused the foes to perish without leaving evidence. Christian came back from scouting, showing minor injuries as holding a calm and calculating expression. His ally requested questions about the extreme poison magician's feasible remaining traitors in secrecy. Christian's red gaze pondered concern. Understanding further investigation was required to secure total safety. Christian resolved to retreat closely, distancing himself to avoid detection from any concealed enemies nearby. He successfully ensured that no other forces spotted the movements, preserving that stolen insignia. Solely 3 survivors stayed from that ambush, and Christian confirmed the operation had concluded effectively. 1 week afterward, Christian enjoyed one luxurious meal, reflecting on that family's settled disagreements. Compensation resolved that extreme poison magician's mistakes, preventing further conflict and restoring temporary stability. Christian appreciated the current life, which was far safer than that massacres experienced previously. Melon came back to the dark magician's side following departing the canyon,
remaining completely undetected. Nerissa vowed silence regarding Melon's involvement, departing Christian free from additional complications and obligations. Regardless of playful teasing from attendants, Christian intent on recovery, enjoying that meal without any further worries. Christian's attendants tried feeding him closely, but his reactions caused chaos throughout the entire chamber. He reluctantly agreed to food as Nerissa's sorcery continuously teased him, expressing affection playfully and repeatedly. Regardless of his protests, Christian was compelled to eat, as attendants ensured no further mischief occurred. Christian commented on the taste, understanding the meal was covered with attentive mystic care. He reminded Nerissa of his control, silently asserting that he controlled the household fully. Nerissa proceeded joking, making Christian concerned about her mischievous behavior as she kept charming, relentless persistence. Nerissa offered strange beverages, but Christian decisively selected scallion juice, avoiding anything that might cause problems. The youthful master noted her surprisingly powerful mystic abilities, acknowledging her as a skilled opponent. Christian closely monitored her movements, staying aware of potential hazards as seated calmly at the dining table. Nerissa expressed the frustrations, threatening Christian jokingly, but he stayed composed, unbothered by her statements. He reminded her to be respectful, emphasizing consequences as maintaining one composed, authoritative demeanor at every times. Regardless of tension, Christian acknowledged her efforts, silently reflecting on how her aura affected household dynamics significantly. Christian clarified the aristocrat succession, instructing Nerissa that preparation would determine his official recognition shortly. He clarified the responsibilities accompanying his new status, ensuring that everyone grasped his elevated control clearly. Confident in his upcoming status, Christian readied strategically for future challenges, as asserting command over circumstances. Christian pondered on previous challenges, weighing which allies and rivals might still pose threats nearby. He assessed potential dangers, calculating strategies for both that known foes and concealed rivals. His thoughts inspected household politics and mystic power, predicting outcomes if conflicts escalated again. Abruptly, an unbreakable mystic wall emerged, surprising Christian and blocking his path unexpectedly from view. He stayed composed, observing the enigmatic energy while preparing to respond cautiously to the situation. Afterward, the source departed, permitting Christian to resume his meal as regaining energy quietly. Christian spotted Nerissa standing in the chamber, signaling her aura after silently arriving without warning. He requested her name, showing recognition and awareness as she neared with calm determination nearby. Christian assessed her look and posture, readying mentally for the conversation and potential magical interactions. Christian rested quietly at the table as a floating maid observed him carefully nearby. Nerissa emerged at the doorway, her gaze covered with surprise and cautious curiosity silently. Christian spotted her aura and internally questioned why she had come back unexpectedly, feeling concerned. Christian was informed that his parent, Duke Huam, that lethal poison clan leader, demanded attention. He visualized Duke Huam, mighty and imposing, encircled by dark mystic energy, reflecting threat. Christian questioned why such a deadly figure desired to see him personally without explanation. Christian strode alongside Nerissa through the grand chamber, heading warily toward their father's waiting presence. He pondered on how he had discovered the faux plot employing secret informants strategically placed. Nerissa's look displayed silent concern, processing the gravity of Christian's cautious, calculated strategy thoroughly. Melon exposed herself as vice captain, clarifying her infiltration under Christian's orders throughout dangerous expedition. Nerissa reacted with shock, understanding Christian had orchestrated countermeasures as the woman had been restrained. Melon clarified that Lethal Poison Clan's lady and her team would actively guard targets. Christian clarified that Nerissa had been tied for the own protection against potential threats. Nerissa grasped, understanding Christian had ensured safety without showing his full protective plan. Christian expressed gratitude towards Nerissa, who acknowledged that rescue, showing mutual understanding and regard. Christian told Nerissa she was crucial to him, speaking quietly as they strode together. Nerissa's gaze widened in shock, struggling to understand Christian's surprising confession entirely in surprise. The man suggested they turn political allies now, hoping for cooperation between both families efficiently. Christian clarified their past relationship refused to affect their new political alliance, easing tensions. Nerissa stayed thoughtful, weighing his words as analyzing the practical implications of their agreement. Christian emphasized they were now strangers, focusing strictly on that alliance without any emotional complications. Nerissa activated defensive sorcery, showing readiness and grave resolve to protect her side immediately.
Christian watched closely, noting her skills as ensuring the alliance proposal remained clear and respected. Marisa formally agreed to that alliance, agreeing for both families' mutual benefit, showing strategic foresight. Christian and Marisa presented themselves earlier Duke Huam, showing regard as maintaining composed and disciplined posture. Duke Huam acknowledged their cooperation and praised Marisa's handling, identifying cautious preparing and execution clearly. Marisa noted Duke Huam's suddenly kind demeanor, understanding he balanced force with personal care effectively. Christian bowed respectfully, showing courtesy as acknowledging Duke Huam's control and maintaining strategic politeness. Marisa watched quietly, impressed by the surprising parent-daughter rapport and their evident mutual understanding. Christian departed the chamber with Marisa, reflecting on the surprising support and strengthening family alliances. Duke Huam expressed anger, scolding Christian for endangering that princess, yet kept composure. Christian clarified Marisa would have confronted grave danger without his careful intervention and planning. Duke Huam questioned Christian's connection with that medical clan, seeking clarity on potential underlying intentions. Christian recalled that auction and clarified he synthesized medicine personally, proving his exceptional genius capability. Duke Huam questioned that feasibility, doubting Christian could understand poisons well enough to create antidotes. Christian boldly demonstrated the skill, emphasizing that one genius could learn complex techniques solely from books. Duke Huam agreed to Christian's explanation, noting that no crime was committed and investigations concluded peacefully. Christian respectfully inquired about joining that lethal poison clan, requesting guidance and strategic permission officially. Duke Huam weighed the appeal, weighing Christian's potential contributions as understanding the consequences of this decision. Scarlet Snowflake, Marchioness Freja, reported Prince Eshid's core had shattered, implying surprising mystic events occurred. The woman questioned that Marquis about Christian's involvement, suspecting deliberate interference affecting the prince's succession urgently. That Marquis restrained his anger, discussing strategic outcomes with Freja as maintaining command of volatile circumstances. Freja demanded clarity regarding that first prince's succession, ensuring the Dark Clan's honor stayed preserved closely. The Marquis directed adherence to protocol, preparing to handle Brood himself as limiting unnecessary interference strategically. Freja reluctantly consented to follow instructions, departing the choice to the Marquis while preparing defensive measures. Christian turns as his parent enters that grand chamber sternly. He greets his parent quietly, hiding intentions at the rear, a composed smile. Christian presents himself elegantly, earning praise as subtly asserting newfound assurance today. Marisa abruptly appears in that corridor, drawing attention from everyone close by. Christian observes silently as tensions rise regarding the broken engagement circumstance. He responds closely, maintaining command as others question his past decisions silently. Marisa approaches energetically, displaying strange enthusiasm that confuses Christian and encircling aristocrats. Christian listens warily, understanding her behavior contrasts sharply with prior hostility towards him. The woman offers congratulations politely, signaling one shift in the complicated relationship dynamic. One recollection reveals discussion about marriage arrangements resolved previously by Christian's parent. Christian explains he rejected that proposal, aiming to command the personal future independently. Marisa reacts with visible shock, plainly unprepared for his surprising refusal choice. Christian walks boldly through the palace, drawing attention from aristocrats observing silently. Various groups whisper about the transformation into one controversial yet influential prince figure. Some acknowledge the achievements reluctantly, as others stay uncertain about his true intentions. A noblewoman notices disturbance as the clan's household head abruptly arrives suddenly. Shock spreads throughout her features as she recognizes the mighty elder's presence. Observers whisper about his uncommon appearance as another man remains composed, unsurprised. That elder questions attendance, implying deeper political consequences at the rear of the formal ceremony. Concerns arise that supporting Christian may provoke hostility from other ambitious princes. Regardless of warnings, that elder trusts Christian's resolve, thinking he will not falter. An attendant respectfully guides the elder towards a readied ceremonial seat within. The man sits beside another official, both observing proceedings with composed control quietly. That elder signals continuation, demonstrating command as maintaining subtle influence over events. Christian walks forward as that investigation ceremony formally begins under bright control. He advances boldly along the grand chamber, facing scrutiny from mighty figures. Crucial aristocrats watch closely, including Marisa, as tension fills that ceremonial chamber. An official loudly declares Christian identified as one prince of that clan. Crowds react strongly as Christian accepts the status, understanding future challenges forward. Resolve grows within him as he resolves to gain greater force swiftly. An enormous dragon abruptly descends from that sky, shocking everyone below instantly. The beast crashes fiercely, shattering the earth and breaking protective barriers apart. Panic spreads as witnesses identify that beast as one deadly demonic dragon guards. Swiftly react, shaping formations and readying defensive magic against the approaching threat. Christian observes the dragon quietly, identifying its nature as others struggle desperately. The dragon unleashes destructive force, overwhelming defenses as chaos erupts throughout the region. That dragon advances aggressively, tearing through barriers as soldiers fail to contain it. An enigmatic figure appears, releasing mighty mana that disrupts the ongoing destruction. Christian watches closely as the circumstance shifts, sensing deeper forces at the rear of the attack. Christian falls from that shattered balcony as explosive sorcery erupts fiercely below him. Dust scatters as soldiers panic, and blue sorcery blasts streak throughout courtyard stones. Close by aristocrats recognize Christian, reacting with shock as Chas. Osos rapidly spreads everywhere, and Elder observes quietly, concluding dark necromancy mana has previously harmed the child. A hooded figure prepares quietly, stepping forward as tension rises among watching aristocrats. Crowds part swiftly as control commands distance, forming space for impending confrontation. Christian siblings watch closely, acknowledging the return following surviving deadly previous ordeals. One aristocrat remarks quietly about disturbing force surrounding Christian's unpredictable presence today. Observers grow uneasy, sensing one matter abnormal as tension continues building within courtyard. A woman gives permission as another aristocrat stands composed, observing unfolding circumstance carefully. Christian descends forcefully, hitting earth with force that cracks stone beneath impact. Onlookers whisper about the recklessness and rumors, linking him to deadly dragon forces. Christian unleashes dark mana, clashing fiercely against one monstrous beast within courtyard. He grimaces in pain as assaults collide, compelling close-by fighters to retreat quickly. Observers recognize ominous markings, recalling ancient signs associated with death from past wars. Christian activates necromancy force, summoning undead soldiers beneath one glowing crimson sorcery circle. Observers react nervously, understanding forbidden sorcery has been employed openly within noble territory. Undead creatures surge forward fiercely, clashing against foes as destruction spreads rapidly. One skeletal dragon descends aggressively, unleashing forceful assaults towards Christian below. Christian studies movements closely, calculating survival chances against overwhelming foe power. The man prepares resistance, focusing mana as enduring pressure from continuous aerial assault. Christian identifies that dragon's core, identifying its heart previously corrupted beyond recovery. Dark mana collides mid-air, causing fierce explosions between opposing mystic forces. He urges others to retreat, maintaining status regardless of increasing threats surrounding battlefield. A woman approaches rapidly, offering assistance as she channels mighty dark sorcery energy. The woman unleashes concentrated assaults, summoning multiple skeletal forces to backing Christian. Christian reacts with surprise, witnessing the overwhelming force dominating that battlefield. One devastating strike pierces through that dragon, shattering its enormous skeletal structure. The beast collapses fiercely, its remains scattering as dark mana dissipates rapidly following fight ends. Christian watches quietly, assessing aftermath while tension slowly fades. Christian moves through shadows, understanding that force he sensed differs greatly from expectations. A aristocrat woman observes silently, recalling earlier reports about a person reaching dangerous levels. Another figure reflects quietly, connecting this overwhelming force to previously discussed warnings. Onlookers express shock as demonic mana spreads intensely throughout that damaged courtyard region. That aftermath reveals destruction, with debris scattered widely following the dragon's collapse. Christian considers closely, understanding that importance of hiding his power from others. One composed woman watches Christian closely, identifying similarities to a legendary dark force. She evaluates him quietly, acknowledging his surprising rise beyond normal noble standards. Christian responds briefly, maintaining composure as processing the circumstance and attention directed towards him. An enormous beast corpse lies showed as aristocrats gather around silently observing. Multiple observers whisper as Christian stands quietly, showing little emotional reaction there. One sudden movement near that corpse draws attention as tension silently spreads. Melon abruptly collapses forward, placing one palm strongly against the polished floor. He declares devotion towards Christian, shocking everyone present within the grand chamber. That encircling aristocrats react with disbelief as Christian watches without immediate interruption there. Melon raises his head boldly, expressing resolve through his sharp intent gaze. Christian studies him closely, weighing the implications at the rear such an unexpected pledge. Another aristocrat approaches, shifting attention as that atmosphere becomes increasingly complicated within. Jason introduces himself politely, presenting his aura with composed assurance towards Christian. He mentions an inauguration gift, implying deeper intentions at that rear, the seemingly friendly approach. Without caution, another figure is pushed forward, surprising Christian and disrupting expectations fully. Christian reacts casually as gripping the puzzled man, asserting control over situation firmly. Jason explains that man's identity, showing one connection that shocks Christian deeply. That reality leaves both stunned as the younger man reacts with visible confusion. Jason grabs Alos strongly, presenting him as one person tied closely to Christian. Christian recalls Alos' future, identifying concealed potential overshadowed by harsh stigma there. Following brief reflected, Christian declares Alos will now serve directly under him. Melon watches proudly as Alos reacts loudly, overwhelmed by sudden change happening. Visitors arrive with gifts, acknowledging Christian's rising influence within aristocrat society circles. Representatives from multiple houses appear, signaling political interest encircling Christian's rising status. Crowds gather beyond, celebrating loudly as Christian gains recognition among encircling citizens. Amid cheers, certain individuals watch silently, showing dissatisfaction at the rear their controlled expressions. A red-haired noblewoman warns another, showing deadly intentions shaping beneath public celebration. Elsewhere, aristocrats walk through woods paths, discussing Christian's sudden rise with caution. An elder questions relevance, as another dismisses involvement regardless of identifying shifting power. That older man reflects silently, suggesting patience as unseen forces begin shifting. One enigmatic woman considers Julian's ambition, linking his potential to that clan's future. The woman weighs outcomes closely, contemplating different successors depending on power and results. That elder smirks slightly, intrigued by possibilities as competition within the clan intensifies. Lone barren woods stands silent as crows gather, watching that desolate battlefield below. Masked fighters watch fallen bodies, showing disappointment towards that weak resistance encountered. One unmasked man questions tactic, as others stay cautious about unnecessary complications ahead. One blue-haired assassin approaches quietly, drawing attention from close-by masked subordinates instantly. She mentions a rumor regarding an enigmatic sibling emerging within Baron Rand's territory. One careless subordinate mocks that clan, unknowingly provoking the assassin's cold reaction. Abruptly, blood bursts outward as that mocking subordinate suffers one fatal piercing strike. His form collapses lifelessly, departing others stunned by the surprising violent action. That assassin remains composed, staring forward as confusion spreads among surviving members close by. Another masked fighter protests, insisting devotion as asking the sudden betrayal happening. The assassin rapidly cuts him down, dismissing his words without pausing or regret. Remaining members freeze in terror, understanding the lives now hang by uncertainty. With a gesture, dark force erupts as blood spirals fiercely around that assassin. The gruesome mana consumes another target, departing none but a collapsing body behind. She watches quietly, showing no emotion as violence concludes within that silent woods. That assassin remarks indifferently, expressing boredom following effortlessly eliminating the weak rivals. She turns away, announcing her aim to leave that scene instantly afterward. Moving alone, the woman decides to return home, hinting at unresolved matters awaiting the One formal letter reports Christian's steady progress following the recent princely investiture ceremony. Dark curse sorcery swirls around Christian as the man studies intensely among stacked books. The man continues physical training relentlessly, combining blade drills with disciplined daily conditioning exercises. Christian recalls lighter moments, smiling as household members gather warmly around him. The younger sibling eagerly expresses resolve to surpass Christian throughout their next sparring. Reading further, Christian accepts that report quietly, resolving to grow stronger than earlier. He privately acknowledges plans, intending to turn one concealed force against future destruction. Annabelle woman observes curiously, spotting his strange look while he reads silently. Christian reflects on that report, identifying the sibling's progress and concealed training habits. The sibling demonstrates illusion skills, imagining hitting a mighty death dragon with precision. Christian criticizes the claim internally, identifying unrealistic assurance from a person lacking real experience. Offering advice briefly, the man suggests refining perception earlier, dismissing further unnecessary argument. Christian explains illusions require separation from self, otherwise constructs cannot act independently. That sibling reacts defensively, asking Christian's knowledge regardless of his quiet months of study. Christian remains composed, recalling lessons from a mighty mage as reaffirming intent discipline. Christian dismisses a branch household member coldly, showing clear disdain within the grand chamber. Jupian approaches strongly, caution Christian not to degrade himself regardless of his harsh attitude. Irritated Christian insults the bluntly, provoking tension as the confrontation escalates swiftly. Misak observes beside Christian, puzzled as Jupian grows angrier at the attitude. Christian counters sharply, humiliating Jupian by pointing out the unpleasant breath without restraint. Enraged, Jupian lashes out verbally as Misak awkwardly checks the own breath nervously. Jupian's aura darkens as killing intent emerges, declaring Christian beneath even grave battle. Christian analyzes quietly, sensing deadly demonic mana linked to a destructive bloodline influence. He concludes her force stems from Frisia's lineage, identifying the threat at the rear her aggression. Misak challenges her doubts, proposing to confirm reality through one direct clash of mana. Jupian accepts instantly, demanding he reveal the true power without further hesitation. Christian smiles subtly, anticipating victory as he prepares to execute the concealed tactic. As force surges, one sudden interruption halts them earlier. Their clash begins. One red-haired woman appears rapidly, asserting control and instantly suppressing their confrontation. Under her command, Jupian is compelled to apologize as Christian watches quietly. Frisia summons Christian quietly, requesting a private discussion within her office instantly. One formal letter reports Christian's steady progress following the recent princely investiture ceremony. Dark curse sorcery swirls around Christian as the man studies intensely among stacked books. The man continues physical training relentlessly, combining blade drills with disciplined daily conditioning exercises. Christian recalls lighter moments, smiling as household members gather warmly around him. The younger sibling eagerly expresses resolve to surpass Christian throughout their next sparring. Reading further, Christian accepts that report quietly, resolving to grow stronger than earlier. He privately acknowledges plans, intending to turn one concealed force against future destruction. Annabelle woman observes curiously, spotting his strange look while he reads silently. Christian reflects on that report, identifying the sibling's progress and concealed training habits. The sibling demonstrates illusion skills, imagining hitting a mighty death dragon with precision. Christian criticizes the claim internally, identifying unrealistic assurance from a person lacking real experience. Offering advice briefly, the man suggests refining perception earlier, dismissing further unnecessary argument. Christian explains illusions require separation from self, otherwise constructs cannot act independently. That sibling reacts defensively, asking Christian's knowledge regardless of his quiet months of study. Christian remains composed, recalling lessons from a mighty mage as reaffirming intent discipline. Christian dismisses a branch household member coldly, showing clear disdain within the grand chamber. Jupian approaches strongly, caution Christian not to degrade himself regardless of his harsh attitude. Irritated Christian insults the bluntly, provoking tension as the confrontation escalates swiftly. Misak observes beside Christian, puzzled as Jupian grows angrier at the attitude. Christian counters sharply, humiliating Jupian by pointing out the unpleasant breath without restraint. Enraged, elderly luggage rested silently as dust covered abandoned corners. The grand chamber emerged as attendants guided Christian inside. Attendant apologized as Christian watched calmly without reacting. Christian smirked, slightly understanding location suited the intentions well. He commanded Mari to clean as one maid emerged. Unusual spirits emerged when Mari hesitantly called them out. That assistant panicked at ghosts as Christian stayed composed. Mari confronted that spirits, declaring control over the residents. That spirits bowed obediently, accepting the command without resistance. Blue spirits rushed, cleaning dust rapidly throughout that chamber. Objects floated and arranged themselves neatly under supernatural force. Christian observed, impressed, as the filthy sight turned spotless. Narration clarified dark sorcery permitted growth through dangerous methods. Christian trained strange techniques, gaining force efficiently compared others. He understood methods suited him regardless of unusual and unfamiliar. Throughout class, Christian listened as the teacher clarified curse principles closely. He assessed the concept deeply, weighing methods to break mystic balance. Another instructor introduced illusion sorcery, starting one new lesson session. One noblewoman criticized Christian, asking the progress and overall capability harshly. The teacher hesitated as pressure from the aristocrat household increased abruptly. He reluctantly agreed to the control, agreeing to follow her strict demands. Following class finished, Christian respectfully acknowledged that teacher's efforts sincerely. The teacher doubted himself, thinking his teaching skill stayed insufficient. Still, Christian reassured him quietly, identifying the challenging situation surrounding him. Encouragement proceeded as Christian emphasized learning proper mystic principles first. He demonstrated illusion sorcery, shaping mana visibly within his grasp smoothly. That teacher observed, astonished. Understanding Christian replicated the technique instantly. That teacher concluded that Christian's talent surpassed expectations set previously.
The man admitted inability to guide further, acknowledging Christian's remarkable skill sincerely. Bright sorcery covered the chamber as Christian displayed overwhelming illusion power. That teacher praised Christian gently, acknowledging effort regardless of limited actual instruction. Christian agreed to quietly, maintaining composure as reflecting on rapid progress achieved. Bright illusion sorcery manifested, shaping glowing figures that covered the classroom. Beyond, Misak complained arrogantly about Christian ignoring duties following becoming prince. Mon masked attendant cautioned Misak about consequences approaching due to actions. Misak dismissed concerns, thinking Christian lacked power without household support. A messenger reached abruptly, delivering a gift ready by the household head. That opened box exposed elaborate food closely arranged for Misak. Misak misunderstood intentions, assuming it was an attempt to gain favor. Abruptly, tension rose as Christian activated illusion sorcery with intent. He assaulted decisively, overwhelming rivals employing refined combat experience. The movements pondered past mastery, demonstrating force from earlier lifetime. The aftermath displayed defeated foes, as Christian remained victorious among destruction. Observers acknowledged triumph, identifying that power of the Dark Mage lineage. The household celebrated loudly, declaring Christian's victory throughout the Grand Chamber. The Grand Chamber of the Dark Mage household echoed with praise for the patriarch, as Christian quietly observed the nobles around him with sharp eyes, apologized for causing concern, and vowed to prove the worth through future achievements within that clan. Amusement emerged on his features when he spotted the sudden change in the nobles' attitudes. That patriarch secretly admired Christian's skill to see through deception. Meanwhile, Christian sensed mighty mana from an uncommon vitality pill that could extend a person's lifespan and strengthen the body. Curiosity expanded through the mansion following an enigmatic medicine and sealed letter arrived from the young lord without warning. Christian respectfully apologized and offered one covert technique as a gift to gain that patriarch's favor. Assurance covered Christian's mind as he vowed to surpass expectations during his upcoming duel against Misak. Laughter erupted throughout the chamber when the patriarch discovered that Christian had personally sent the valuable gift. Patriarch resolved to repay Christian by attending that decisive fight himself. Shock covered that aristocrats' faces following hearing that the clan leader would personally witness the competition between his grandsons. A bright smile emerged on Christian's features since he finally had the chance to show the patriarch how much he had grown. News of the patriarch's appearance swiftly expanded through the mansion and disturbed even the most influential aristocrats. Lady Frisia turned suspicious since the patriarch had ignored household matters for years earlier, suddenly showing interest in the duel. Aristocrats understood Christian had drawn the attention of the entire Dark Mage household through his unexpected achievements. Lady Frisia observed the rising excitement around Christian with cold suspicion as she understood the patriarch's attention had begun shifting toward him. Dark thoughts covered her mind as she silently planned to use the upcoming duel to crush Christian before his influence expanded further. Quietly came back to his chamber and prepared himself for the dangerous conflict ahead. Christian became tired of meaningless lessons and intent fully on increasing his own strength instead. A caution from the necromancer Dark Mage household convinced him that concealed enemies were finally beginning to notice his existence. Regardless of understanding the enormous gap in force, Christian resolved to survive carefully while gathering enough strength for the future. Expectation covered Christian's gaze as dark mana gathered around his hand and formed into unstable, cursed power. Although maintaining that technique exhausted his weak form, he compelled himself to continue training through repeated failures. Abruptly, a red-haired aristocrat interrupted the training following hearing rumors about Christian's rapid growth within the clan. That visitor jokingly questioned Christian about his solo training as secretly observing how much stronger he had turned. Aristocrat clarified that patriarch had been deeply pleased by Christian's recent gift. A confident grin expanded throughout Christian's features because he knew disappointing the patriarch was no longer an option. The red-haired aristocrat casually offered to train together, but Christian immediately refused without pausing. Aristocrat laughed loudly and admitted he had solely desired to test Christian's attitude. As dark flames encircled his form, the aristocrat requested that Christian perform well in the upcoming competition before leaving the room. Christian dismissed the rumors encircling the competition as secretly investigating the unusual events happening inside the estate. A ghost attendant reported that the youthful lady's chamber showed no clear evidence. As reviewing the details, Christian started suspecting that the young lady had become connected to demonic power. Memories of the woman's overwhelming demonic mana convinced Christian that a normal aristocrat could never possess such abnormal strength. Although no reason existed for her to form a contract with a demon, multiple details suggested concealed influence from a person close to her. Following comparing the reports, Christian understood the woman's personality had entirely changed compared to her former self.
Rumors throughout the estate claimed the youthful lady had once been gentle, earlier abruptly becoming cruel and unstable. Christian instantly grasped that a person powerful was secretly manipulating her from the shadows. He assembled more details and cautioned them to stop gossiping carelessly. The frightened spirit swiftly obeyed, following, understanding Christian could hear and command them without difficulty. As the ghosts clarified their discoveries, Christian connected the unusual incidents to an elderly hidden story within the estate. A deeper investigation exposed that stronger a ghost turned, the more tragic its past usually was. The ghost attendant nervously requested about Christian's thoughts, as trying to avoid revealing too much information. Christian quietly praised that attendant for collecting valuable details about the estate. Excitement covered the chamber as the loyal ghost happily vowed to continue helping Christian uncover the truth behind the mystery. A month passed as the day of the match eventually reached inside the grand arena of the Dark Mage family. Crowds assembled around the elevated platform as aristocrats and elders observed the match with serious expressions. Prince quietly analyzed the battlefield and understood the former family head was secretly watching his actions. Within the royal chamber, the former household head readied the spectators to witness the struggle between rival princes. Soon after, the young challenger approached with arrogance and mocked the prince before everyone present. Rage expanded throughout the challenger's features as he declared the duel would end with death according to family law. Rival released destructive black sorcery and compressed explosive flames around his form. Burning mana burst throughout the arena as the attacker charged forward with violent killing intent. Instead of retreating, that prince raised dark purple sorcery and readied himself against the incoming explosion. Flames collided against the prince, yet he assessed the foe's spell and discovered a weakness within the assault. Chains abruptly wrapped around his form, following the enemy activated another deadly technique called Execution Pyre. Although trapped by blazing restraints, the prince kept his composure and assembled dark force in silence. Sharp, purple mana erupted from that prince and tore through the burning chains encircling him. The reckless attacker laughed wildly since he thought victory was previously certain within the collapsing arena. Moments afterward, the prince emerged at the rear his stunned opponent and coldly questioned whether he was enjoying the fight. Shock expanded throughout Misak's features when the prince suddenly escaped the illusion trap and struck him directly. A heavy blow sent that attacker crashing backward as purple mana scattered through the arena floor. Smirking boldly, the prince mocked his rival for dropping into a simple illusion despite reaching 4-star rank. Pain overwhelmed Misak as repeated assaults compelled him throughout the battlefield without any chance to recover. Meanwhile, the prince closely assessed the weakness of Misak's destructive black sorcery and recognized its unstable casting speed. Rather than holding distance, that prince pressured him with relentless close-range assaults that shattered his concentration. Leaning down towards the defeated rival, the prince cruelly humiliated him as spectators quietly watched the scene unfold. Hatred burned within Misak as the man swore repeatedly to kill that prince no matter the consequences. Ignoring the household rules, Misak secretly activated a forbidden sorcery tool concealed within his hand. The prince instantly spotted the concealed backup, yet Misak unleashed Requiem of Destruction before anyone could interfere. Terrified aristocrats identified the terrifying 5-star destruction black sorcery gathering around the arena. Madness consumed Misak entirely as he screamed and released an enormous storm of demonic flames towards the prince. Fierce, destructive mana spiraled throughout the battlefield and swallowed everything standing in its path. Even as facing overwhelming flames, the prince quietly watched the flow of demonic power surrounding him. Dark purple force assembled around his arm as his power surpassed physical limits and readied himself to break the deadly spell. Purple-black aura wrapped around his arm as the aristocrats observed the terrifying power spread through the hall. That destructive demonic force shattered the floor and tore through the arena with overwhelming pressure. Multiple spectators were thrown back in terror as debris scattered everywhere. Confusion covered the chamber following witnessing a level of power that should not belong to someone his age. Spinning demonic mana proceeded swallowing the surroundings as Christian stood calmly at the center. Shock swiftly expanded among the observers following they realized the sword contained 5-star destructive demonic energy. Meanwhile, an injured rival fell onto the earth and struggled to breathe. Terror and disbelief covered his features following being completely defeated in a single exchange. Christian abruptly emerged above the wounded foe and struck him again with another wave of purple energy. Blood spilled from that defeated fighter as the encircling aristocrats froze in silence. Whispers expanded through the crowd as numerous started calling him a genius. Following the destruction settled, the family head readied himself to leave the hall while the nobles quietly observed Christian from afar. An older member of that clan suggested that Misak should attention more on Christian's education. That red-haired woman lowered the head with visible frustration. The rising praise towards Christian solely deepened the tension within the dark noble family. The household head personally acknowledged Christian earlier departing the hall.
The appearance carried control. Christian respectfully vowed to continue proving the worth to that clan. Assurance covered his look after surviving the brutal test before the nobles. As the chamber turned quiet once more, Christian walked forward beneath the long shadows of the mansion. Christian understood that the man had eventually succeeded in temporarily manifesting black aura. Excitement covered his features as he tested the terrifying mana flowing through the black sword. The aura exploded throughout the earth and released destructive demonic mana over a wide distance. As inspecting his new skill, Christian suddenly sensed another presence nearby. The instant Christian gazed at the silver-haired stranger, his body froze in fear. That man called himself Sarad and exposed that he was Christian's eldest sibling. Fragments of memory instantly surfaced within Christian's mind about a mad prince from the Dark Mage household. An overwhelming sense of threat expanded through Christian as that stories connected together. Sarad remained earlier him with a composed expression while his terrifying reputation echoed in Christian's thoughts. Confusion covered Christian following seeing such a deadly figure appear without warning. A bloody image from that past abruptly flashed throughout Christian's mind. That memory reminded him of the cruel massacre connected to Sarad's madness. That horrifying memory proceeded as Sarad mocked his victims throughout a battlefield slaughter. Christian recalled how countless lives were destroyed following Sarad descended into madness. Resolve hardened within Christian as dark aura assembled around his body again. The man turned convinced that Sarad had to be killed earlier another tragedy could happen. Sarad silently watched the killing intent encircling Christian and responded with amusement. Purple-black mana expanded between them as that tension sharply increased. Sarad cautioned Christian that assaulting him would solely force him to kill in return. For that first time since gaining black aura, the man grasped the terrifying gap between himself and the true monsters of the Dark Clan. Sarad tightly grabbed Christian's palm as dark mana spread between them. The terrifying prince quietly inspected him as if testing the value of his younger sibling. Disappointment shortly emerged on Sarad's features after hearing the rumors surrounding Christian. Sweat rolled down Christian's features, but his hatred solely turned stronger. Regardless of the overwhelming pressure, he rejected to lower his pride earlier the Mad Prince. Christian coldly stated that that world would be better without a person like Sarad. Rather than becoming furious, Sarad silently stared at him with amusement. The deadly prince abruptly burst into laughter following hearing the fearless threat. Excitement gradually replaced Sarad's boredom as he eventually spotted potential within Christian. Sarad cautioned Christian that his current power was yet far from enough. Even so, the man encouraged him to grow stronger if he wished to turn entertaining. Without caution, Sarad pressed one finger against Christian's forehead and released a little amount of killing intent. Patience swiftly disappeared from Sarad's look while the atmosphere turned colder. That terrifying prince reminded Christian that weak hesitation would solely lead to death. Following Sarad vanished, Christian stayed standing alone while struggling to move. Terror mixed with frustration following facing a person far beyond his current limits. He understood there was yet time earlier Sarad fully descended into madness through a demon contract. Resolve hardened within Christian as dark aura assembled around him once more.
Christian silently strode through the castle corridor as thinking about the dangerous power of the Devourer demon and the threat it could bring in the future. Memories of Misak's artifact came back to the mind, making him realize he required stronger tools. Shortly following, an attendant urgently delivered a message from the Marchioness. Within the luxurious chamber, the Marchioness spotted his exhausted term. Christian quietly listened as she clarified the upcoming prince assembling held for newly appointed heirs of the southern magic nations. Although the event emerged peaceful on the surface, he grasped it was actually a battlefield covered with rivalry. The Marchioness exposed that this year's assembling would take site inside the underground garden controlled by the Dark Mage family. Hearing the location instantly caught Christian's attention since he identified the importance of the participants. Mighty heirs from famous mage families, including Resistor Kashmir. Christian recalled rumors about Kashmir becoming one future leader connected to that feared Blood Demon King and deadly resistance forces. Suspicion gradually shaped in his mind as he connected the underground garden with the movements of multiple noble factions. By the end of his thoughts, Christian concluded that the assembling could hide a great-scale scheme targeting every attending family. Marchioness turned astonished that he had previously noticed the hidden danger surrounding the event. She permitted him to leave as additionally mentioning the reward he earned from defeating Misak earlier. A bright smile emerged on Christian's features as he resolved to enjoy the castle's luxury while preparing himself for the dangerous gathering ahead. Christian received a formal invitation from that Rudolph merchant party along with news about a valuable gift readied for him. He understood the timing was perfect since he required additional preparation before entering the underground garden. Thoughts about a mighty concealed artifact within the underground garden strengthened his determination to secure every advantage possible. Luck appeared to favor Christian when he suddenly encountered an elderly acquaintance inside the merchant building. A puzzled youthful woman questioned his aura because the area was usually restricted and rarely visited by outsiders. Another merchant nervously emerged at the rear Christian as mentioning the prepared gift that had caused trouble. Without pausing, Christian compelled both individuals to sit together. The silver-haired girl turned suspicious of his sudden behavior, yet she stayed silent following sensing his grave expression. Meanwhile, Christian openly admitted that the man trusted neither of them entirely. The girl eventually exposed details about receiving a massive reward connected to a dangerous death dragon. Shock expanded throughout the merchant's features as reports about the Four Kings Castle and several missing people were brought into the conversation. Dark rumors shortly pointed towards aristocrat families secretly cutting ties with the outside world while preparing unknown plans behind closed doors. Concern gradually emerged on the merchant's features after he admitted there was no way to uncover the secrets hidden inside the Four Kings territory. Suspicion instantly rose within the silver-haired girl since Christian spoke about the castle as if he had personally visited it earlier. She awkwardly attempted to explain herself as Christian quietly observed her reaction in silence. Merchant understood that girl's explanation matched the unusual incidents happening around the Four Kings Castle. Christian silently connected that restricted movements and isolation policies to feasible military preparations against the Alliance. Reports about Titan surveillance and stopped trade routes shortly convinced him that mighty political forces were already involved behind the scenes. Concern expanded through the chamber when Christian admitted he lacked enough influence within the Alliance to investigate the matter further. She instantly volunteered to aid since merchants could travel freely between neutral territories without attracting suspicion. A confident smile emerged on Christian's features following hearing her offer. The merchant turned puzzled once Christian mentioned that he yet needed another favor before ending the discussion. Both guests closely observed him as he calmly considered his next move regarding the growing danger surrounding the castle. Christian had previously begun building a concealed network to gather details before the underground gathering officially started. A nervous merchant reached before the young noble and attempted to negotiate carefully after realizing the previous deal could no longer be ignored. He quietly stated that the merchant would cooperate with his next scheme and provide support without resistance. Shock expanded throughout the merchant's features when the boy confidently decided the matter alone. Merchant reluctantly consented to invest, following hearing the boy mention the concealed treasures buried inside the dangerous underground garden. As the maid questioned whether such assurance could be trusted, the youthful noble revealed that he possessed knowledge no ordinary person should know. Excitement swiftly covered the chamber after he explained that countless relics and magical artifacts rested inside the forbidden treasure ground. Although that underground garden belonged to the Destruction Mage household and stayed sealed from outsiders, greed gradually replaced terror as the merchant imagined gaining influence and wealth through cooperation with the enigmatic youthful heir. Leaning closer, that boy silently asked a legendary artifact known as Lenin's scissors as payment for his future actions. That merchant froze in disbelief following hearing the name of the Archmage's relic. Without pausing, the youthful noble revealed that the merchant already possessed the artifact and had secretly hidden it for years. Shaken merchant listened as that boy vowed to retrieve even greater treasures in exchange. Silence covered the chamber as the merchant struggled to accept that he would need to hand over such a valuable relic. Meanwhile, the silver-haired maid stayed composed and reminded him that the youthful noble rarely acted without preparation or certainty. Reached towards the door with assurance, already preparing for the dangerous expedition ahead. Dark mana surged around the youthful aristocrat as he completed a refined black aura technique. Following analyzing illusion sorcery and demonic energy during previous battles, assurance settled throughout his features once he strengthened both his black aura. A red-haired attendant shortly emerged beside the carriage and formally announced that he would accompany the young master on the upcoming mission. Rather than showing excitement, the black-haired boy silently stared beyond as the carriage continued through the long road toward the Empire. Exhaustion gradually reached him throughout the journey, yet he withstood the harsh physical training without openly complaining. Suspicion crossed the youthful aristocrat's mind following observing the strange behavior of people living inside the Magic Empire. Cheerful red-haired attendant attracted that most attention with the overly bright attitude. Confusion emerged on the boy's features when the attendant admitted he simply found the young master interesting enough to follow willingly. At the rear, his playful smile, the attendant exposed cruel truths about the vampire race and the bloody history surrounding Simon's family. Ancient conflicts and massacres resurfaced in that discussion, as the man described Simon as the older sibling of the feared Blood Demon King. Aristocrat quietly permitted the servant to continue speaking about hidden matters. Cautious tension covered the carriage once the attendant cautiously asked about Count Idrin.
Instead of refusing instantly, the youthful aristocrat listened in silence while reconsidering the meaning behind the unexpected question. Uncertainty lingered in the air as both men understood the conversation had turned tide to deadly secrets within the empire. Curiosity emerged on the attendant's features after the young noble suddenly asked about Princess Idrin of the Bloodsword Mage family. Golden light encircled the carriage as the attendant clarified that Idrin was considered one of the greatest rising stars among the 12 legendary magic families. Resolve covered the boy's gaze when he admitted that defeating the talented princess someday had become one of his personal goals. Instead of describing Idrin as cruel, that attendant surprisingly spoke about the kindness. Confusion crossed the youthful aristocrat's features after hearing that the feared little princess of blood actually disliked meaningless slaughter. Awkward disbelief expanded through that carriage when the attendant casually mentioned receiving friendly letters from the terrifying princess herself. Teasing laughter shortly followed as the attendant jokingly suggested arranging a marriage between the youthful noble and Idrin. Annoyance swiftly replaced surprise following the black-haired boy strongly rejected the ridiculous proposal. Silence came back afterward as the youthful noble secretly analyzed Idrin's unusual personality and the hidden truth behind her behavior. Dark memories surfaced in the mind as the man recalled Simon's savage death. Suspicion proceeded rising since the details behind Simon's fate no longer matched the terrifying stories he previously knew. The attendant panicked briefly following the youthful noble suddenly leaned forward. Night eventually covered that distant mountains as the carriage eventually reached one quiet estate beneath the cold sky. Within a lonely chamber, the red-haired attendant silently watched over a pale woman sleeping weakly on the bed. Pain silently expanded throughout his expression when he held her hand and softly called her mother while hiding his sorrow. A weak and injured red-haired boy spotted an unfamiliar man entering the chamber as he struggled to stay conscious after waking up suddenly, compelling the youthful man to realize the harsh status he held inside the noble household. Grand Prince Schwartz questioned his disgraceful behavior and commanded him to attend the upcoming prince assembling regardless of his poor condition. A glowing key was exposed as the prince clarified that the underground garden could solely be entered during the gathering at the correct moment. Shock expanded throughout the boy's features after learning every participant would eventually die if the transfer failed inside the hidden location, yet handed over medicine from that medical sage household. Heavy thoughts covered the youthful man's mind as he weighed accepting the dangerous mission in exchange for saving his dying mother. He silently agreed to the task as the gloomy room reflected his burdened state, shifted towards the magnificent prince assembling chamber filled with dazzling lights and noble decorations. A black-haired youthful man stepped into the assembling and felt nostalgic remembering the brutal battlefield connected to the underground garden. Memories of mighty warriors and bloody war scenes reminded him how valuable the concealed relics once were throughout the conflict. Resolve came back to his gaze as he wondered whether he could obtain the same powerful treasure once again. Moon blue-haired aristocrat girl abruptly greeted him with playful sarcasm and sharp curiosity. Embarrassment quickly spread after his awkward response created an uncomfortable misunderstanding before the surrounding nobles. As tension rose between them, the assembling officially started as more participants arrived inside the grand hall. Kashmir Van Beesen formally introduced himself as a prince from the Destruction Mage household, as quietly observing the unfamiliar black-haired participant. Meanwhile, that youthful prince recalled Kashmir's proud reputation. Surprise expanded throughout the encircling nobles after Christian politely introduced himself. Nervousness emerged at the rear Kashmir's smile as he modestly praised the achievements of the Holy Empire regardless of his own growing fame. Christian closely built trust by respecting Kashmir's struggles as one late prince who battled hard to gain recognition. The sincere compliments departed Kashmir visibly shaken since he had rarely received honest admiration from others within noble society. Christian quietly clarified that dark mages valued power and merit above noble bloodlines or family status. Painful memories resurfaced within Kashmir's mind as voices from that past mocked him for being an unwanted outsider within the Beesen household. Anger and humiliation flashed throughout his gaze as the memories reminded him of the loneliness he endured growing up. Following hearing Christian's words, Kashmir sincerely thanked him and started treating the youthful prince with much warmer respect. Kashmir suggested shaping a sibling-like alliance that could strengthen the southern sorcery nations through cooperation. Christian listened closely as Kashmir boldly offered a trial to prove their bond. Confusion expanded throughout Kashmir's features after hearing the unusual bet that the first person reaching the 7th floor would become the elder brother. Wone's playful atmosphere briefly replaced that tension as the younger Christian boldly teased the older prince about lacking courage. Resolve swiftly came back to Kashmir's expression, and he immediately accepted the challenge rather than allowing himself to appear weak. Christian secretly felt satisfied following successfully provoking Kashmir into accepting the trial without understanding he had been manipulated.
He boldly volunteered to enter the underground passage first as the others watched from above. Silence briefly covered the chamber following his sudden descent, leaving the blue-haired girl staring suspiciously at his unusual behavior. Question why Christian desired such a close relationship with her ally regardless of their short meeting. Annoyance swiftly became between them as both stubbornly denied any interest as continuing their awkward argument. Christian quietly spotted her constant attention towards him and realized she was unconsciously watching his every movement throughout the gathering. Embarrassment instantly expanded throughout the girl's face after Christian directly pointed out her strange reactions and nervous behavior. Meanwhile, the youthful prince silently questioned whether her aggressive personality was genuine or simply an act hiding deeper intentions. Without wasting more time, Christian activated dark sorcery and leaped into the underground entrance as the frustrated girl chased following him in anger. Closely moving through the ruined corridor, Christian listened as Kashmir blamed himself for failing to notice the lethal traps hidden inside the mansion. Kashmir failed to realize that Christian had purposely guided him into threat to create a debt between them. Following avoiding another collapsing trap, Christian quietly resolved that the prince could become an important ally in the future. Christian admitted that the earlier promise had solely been one calculated attempt to get closer to Kashmir. Instead of demanding repayment, he suddenly offered friendship to that stunned prince. Hearing those words departed Kashmir speechless, since friendship with a person like Christian felt impossible to imagine. Memories of his painful childhood came back as Kashmir recalled the aristocrats who had treated him like a disposable pawn throughout the prince gathering. He swore that each person connected to the suffering would eventually meet one tragic end. Even as appreciating the offer, Kashmir thought he lacked the worth required to stand beside Christian as an equal. Loud footsteps and shouting interrupted their conversation as multiple aristocrats rushed into the chamber. Fierce arguments instantly broke out between the exhausted aristocrats following their reckless competition against one another. Watching the chaotic scene unfold, Christian could solely stare in confusion as the injured aristocrats continued fighting over their pride. Questioned how the aristocrats turned so heavily injured regardless of already clearing the traps earlier. Rather than answering honestly, the party blamed each other as trying to hide the embarrassing reality. Christian casually mocked the terrible personalities and enjoyed that chaos encircling him. As the aristocrats argued noisily, Christian jokingly grabbed one of them, causing the exhausted party to struggle against each other even more. Kashmir silently imagined how enjoyable life might have been if the man had normal friends beside him. Concealed beneath his cloak, he tightly gripped the enigmatic key and decided that everyone trapped on the upper floor would soon die anyway. Simultaneously, Christian suddenly sensed Kashmir's strange determination. Memories of his sick younger sister covered Kashmir's mind, reminding him why he could never disobey that cruel orders compelled upon him. Without pausing, he secretly activated the artifact concealed in his hand while hiding his true intentions behind a faint smile. Golden light burst from that ancient key as enormous gears around the mansion instantly started turning on their own. Shock expanded throughout the chamber after the nobles realized the key had activated without anyone touching the mechanism directly. Kashmir gradually grasped that Christian might have secretly triggered the deadly artifact from outside the chamber. An enormous sorcery circle abruptly appeared beneath the nobles and filled the entire floor with violent energy. Christian commanded everyone close by to raise their mana barriers earlier. The unstable power exploded around them. He released dark mana throughout the chamber and attempted to block the incoming attack. Mighty shockwaves crashed into the chamber and fiercely threw several nobles across the floor. The close-by aristocrats stared at Christian in disbelief as struggling to remain standing. Even following protecting the party from the assault, Christian continued watching the unstable magic carefully as the danger inside the mansion grew worse. A confident smile stayed on Christian's features, even as the unstable sorcery circle suddenly swallowed him whole. Bright light exploded throughout the chamber as the terrified aristocrats shouted his name. The enormous chamber turned entirely silent, leaving only the remaining nobles standing in shock. Terror swiftly expanded through the group as everyone realized Christian might have died after being dragged away by the transfer spell. Without pausing, Christian's ally grabbed Kashmir by the collar and demanded the truth behind the incident. Suspicion instantly dropped on Kashmir since the mansion and its dangerous mechanisms were connected to his family. Cold anger covered the chamber as Christian's allies pressured Kashmir to confess before things became even worse. Unable to endure that guilt any longer, Kashmir eventually admitted that Prince Schwartz had commanded him to send everyone to the 17th floor. Although trembling with terror, he insisted that he never personally activated that enigmatic key himself. Even following hearing the explanation, the others compelled Kashmir to reveal everything he understood about reaching the 17th floor. Dark memories of that underground garden surfaced as they discussed the terrifying monsters. Surviving on that 17th floor without preparation was nearly impossible even for skilled fighters. Meanwhile, Christian opened his gaze within an unfamiliar region after being transported away from the others. A heavy silence encircled the unusual floor as dangerous energy slowly spread through the dark corridor. Christian quietly readied himself to survive the lethal challenge waiting ahead. Kashmir rushed into the chamber following hearing that the prince was previously dead, shock filling her as she struggled to believe it. The atmosphere became tense as a dark-haired aristocrat grabbed another man by the collar, refusing to accept Christian's death without proof. The man stared fiercely at that others and condemned those who gave up, calling it cowardice to declare Christian dead prematurely without proof. A red-haired aristocrat moved forward and seized the dark-haired man, challenging certainty of Christian's death and everyone's assumptions about the circumstance. Kashmir swiftly supported him, insisting Christian was far too capable to die so easily and must yet be alive somewhere out there. The red-haired aristocrat fell silent, and though he attempted to remain calm, Kashmir's confidence made him question his fears deeply within. Elsewhere, Christian pondered on those who had acknowledged him and remained by his side throughout the unfolding crisis around him all. His thoughts turned to his mother and her wish for Kashmir to turn one proud and admirable adult in that future. Recalling those words strengthened Christian's resolve, and the man chose to keep battling, determined not to betray hopes placed in him any longer. That red-haired aristocrat volunteered to join the search for Christian van Baron Kazar, burdened by guilt and seeking amends for the actions. As everyone shifted through the corridor, an unusual disturbance emerged overhead, and a swarm of bats burst into the hall chaotically suddenly. That bats assembled into a dark mass, earlier transforming into a familiar figure, instantly shifting attention to the newcomer in their midst. The figure exposed himself as the head butler, clarifying he had came back because he sensed something was wrong in the castle. Identifying Chance, the party asked him to help search for Christian, but he warned the 17th floor was dangerous beyond safe limits. Although they rejected to abandon Christian, the head butler quietly judged the risks outweighed the benefits, compelling acceptance from everyone present elsewhere. The head butler resolved to act alone, thinking life would be meaningless if his youthful master died, and prepared powerful magic. A glowing sorcery circle shaped beneath him as he activated teleportation, as Kashmir and the others followed urgently, hoping they were not too late at all costs. As shifting towards Christian's location, the head butler feared a greater threat. Encountering Spider Queen Tarantula on the 17th floor could mean death. Christian activated Kashmir's key and stepped into subspace alone, shifting through a distorted passage as reflecting on improved spatial travel using the artifact. That unusual dimension acted as a bridge between distant locations, permitting him to bypass normal routes and shorten the journey significantly overall. As traveling through the colorful void, Christian reviewed subspace rules, entering needed braking space, exiting required precise command of coordinates carefully under extreme conditions. Although that method appeared simple in theory, one single mistake could trap a traveler permanently between unstable dimensions or fragmented space regions. Christian stayed composed regardless of danger, focusing on reaching his destination while trusting his knowledge, skill, and experience within subspace travel without any fear. He understood subspace contained unpredictable variables that even powerful archmages was unable to fully calculate or predict under unstable dimensional conditions in reality. Numerous travelers had failed because they was unable to determine correct coordinates within shifting dimensions, losing themselves in endless spatial distortion over time. Fortunately, Christian carried Lenin's scissors, an artifact that ignored concealed variables in subspace and formed a direct stable route without error. Gripping it firmly, he readied himself to use its power, knowing it was his greatest advantage against dimensional instability in battle. Christian's gaze sharpened as he located that correct point within the dimensional flow, aligning his movement exactly with certainty. At the perfect instant, he swung Lenin's scissors, cutting space itself as mana erupted around him fiercely in response. A brilliant opening shaped, creating a direct route forward, and Christian rushed through without pausing toward his destination beyond all doubt. He understood subspace was filled with unpredictable variables that even powerful archmages was unable to calculate, and countless travelers had failed to find correct coordinates within shifting dimensions, making prediction difficult even for elite mages. Fortunately, Christian possessed an artifact called Lenin's Scissors, which ignored subspace variables and formed one direct route through dimensional barriers bypassing. Christian gripped it, readying to use its force as the glowing scissors became his greatest advantage against impossible spatial distortion with precision. His gaze sharpened as he located the precise point within the dimensional flow, aligning himself with the unstable structure forward, absolute attention. At the perfect instant, he swung Lenin's scissors, cutting space itself as mana erupted, and the dimensional wall split open fiercely reality apart. A brilliant opening emerged, forming a direct route, and without pausing Christian rushed through the newly created passage forward without delay. As crushing spiritual pressure dropped,
A tone spoke from darkness, noting a mortal had reached that level of a half-demon pressuring his mind. Christian stayed composed under pressure, observing closely and identifying the presence as a ruler of Gehenna's fourth realm. Careful observation. The beast radiated superiority, treating weaker beings as insignificant, and Christian understood this foe was unlike anything he had faced. True difference. Christian assessed swiftly, noting even one sealed fourth realm ruler surpassed Mafina and could destroy an entire nation. Devastation level. The demon's aura expanded, compelling close-by beings to collapse, and Christian realized direct confrontation was impossible in his current state. Clear impossibility. Instead of assaulting, the ancient being became curious following centuries of boredom, intrigued by the human who entered its domain. Deep fascination. The demon requested Christian his name, its tone carrying fascination rather than hostility towards the surprising intruder. Interestingly, Christian answered boldly, mocking the demon for not identifying what remained before it without fear or hesitation. Boldly showing his half-demon nature, Christian stated himself an avatar of the fourth realm, stunning the ancient demon entirely. Complete shock. That ancient demon stared at Christian in silence, earlier rejecting the claim, convinced that no normal half-demon could possess such control. It mocked the words as nonsense. Nevertheless, Christian stayed composed because he knew the demon's perception had been distorted by the seal binding its power. Taking advantage of that weakness, Christian deliberately spoke one forbidden title, addressing that demon as the Starslayer, a name buried in its forgotten past. The demon's look shifted instantly as shock replaced arrogance, understanding Christian understood something that should have been impossible to uncover. Christian recalled hearing that title in his previous life when he and his allies had once reached this same site, permitting him to recognize the being. That mention of the title awakened the Starslayer's buried memories, covering it with rage as it recalled the betrayal that reduced it to its current state. Teet's hatred exploded outward, intensifying that oppressive atmosphere and making the entire battlefield feel heavier and more suffocating than earlier. Recovering from its surprise, that Starslayer dismissed Christian as none more than an arrogant fool attempting to play with forces beyond him. It stated that regardless of his half-demon rank, he stayed a mere mortal standing earlier, a vastly superior existence without comparison. That demon accused Christian of lying, and released one surge of murderous intent aimed directly at overwhelming him. Chris faced that sealed being within the ritual space. The entity instantly threatened him with death and mocked his interference. As an enormous magical pressure spread throughout the chamber, that ancient being stated itself one mere fragment of a far greater existence. Regardless of the overwhelming aura encircling him, Chris stayed calm and composed, refusing to be intimidated. Chris challenged that entity directly. Without pausing, he activated an unusual blue force against the seal itself, provoking immediate outrage as violent energy erupted through the ritual space. Dust scattered throughout that chamber as the shockwaves settled. Chris remained confidently amid that chaos. Sweat covered his features from the pressure, yet his look exposed determination rather than fear. Rather than seeking one direct fight, Chris proposed a set of terms. The man suggested one wager involving that seal. That entity questioned Chris's assurance, resolve, and sanity. Nevertheless, Chris agreed to the trial without the slightest hesitation, displaying complete certainty in both himself. That ancient being dismissed Chris's proposal as impossible. In its view, no mortal could ever possess the force, knowledge, or skill needed to fulfill such extraordinary conditions. Chris quietly advanced through that drifting dust, gazing directly at that entity. He requested what reward it would offer if he somehow succeeded. A confident smile expanded throughout Chris's features. Raising a single finger towards that entity, he stated his demand: its complete disappearance from existence itself. Chris's demand visibly stunned that sealed being. That beast questioned his audacity, unable to understand why an insignificant mortal would appeal such extreme terms. That being regarded Chris with open contempt and rising anger. Chris quietly replied that the beast possessed none else. Chris exposed that flaw at the rear its assurance. That sealed being could repeatedly return from death, making normal threats punishment. Chris clarified that dungeon's concealed nature. It functioned as a specialized training earth where mighty entities emerged through artificial recreation methods. Even when challengers defeated those monsters, the destruction was solely temporary. An enormous hourglass symbolized this endless cycle. Each defeated boss eventually reappeared since each existence was merely one replica. The trapped bosses stayed confined regardless of understanding their term. The true selves existed elsewhere. Beyond that dungeon's restrictive structure, Chris recalled countless battles against recurring foes. Through repeated encounters, the man had gained knowledge and insights unavailable to normal visitors. Rejecting that beast's argument, Chris compared revival to shifting mountains. The words suggested that even greater impossibilities could be achieved, departing that being visibly unsettled. Chris pressed that beast further, asking whether endless confinement possessed any real value. The man reminded it of that legendary reputation it once carried. The ancient beast eventually agreed to the wager. It stated that victory would depend fully upon whether Chris could discover and reveal its true name. Assurance covered the beast as it expected inevitable failure. Nevertheless, Chris agreed to the challenge directly, readied himself to uncover the hidden truth. That beast claimed Chris should previously recognize it. Multiple famous demonic names were suggested, but each guess was immediately rejected without pausing. Chris proceeded listing possibilities one following another. Each answer proved incorrect, yet his composure never wavered throughout that strange exchange. Frustration gradually surfaced within that beast. It questioned how any ruler worthy of regard could tolerate such persistent defiance and apparent mockery. One brief silence followed that string of failed guesses. Convinced it had been tricked, that beast concluded that Chris had deceived it from the start. Anger erupted fiercely throughout that battlefield. Tremendous force shook that surroundings as the imprisoned being eventually abandoned both patience and restraint. Chris swiftly retreated from that incoming assault. Regardless of the threat closing in around him, his look suggested the gamble was far from over. Chris denied ever deceiving that beast. As dodging its fury, he exposed his confidence that another overlooked name remained hidden from their discussion. The beast insisted that each known demonic identity had previously been revealed. Chris disagreed, convinced that one crucial detail had been entirely ignored. Chris readied himself to expose the reality at last. That beast reacted with rising unease, sensing that the outcome of the wager was shifting rapidly in Chris's favor. Chris blamed ignorance rather than deception. Producing a radiant constellation emblem, he exposed proof directly connected to the beast's hidden identity. That beast's true name emerged as Izratoth. Golden mana surged throughout the battlefield as the ancient being fought against the truth now exposed. Unable to accept that revelation, the beast denied everything. Its form began to destabilize as the hidden truth shattered its remaining resistance. Chris remained beneath the swirling mana, maintaining complete command. That revelation confirmed the victory and fulfilled the wager's term beyond dispute. Golden light assembled around Chris as the beast's presence steadily weakened. The battlefield gradually dropped silent as the reality settled strongly into reality. Gripping that constellation emblem, Chris grasped its importance. Without that artifact, uncovering Izratoth's true identity would have been significantly more challenging. Chris pondered on that holy relic obtained throughout the expedition. That constellation emblem possessed capabilities that extended far beyond simple disguise techniques. That relic could imitate appearances, and even reproduce spiritual characteristics. Through that notable force, Chris uncovered truths concealed from nearly everyone else. He concluded the deception succeeded solely since his rival was a clone. That genuine being would likely have detected the trick instantly. A system message abruptly emerged throughout that dungeon. Chris turned that first challenger to successfully conquer the 27th floor. Additional rewards followed that achievement. One prestigious title commemorated his victory and acknowledged that exceptional confrontation with the ancient demon. Another notification granted bonus compensation. Earlier, Chris could correctly react. An enigmatic object unexpectedly descended from above. Chris swiftly shifted aside as the object crashed close by. Suspicion crossed his mind as he closely inspected the unusual reward. Opening that container, the man discovered the vampiric ring. That treasured relic continuously increased its owner's power as time passed. Identifying its enormous value, Chris recalled its famous history. Certain that relic would prove invaluable in future battles, he instantly claimed it as the reward. Dozens of enormous dark spiders assembled beyond a grand Gothic manor. Green mana runes crackled through that air as the creatures swarmed towards the entrance in overwhelming numbers. Within, the red-haired youthful man spotted a spider lunging at him from at the rear. He shouted a caution and swung his glowing blue blade downward, slicing the beast earlier it could strike. Close by, the black-haired boy with red gaze, Christian, evaded a sweeping dark energy slash. He leapt back sharply, his coat trailing as purple mana tore through that floor where he had just remained. That spiders pressed further within, flooding the hallways with the dark bodies. Meanwhile, an older robed figure beyond gripped his earth, deflecting multiple blue energy projectiles fired by a shadowy attacker. One blue-haired woman swiftly uncorked a glowing blue potion and activated it. A burst of teal mana erupted close by, and Christian remained at the center of it, calm and focused amid the chaos. Christian grabbed that blue-haired woman and pulled the away from threat. The woman protested, demanding gratitude for saving him, but Christian told the flatly that she was being too loud as they retreated together. That spiders preceded the assault throughout the building. The red-haired youthful man remained his earth at the front, watching the battle unfold with a cold expression. He silently acknowledged that odds were not in the favor. At that top of a grand staircase, an enormous spider queen rested upon an enormous web throne. That red-haired youthful man confronted her alone. The beast stated there was no point searching for the youthful master. Everyone present would be slaughtered. That spider queen raised her major scythe, like arm, and let out one terrifying roar. The smaller spiders encircling her web responded instantly, crawling into status as green mana pulsed through the web beneath them. That red-haired youthful man raised one finger and flicked it forward with complete composure. 2 spiders exploded mid-air, bursting apart against that web. He displayed no terror, no hesitation, solely the cold confidence of someone who had already decided the outcome. That red-haired youthful man hesitated for a brief instant. Then, employing the blood of his 2 allies, he made his choice. Christian and the blue-haired woman were pulled close as mana crackled fiercely around every 3 of them. The man activated one forbidden dark spell called Blood Sacrifice. It was a forbidden incantation that employed blood as fuel to massively amplify that caster's force. Dark red mana erupted around him like one fierce storm. With that blood sacrifice active, the man calculated that defeating the Spider Queen was now within reach, that mindless spider minions encircling the would-be easy targets to deal with afterward. He shifted with lethal assurance, the glowing blue blade drawn and ready. He declared that he could tear through the throats right at that very instant, pressing forward without slowing down. Nevertheless, he stopped himself, identifying that killing them now would turn the youthful master into his enemy. He additionally yet required to introduce someone named Ifrin to him, which would become troublesome if things went wrong. That 3 surviving spiders fell on the earth, broken and defeated. He remained over them and gave them a single term. Listen closely if they desired to live. Christian turned to that 2 youthful women beside him and assigned them one task. The man told them to hold back any spiders coming from at that rear. Both of them responded instantly with deal. The red-haired youthful man charged forward with blue crystal mana shaping in his hands. He called out to youthful Master Kashmir, telling him to clear a route as Kashmir himself focused on breaking through the Spider Queen's shell. Kashmir reached out his palm and caught the red-haired youthful man's grip strongly. The man was told that trying the best was not enough. The man had to make it succeed, no matter what. The red-haired youthful man closed his gaze for a brief instant. Then dark red mana surged explosively from his form as that blood sacrifice reached its peak. He raised his fist into the air, entirely consumed by the forbidden force, ready to end the fight. That Spider Queen let out one deafening roar, her enormous jaws wide open. Below her, a smaller spider beast raised its arms and unleashed a burst of pink mana, signaling a coordinated counterattack against the party. That red-haired youthful man thrust the open palm forward and released the blood sacrifice in full force. Countless streams of dark red mana tore through the entire chamber, shredding spiders and webs apart throughout the whole room simultaneously. The man shouted that signal to move now. Below, Kashmir responded instantly, launching himself forward with blue mana crackling around the blade, targeting that Spider Queen directly at full speed. Kashmir slid low throughout the earth, driving his glowing blue blade forward with both palms. He locked gaze with Christian watching from a distance, his red eyes sharp and intent on the target forward. Kashmir called out the technique, Rusted Horn. The man drove that blade deep into the Spider Queen's form with full force. That beast screamed as the blue mana pierced through its thick outer shell. That impact exploded into an enormous spiral of blue mana. Kashmir braced himself against that shockwave, gripping the strike in sight. Then, to his shock, that mana abruptly shattered and scattered apart without landing a clean hit. Kashmir's red eye widened in disbelief. His full-powered assault had entirely broken apart earlier, doing real damage. That Spider Queen had somehow neutralized it fully, departing him exposed and vulnerable. That Spider Queen hit back instantly with a devastating counterattack. That blow connected hard throughout Kashmir's side, sending him skidding fiercely across the floor with a painful grunt. Kashmir was sent crashing throughout the earth earlier. Finally stopping, one person called out the name in alarm. The red-haired youthful man observed with a cold look and simply clicked his tongue, unmoved by the setback. That Spider Queen reared up with full assurance, unleashing a wave of green mana slashes downward. The red-haired youthful man was compelled to dodge hard, sliding back throughout the floor as the strikes tore up everything around him. That Spider Queen activated the ultimate technique, Infinite Despair. Razor. Thin silk threads expanded throughout the entire chamber at high speed, destroying everything they touched upon contact instantly. That circumstance turned critical. Kashmir lay wounded on the earth as the blue-haired woman knelt over him, shielding his form. The red-haired youthful man assessed the scene and concluded they refused to last much longer. The red-haired youthful man remained alone with his back turned, encircled by spreading webs and blood. The man reached one firm conclusion. He had no choice but to make a decisive move right now. The man surveyed that battlefield closely. Kashmir and the woman were down on the floor as Christian remained close by. He resolved he would start by targeting that boy from the branch household first. Purple mana slashed downward from above as that spider queen pressed her assault. The beast lunged forward with its jaws wide open, unleashing another wave of devastating slashes towards the party below. The red-haired young man moved before the spider queen and took the hit directly using his large coat as a shield. At the rear him, Christian and the blue-haired woman remained their earth and braced themselves. Christian surged forward with purple mana bursting from his form, launching himself directly at that spider queen with full force. A tone called out his name in shock from somewhere behind him, but Christian failed to stop or look back.
Upon returning from the tower's depths, Christian discovered multiple allies waiting anxiously for him. Instead of showing concern for himself, he instantly assessed that circumstance around him. That exhausted faces close by made it obvious that his sudden disappearance had caused considerable worry among the party. Shortly afterward, that red-haired prince moved forward and confirmed that Christian was unharmed. Understanding how much effort had gone into finding him, Christian silently agreed to responsibility for the confusion. With a relaxed smile, he attempted to compose that tense atmosphere encircling the reunion. Beneath that casual appearance, nevertheless, he concealed that reality about reaching the 27th floor alone. Far above that lower levels, he had witnessed an enigmatic structure capable of displaying rankings and status details. Since such knowledge could create major complications, the man chose to keep that discovery concealed for now. Meanwhile, guilt weighed heavily on that prince as the man blamed himself for the incident. Rather than dwelling on apologies, Christian redirected everyone's attention towards the dangers that yet stayed ahead. Throughout the chamber, countless mystic threads stretched through the air and stopped possible escape routes. Their aura transformed the region into a deadly trap capable of attacking anyone who moved carelessly. Following closely observing that formation, the prince sought a method to break through the obstacle. Christian swiftly identified that normal defensive abilities would be insufficient against such a large-scale threat. Drawing upon his knowledge and unique powers, he started constructing one practical tactic. Although he possessed one potential solution, success would require precise timing and cooperation from that entire party. Without pausing, that prince volunteered to shoulder the main responsibility. Resolve filled his expression as he readied himself to support the plan despite the risks involved. Standing earlier his allies, Christian outlined that next phase of the operation. Once the protective cocoon was activated, he intended to attract the assaults as the others intent on defense. Dark mana gradually assembled around the arm as preparations reached their final stage. Each movement displayed that he had previously committed himself to confronting the threat directly. Purple demonic force surged through Christian's form as he activated a hidden resource. The concentrated mana wrapped around his palm and pushed his power beyond its normal limits. Closely weighing the risks, he weighed amplifying the artifact's force even further. The burden would be enormous, yet the current circumstance departed him with little choice. By utilizing two cores simultaneously, Christian released an overwhelming burst of mana that shook that battlefield and initiated the counterattack. Channeling the force of his two cores, Christian condensed dark mana into an enormous black sword. The prince observed in shock as an advanced technique shaped earlier his eyes. Rather than wasting time clarifying himself, Christian intent fully on controlling the unstable power. His sharp gaze stayed fixed on the battlefield as the armament continued releasing dense waves of demonic energy. With the blade completed, he lowered his stance and readied himself to advance. Each movement displayed his aim to break through the deadly trap before the surrounding attacks could overwhelm the group. A mighty swing sent mana rushing throughout the chamber and scattered several threats in its path. Concealed creatures lurking among the mystic threads were compelled into the open as the attack disrupted their positions. Multiple monsters instantly emerged and launched a counterattack towards the group. Regardless of the sudden pressure, Christian moved forward and intercepted the assault earlier it could reach his companions. Dark mana exploded around him as the man pushed deeper into foe territory. As the creatures attempted to surround him, he proceeded advancing and carved a route through the dangerous formation. Leaping high above one of the foes, Christian employed his momentum to strike from a surprising angle. Another slash followed earlier that beast could recover. Purple mana tore through the mystic threads close by and damaged portions of the barrier, protecting the area. Frustration briefly emerged on Christian's features when he spotted the barrier remained intact. Even following multiple mighty attacks, the defensive structure continued resisting his efforts to destroy it. From a distance, the prince closely watched the fight unfolding ahead. Numerous mystic threads twisted through the chamber as Christian battled at the center of the chaotic battlefield. Abruptly, a concealed assault broke through the confusion and struck the prince before anyone could react. Blood spilled throughout his clothes as that surprising blow pierced through his defenses. pain expanded through his form as additional assaults followed from multiple directions. Although seriously wounded, he stayed standing and rejected to abandon that role assigned to him. Grinding his teeth, Christian compelled more power into the black blade despite the growing strain. The enormous force threatened his form, yet he continued pushing toward his limit. Meanwhile, concern expanded among his allies as they witnessed both the prince's injuries and Christian's term. At that decisive instant, a brilliant blue blade of mana suddenly descended from above. Its overwhelming aura cut through that battlefield and introduced one new force capable of changing the outcome of the fight. As the blue mana blade descended, its force disrupted the monsters surrounding the group. Multiple enemies were forced back while the magical threads throughout the chamber started to lose their stability. Taking advantage of that opening, Christian instantly rushed forward and targeted the nearest beast. Dark mana assembled around his blade as he closed the distance earlier the enemy could recover. With precise timing, he unleashed a mighty strike that cut through that beast's defenses. The assault sent the beast crashing away and further weakened the hostile formation blocking the group's route. Throughout the battlefield, the remaining foe attempted to retreat towards the center of the chamber. Christian pursued without pausing and proceeded pressuring the creature before it could launch another attack. Close-by allies observed the battle unfold while carefully maintaining their positions. Assurance gradually came back to the party as Christian demonstrated complete control over the situation despite the earlier dangers. Following the foe was subdued, the prince acknowledged Christian's efforts and identified the value of his actions. That successful outcome confirmed that Christian's risky tactic had been the correct choice. Once the fight finished, a system message emerged above the chamber and announced the completion of the trial. Rewards were distributed as that participants assembled to understand the results of their achievement. Additional details shortly exposed the location of the next objective. Confusion expanded among the party since the destination, known as Glass Lake, was unfamiliar to most of them. Moments afterward, that scene shifted towards a distant landscape illuminated beneath the night sky. The appearance of that enigmatic location signaled the starting of a new trial awaiting Christian and his companions. Mephistopheles inspected that enormous mana field standing in the way. The barrier released fierce waves of mana, making the route ahead appear extremely dangerous. A cautious assessment exposed that even a little mistake could trigger the mana field. Any damage suffered by that wraith would additionally affect Elric through the connection. Assurance stayed unchanged on Elric's features. Regardless of the caution signs, he displayed no intention of retreating from the challenge. Activating his detection skill, Mephistopheles scanned that barrier with layers of green mana that search intent on finding traces of demonic influence concealed within the field. Results shortly emerged as that inspection finished. No demonic mana could be discovered, suggesting that demons were not responsible for forming the barrier. Satisfied with that findings, Mephistopheles shifted forward first. Elric followed closely as they crossed into that restricted region. Within the cavern, unusual traces instantly caught their attention. Residual mana covered the surroundings and hinted that a major conflict had taken site. Broken walls, deep cracks, and scattered destruction covered that cave. The damage suggested that mighty rivals had battled fiercely in this location. Further investigation exposed lingering demonic mana among the fight marks. Based on the proof, Mephistopheles estimated that numerous combatants had participated earlier being overwhelmed. Questions arose as Elric spotted that wraith hiding part of the observations. Rather than providing answers, Mephistopheles encouraged him to continue deeper within. The pair advanced through the dark cavern as the encircling mana turned increasingly dense. Each step intensified the unusual pressure covering the area. Rising excitement replaced caution as Mephistopheles sensed a mighty aura nearby. That source emerged to be waiting somewhere forward. Without caution, an enormous dragon emerged from that darkness. Its enormous form towered over the cavern as its glowing gaze fixed on the newcomers. Quietly observing the beast, Elric and Mephistopheles rejected to back down. Neither displayed terror regardless of the overwhelming presence before them. Surprise swiftly emerged on the dragon's features. Instead of assaulting, it stared at the pair with confusion following sensing a matter unusual about them. As moving through that Borfur tribe village, the tribe chief discussed Batul's recent success. That dragon vein had emerged precisely as Batul hoped, drawing attention throughout the tribe. Memories of Batul's resolve resurfaced as that chief recalled the boy's dream. From a youthful age, Batul had desired to inherit the dragon's force and become a warrior capable of protecting his people. A grave question followed his appeal for blade training, rather than seeking glory. Batul exposed that his goal was to turn powerful enough to defend Sarne and stand against any threat. That chief listened closely to Batul's answer. His desire to guard a person crucial showed a level of conviction uncommon for someone so young. Concern shortly replaced approval as the conversation faced the Holy Land. That sacred site was known as a forbidden realm where countless visitors had vanished forever.
Solely one person had ever came back alive from that deadly location. That memory of Batul standing alone following surviving the impossible stayed vivid in everyone's mind. That chief shifted the attention to Sarnai following hearing the full story. The involvement in Batul's survival raised questions that could no longer be ignored. One brief instant of silence followed as Sarnai hesitated. Even she appeared uncertain about how much of her covert should be exposed. Curiosity deepened when that chief understood her skills exceeded normal understanding. That mystery encircling the site demanded an explanation. Sarnai eventually exposed the existence of the Eye of the Heavens, an uncommon gift that allowed her to perceive truths hidden from ordinary people. Through that force, she had guided Batul and assisted him survive dangers that should have claimed the life. The chief instantly grasped why the boy had came back safely. Regardless of possessing such an exceptional skill, Sarnai insisted she was not a chosen figure. The woman viewed the gift as one responsibility rather than a blessing. An apology escaped Sarnai as guilt weighed on the mind. She concerned that Batul's route had turned more dangerous because of her involvement. That chief dismissed the concerns and encouraged honesty instead. He thought understanding the circumstance was more crucial than assigning blame. Assembling her resolve, Sarnai clarified that dragon vein had affected Batul far more deeply than expected. That revelation suggested that an even greater change was starting within him. A memory resurfaced as two crucial figures reminded the youthful man to stay strong no matter how difficult his future became. The guidance centered on endurance, survival, and overcoming those who had once oppressed him. Hearing those words, the youthful man quietly agreed to the responsibility placed upon him. That lesson stayed deeply engraved in his mind even following time had passed. Afterward that evening, he rested together with his allies at an inn. As the party relaxed following their journey, he quietly reflected on the promise he intended to keep. The celebration proceeded as multiple allies escorted a drunken friend through the hallway. The successful trip had earned them comfortable accommodations and one uncommon chance to rest. Unlike the others, the youthful man avoided drinking and intent on returning to his chamber. A playful ally tried persuading him to join that festivities, but he stayed firm near his chamber. Another ally neared with a different proposal. Instead of resting, that newcomer expressed interest in testing their skills through one sparring match. A confident smile emerged on the challenger's features as he suggested a match. That youthful man instantly rejected the idea and chose to prioritize recovery. Following entering his chamber, his thoughts shifted towards the future. He weighed his allies' growth and thought their situation was steadily improving. An achievement notification then emerged suddenly. Although that reward increased the concerns about attracting attention, exhaustion eventually convinced him to rest. With his mana nearly depleted, the youthful man fell onto the bed and swiftly fell asleep. The quiet chamber shortly turned completely still. Moments afterward, an enigmatic hooded woman quietly entered the room. The appearance suggested she had come with one goal connected to him. Standing beside that sleeping figure, she closely watched him. Unusual mana drifted through the darkness as she analyzed her target. The woman proceeded her inspection as remaining concealed beneath her cloak. Her attention never departed that sleeping youthful man. A grave look crossed her features as she confirmed something important. That discovery emerged to match details she had been seeking. Dark red mana expanded throughout the room and stretched into the night sky. The strange phenomenon hinted that a new threat had silently reached. Cloaked in dark fabric with intricate embroidery lining her hood, a woman with piercing green eyes stood alert in the shadows. Crimson light flickered behind her, casting an ominous glow across the scene as tension radiated from her rigid posture. Beside her, a hooded companion confirmed the situation in a low voice. Everyone inside the inn had fallen asleep, leaving the pair free to move without interference or witnesses. From behind, a figure with striking silver-red hair caught the light, her presence commanding quiet admiration. Whispers followed her wherever she went, praise for a power that few could rival. Idrin knelt beside a sleeping figure, her red hair falling forward as her violet eyes studied him with quiet focus. Something about the moment carried weight beyond a simple glance. A surge of crimson energy erupted around the sleeping man's body, his form lifting unnaturally as dark force gathered. Idrin watched, unshaken, as the reaction intensified before her. The energy twisted violently around him, his body suspended mid-air while red light consumed the space. Idrin stood firm through it all, her expression calm despite the chaos unfolding just steps away. She extended a finger toward his forehead, channeling a stream of demonic energy directly into him. The crimson thread pulsed steadily, sinking into his skin as his sleeping face remained untouched by the storm surrounding him. A masked companion voiced disbelief at what he'd witnessed, questioning why she would willingly share something as valuable as her own demonic energy with a stranger.
Idrin answered without hesitation. Her family needed allies capable of standing against a threat looming over them all, one identified only as them, and this was a calculated step toward securing that support. Later that night, murmurs of strategy filled the quiet room. An alliance with the Dark Maga family carried risk given their strained history, yet practicality outweighed old grievances. If the Blood Sword Demon family fell, the Dark Maga family would be the next target. A vision of a wedding ceremony surfaced amid the discussion, flowers blooming around the imagined scene. The arrangement hinged on a marriage between Idrin and the young master known as Christian, though doubts lingered over whether such a bond could truly hold two rival families together. Idrin dismissed the concern outright. She had already sacrificed far more for her family's survival, and a marriage arrangement barely registered as a burden compared to what she'd already given up. Her companion pressed further, raising doubts about Christian's chances of even surviving long enough for the plan to matter. Being an heir from a collateral bloodline already made him a target, a thorn constantly provoking the ire of those above him. Idrin stood over him as he slept, reconsidering the entire situation. What initially seemed like a liability began to look instead like a genuine opportunity worth pursuing. As Christian rested peacefully, unaware of the plans forming around him, a quiet thought lingered. Should he manage to endure every trial ahead and remain unbroken, his value would only grow. Watching the night sky through the window, Idrin concluded that if he proved capable of surviving, he would become exactly the ally her family had been searching for all along. Time moved forward, and Christian returned to the estate with a casual greeting, hauling his belongings from a carriage. Two familiar faces waited to welcome him back, their spirits visibly lifted by his return. One of them, a sharp-eyed young woman with light brown hair, remarked on how much stronger he'd become. She added with clear pride that his growth was exactly what she expected from someone she had chosen to serve. Excitement rippled through the group as another figure gushed over a rumor circulating through the entire Dark Maga family, one claiming Christian had personally severed the head of the Spider Queen. A young man nearby scoffed at the claim, insisting it had to be some kind of trick, since no explanation made sense to him. The woman beside him simply smiled, unbothered by his skepticism, fully confident in what Christian had accomplished. Servants gathered outside the estate whispered among themselves as a young man with dark hair and red eyes approached. One flustered maid corrected herself mid-sentence, praising his arrival, while another remarked that the vice commander must have pushed him hard during training. Murmurs spread through the household as rumors of his newly earned title circulated. Questions arose about whether any demon had ever accomplished so much so quickly after becoming a young master, stirring speculation over an unexpected shift in the succession order. A blade clashed against opposing steel in a burst of blue energy, sparks scattering across the polished floor as the confrontation intensified. An older woman draped in purple robes stumbled backward from the force of the exchange, cursing under her breath as jeweled ornaments shattered around her feet. Fury twisted her expression as her eyes burned crimson red. She spat out her outrage, refusing to accept defeat at the hands of someone she considered a lowly member of a collateral bloodline. Christian met her rage with cold contempt, calling her pathetic and foolish without hesitation, his own eyes glowing the same shade of red. A woman with elaborate red hair and dark jewelry stepped forward, sweeping through the chaos with commanding presence as the confrontation shifted toward her. Recognizing her immediately, Christian addressed her as mother, startled by her sudden appearance. She observed the scene with sharp disapproval, criticizing the defeated woman for resorting to such tactics simply because she couldn't overpower a single opponent. Standing amid shattered glass and crushed flowers, she offered a reluctant apology before extending one final warning, making clear that patience for further failure had run out. Turning to Christian, she gently touched his face and delivered unexpected news. He would now serve as acting captain of the long-vacant Dark Ghost Squad. The unit itself carried a fearsome reputation, an elite combat force within the Dark Maga family trained specifically for sabotage, terrorism, and assassination work. Processing the weight of his new authority, Christian realized what commanding demons ranging from 3-star to 5-star strength truly meant. He expressed his gratitude, vowing to earn merit through this opportunity. But his mother wasn't finished. Beyond simply achieving results, she informed him there was something else he needed to handle, a request that caught him completely off guard. Elsewhere, a different trio conspired in the shadows. One of them proposed using the Dark Ghost Squad as a tool to eliminate Christian entirely, viewing him as a threat too dangerous to ignore. A woman with piercing red eyes promised to manufacture the perfect opportunity to make that plan succeed, her expression sharp with calculated intent. The following day, word spread quickly through the estate. A young master named Mazak had been confirmed as the new acting captain of the Dark Ghost Squad. News that reached Christian's allies as they sat over a chess match, quietly acknowledging what they already suspected. Christian voiced his own doubts about the appointment, questioning whether Mesak's actual skill level was strong enough to handle even a low-level mission without failing. His companion urged caution regardless, warning him not to lower his guard. She suspected Mesak might actually be positioning himself to target Christian directly, using the squad as cover. Weighing the risk, Christian decided the safest course of action was to stay inconspicuous for the time being, choosing patience over provoking further conflict. Their conversation was interrupted when a butler arrived with a summons, informing Christian that the Marchioness wished to see him. Christian looked up from the chessboard, curious and slightly wary, asking what the matter could be about. Servants passed through the corridor, exchanging news of an intruder detected within the main estate's territory, a shadow belonging to the renowned sword family. Word spread that the heirs had already been assigned a mission to track down and capture the intruder alive. Christian repeated the term with visible confusion, questioning aloud why a shadow would risk trespassing onto this particular territory. Memories surfaced of a secret assassination organization tied to the sword family, notorious across the alliance for handling dirty work that others refused to touch. Despite their reputation, Christian recalled that even in his previous life, this organization had never recklessly crossed into demonic territory. Such an act risked turning a private dispute into a full-blown war between factions. Uncertainty gnawed at him as he considered their true objective, worrying quietly that word of his recent achievements might have somehow reached Glass Lake. Setting his concerns aside for the moment, he informed his attendant that he first needed to deal with the persistent nuisance of the Dark Ghost Squad, promising to report to the Marchioness shortly. Seated across a chessboard, his vice commander teased him about predicting the shadow's appearance almost as if he'd spoken it into being, to which Christian simply agreed it certainly seemed that way. He admitted growing bored with the squad's repeated attempts against him, noting that their tricks had become far too predictable to pose any real challenge. Piecing the scheme together, Christian deduced their plan clearly: use the Dark Ghost Squad to harm him, then shift the blame onto the intruding shadow. Playing along seemed like the only option left available to him. Deep within the forest bordering the Dark Mega Estate, two Dark Ghost Squad members descended toward their meeting point. One complained bitterly about being forced to work alongside a partner with notoriously bad breath. Christian's allies gathered nearby, one admitting she shared the exact same irritation and wanted to stir up trouble for their target as payback. She revealed a small tracking device in hand, identifying it as the Dark Ghost Squad's magic tool meant for locating the shadow during tomorrow's planned mission. Grinning, Christian proposed sabotaging the device ahead of time, letting a faint purple glow flicker across his palm as the idea took shape. Racing through pouring rain, Christian pressed forward with new information from an informant named Melon, who knew the exact location of the squad's warehouse. He suspected the squad members were already searching in entirely the wrong places. Determination hardened his expression as he pushed onward, calling out into the storm for the elusive shadow to reveal itself. Perched high in a tree overlooking the dense forest, he resolved to locate the target quickly and neutralize the threat before turning his attention to Mesak and the squad hunting him. Elsewhere, a masked figure stood over two bloodied bodies sprawled across the ground, a dagger glowing violet in hand. The killer reasoned that framing the shadow for the murders would complete the perfect scenario. Back in the forest, Christian examined a cluster of leaves marked by a faint glow, immediately recognizing the setup as careless. He concluded it had to be a deliberately planted trail meant to mislead. Nearby, two other men discussed the same technique, recalling that someone named Evan had once explained this exact method, a trick shadows commonly used to throw off their pursuers. Studying an illuminated blue artifact pulled from a hidden compartment, Christian calculated that the real shadow was most likely hiding in the opposite direction, toward the southeast. Satisfied with his preparation, he confirmed he had also brought along a separate artifact specifically meant to handle Mesak. Pushing through the underbrush, Christian noticed torn leaves stained with blood scattered along the trail. He concluded that whoever passed through had suffered an injury while crossing the border, which explained how the estate's retainers had managed to spot them in the first place. A sudden burst of golden light tore through the trees, catching him completely off guard. The force struck him directly, sending a jolt of shock through his body as he staggered from the unexpected impact. Behind him, a scorched tree stood split and smoldering, its bark blackened from whatever technique had just been unleashed. Recognition dawned on him as he identified the attack. This was the Dead Sea Flash, a technique far beyond what any ordinary shadow should have been capable of producing.